Chapter 2793. Cough cough. Li Zongbao forced himself to open his eyes and whispered, "Junior sister Hong Xia's Dharma body is injured. It was almost completely destroyed by the 6 swords." Xiao Hua immediately understood. A cultivator's Dharma body was formed from blood essence. Although it could increase one's magical power, if the Dharma body was injured, especially if it was destroyed, it was almost fatal. That was direct damage to one's blood essence. Even if he could save her and wake her up, she could cultivate in the future. Thinking about the elixirs he knew, none of them had such an effect. Even the Wu Xian pill might not be effective. "She's your beloved? Not bad, sister." A clear voice came from behind Xiao Hua, and Jiuxia quietly appeared behind him again. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao looked over when they heard the voice, and they couldn't help but become extremely absent-minded. They only regained their senses after half a cup of tea's time, and their eyes were filled with fear. However, Jiuxia didn't care about the two of them. Instead, she looked at Fairy Hong Xia meaningfully and said, "She has a Dharma body. It's the bloodline of a spiritual beast." Xiao Hua was worried about Fairy Hong Xia's injuries. He didn't care about Jiuxia's gaze and only answered indifferently. "If the Dharma body is injured or her vitality is damaged, I have a way." Jiuxia was still confident. "I have the confidence to heal her." "Oh? You can really do it?" Xiao Hua was overjoyed and said anxiously, "As long as you heal her injuries, I will definitely." "You don't have to promise anything." Jiuxia shook her head. "You still don't know what you need to help me with. It's too early to promise now. What if you can't help me in the future? Wouldn't it be a waste of words? Also, I have the confidence to heal her, is her Dharma body. As for whether she can cultivate again, this injury will affect her future achievements. I don't know." "Unless what?" Xiao Hua said anxiously. "If you have any difficulties, just tell me." "I don't have any difficulties." Jiuxia smiled. "If you know how to refine pills, there won't be any difficulties." "Yes, I know how to refine pills," Xiao Hua said without hesitation. Jiuxia's beautiful eyes looked up and down at Xiao Hua and smiled. "What I'm talking about is not a simple refining technique. At the very least." Speaking up to here, Jiuxia seemed to be gathering his words. Xiao Hua patted his storage bag and took out a medicinal pill, handing it to Jiuxia. "This was refined by this Xiao. Is it acceptable to you?" Jiuxia showed a rare look of astonishment, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. He took the pill and looked at it, then nodded and said, "If this pill was refined by you, of course it's fine. Furthermore," at this point, Jiuxia's eyes flickered as she smiled and said, "Moreover, I have a good idea. If you want this sister's cultivation to improve, then please wait a little longer. I will give you a pill formula that will satisfy you." "All right. I will listen to your orders." Although Xiao Hua didn't know what Jiuxia was asking for, he knew that she had helped to save Fairy Hong Xia and the other two. He already owed her enough. She shouldn't be coveting him and the others. Of course, if he could save Fairy Hong Xia, Xiao Hua would be more than happy to do so even if he had to put himself in danger. You can go now." Jiuxia stretched out her hand and said, "Give sister to me. I will check on her. You go and save those 2 stinky men. This man with a green face, his meridians are badly damaged. He used a magic treasure that exceeded his cultivation. And this man has also exhausted his vital essence. This is the result of using the flying boat. If we don't treat them quickly, it will affect their future cultivation." Hearing this, what else could Xiao Hua say? He obediently handed Fairy Hong Xia to Jiuxia and walked to Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao's side. He first looked at Xiao Mao, checked him, then patted his shoulder and said, "Xiao Mao, it's been hard on you." "It's nothing, big brother. You should take a look at Senior Li first." He waved the Immortal slaying whip twice to block the illusory sword. "Otherwise, we would have been dead," Xiao Mao said hurriedly. His cultivation was the weakest among the 3, and he suffered the least damage. "I know." Xiao Hua sighed and took out a pile of medicinal pills and placed them in front of Xiao Mao, allowing him to take them himself. He then walked to Li Zongbao. "Senior brother, At this time, Xiaohua no longer called Li Zongbao Senior Brother Li, and said in a low voice, "Thank you, Senior Brother." No need to thank me. Even without you, I would still do it." Li Zongbao glanced at Xiaohua without hesitation and stopped him from thanking him. Xiaohua nodded, "But no matter what, I still have to thank you. Give me your hand." Li Zongbao was puzzled. "Senior Brother, don't worry about it." Xiaohua did not explain. Cultivators had never been close to each other. Xiaohua patted Xiao Mao's shoulder just now because he considered himself to be Xiao Mao's big brother. Letting Li Zongbao hand his wrist over to Xiaohua like this was tantamount to handing his life over to Xiaohua. However, Xiaohua also believed that his friendship with Li Zongbao should have reached the point where he could entrust his life to him. Sure enough, although Li Zongbao was puzzled, he still took out his hand and let Xiaohua place 2 fingers on his pulse. Wuxia placed Fairy Hongxia in a corner of the flying boat and also stretched out 2 fingers. However, her 2 fingers were placed between Fairy Hongxia's eyebrows. As for herself, she looked at Xiaohua's actions with interest. Xiaohua felt Fairy Hongxia's pulse for a moment, nodded slightly and said, "Senior Brother, you used the Immortal slaying whip twice. That magic treasure is very demanding of true essence. Senior Brother's magic power is insufficient, but you still forced yourself to use it. Not only are your meridians broken, even your dantian is damaged." Xiaohua's words were very serious, but his tone was calm. However, Li Zongbao's reaction was even more unexpected. "No need to say so much. You should look at Fairy Hongxia first. In the Battle of the Sword Tomb, her Dharma body was injured. Now that her Dharma body was defeated again, her injuries are several times worse than mine. I'm here. You don't have to worry about it," Wuxia said coldly, as if disdaining Li Zongbao's distrust. Wuxia. Only now did Xiaohua remember to end Wuxia and said, "Little brother got lost in Huan country. Thanks to her guidance, I came to Sword Peak. Otherwise, even if I didn't run to Flowing Cloud Lake, I definitely wouldn't be able to see you guys in a short period of time." You came to Sword Peak specially? Li Zongbao was shocked. Seeing Li Zongbao's shocked expression, Wuxia was very satisfied. She snorted coldly and no longer paid attention to Li Zongbao. Xiaohua gave Li Zongbao a meaningful glance and said, "Wuxia is an extremely smart woman. She seems to be a strange person. Little brother also met her by chance. As for the details, little brother will slowly tell you in the future. You may know a person for a long time without understanding their heart." Li Zongbao said earnestly, I only know that if you don't hurry and treat her, not to mention cultivation, even your life won't last long." Wuxia said with disdain, "At this time, you still want to guard against others and yourself. Aren't you tired?" Big brother, don't talk anymore." Xiaohua clapped his hand and took out a spirit pill and said, "This is the heaven-mending pill that little brother refined. There aren't many of them and I didn't give it to big brother. Hongxia also doesn't have it. What's the use of this spirit pill?" "Heaven-mending pill? You actually know how to refine heaven-mending pill?" Li Zongbao was stunned and had a feeling of disbelief. Big brother still doesn't know? Other than giving birth, little brother knows how to do everything. Without a reason, I wouldn't refine this heaven-mending pill." Xiaohua said with a smile. Pucci, Wuxia in the distance laughed. This laughter was like a silver bell and that smile was like the bright and beautiful spring. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao were both dumbfounded. Seeing the two of them in a daze, Wuxia was slightly proud. She rolled her eyes at the two of them and ignored them. Seeing Xiao Mao so absent-minded, Xiaohua still had some understanding. However, Li Zongbao was also the same. Xiaohua just didn't understand. It seemed that Wuxia had said before that if one already had a cultivation companion in one's heart or if one's love was deep, then one wouldn't be absent-minded. Could it be that Li Zongbao didn't have Wuxia in his heart? No, suddenly, a trace of understanding flashed through Xiaohua's mind. It's not that senior brother Li's willpower is insufficient, and it's also not that my willpower is greater than senior brother Li's. This was done deliberately by Jiuxia. Is really powerful. She might really want my help, so she deliberately didn't leave a bad impression in front of me. Even when she showed her magical power in front of me, she didn't overdo it. This way, not only did she not make a fool of me, but she also made me feel proud. Just now, she made the 5 illusory swordsmen stop with just one sentence. What kind of cultivation do I have? How can I not be affected by her? Moreover, she didn't ask me to help her with anything, but she has always been kind to me. When it's time to help, can I refuse? Besides, she saved Hongxia Fairy, Xiao Mao, and senior brother Li's lives. Can I not help her? To be enemies with such a smart woman. It's really too dangerous. Xiao Hua rejoiced as he thought. However, fortunately, the situation seems to be very advantageous to this Xiao. This woman can casually kill the illusory swordsman. Although she strangely appeared in the Huan country, didn't we also go deep into the Huan country to train? Didn't she say before? She specially came to Huan country to look for someone. I'm afraid that only my Dao sect has such a miraculous divination technique. She didn't tell me her background, so she must be a proud disciple of some master in the Cultivation 3 countries. Looking at this situation, it's more likely that we'll be friends and not enemies in the future. Junior brother Xiao, earlier, what kind of elixir did you give Xiao Mao? Li Zongbao regained his senses and saw that Xiao Hua was also somewhat absent-minded. He asked in a low voice, that elixir's healing effect is very good. If it wasn't for the fact that it can't be compared to the legendary Heaven-Mending Pill, I would almost think that it was the Heaven-Mending Pill. Chapter 2794. Oh, Xiao Hua also came back to his senses and said in surprise, I gave Xiao Mao a lot of medicinal pills. Which one is senior brother talking about? It's the kind that is ugly and doesn't have any fragrance. It's used to heal injuries. Xiao Mao said, in the sword tomb array, senior brother Li was injured, and many of the elders in the meeting hall were also exhausted. Senior sister gave it to senior brother Li to take. In the end, senior brother Li took all the medicinal pills given by big brother and gave them to the gold core elders. With that, Xiao Mao hurriedly flipped through the medicinal pills that Xiao Hua just gave him. He took out a medicinal pill and handed it to Xiao Hua, saying, Here, big brother, this is it. Oh, this. Xiao Hua glanced at it and said disapprovingly, This is the Luo Su pill. I refined it when I was practicing that day. It's a medicinal pill that nourishes the meridians and promotes true essence. There is also the dripping rain pill that was refined together with this blue sea pill. These 2 pills are about the same. I gave Xiao Mao and Hong Xia these 2 pills. Senior martial brother is referring to one of these 2 pills. This is the Luo Su pill, and the Shilin pill? Li Zongbai looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief. He stretched out his hand and took the medicinal pill from Xiao Hua's hand. He looked at it carefully again. Sure enough, this was the medicinal pill that he took during the sword tomb battle. This thing was similar to the heaven-mending pill in his hand, but after looking at it carefully, it was still different. Indeed. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. It's refined with common spiritual herbs like siming fruit. Because those spiritual herbs are cheap and not worth many spirit stones, I used it to practice. Have you seen the real Luo Su pill and Shilin pill? Li Zongbao's mood was a little agitated, and he looked straight at Xiao Hua and asked. Xiao Hua knew what Li Zongbao was talking about. He shook his head and said, I don't have any spirit stones. Naturally, I won't spend a lot of money to buy those Luo Su pills and Shilin pills. However, I know that the ones refined by others are not the same as the ones refined by me. Of course, I don't know why they are different. If senior brother asks too many questions, little brother doesn't know how to answer. Xiao Hua immediately sealed Li Zongbao's mouth. Sigh. Li Zongbao threw the pill to Xiao Mao and sighed. Whether it is the Luo Su pill or the Shilin pill, I have seen them before and have consumed them. However, junior brother Zhao's void-slaying pill was truly different from theirs. That day, I thought it was some kind of miracle medicine. And even showed off in front of Master and the various core formation masters. But I didn't expect that it was actually such an ordinary medicinal pill. Hearing this, Xiao Hua's heart tightened and he raised his head to look at Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao was also stunned for a moment before coming to his senses. He slightly shrugged his shoulders, put the medicinal pill into his mouth, and closed his eyes to cultivate. Xiao Hua, you don't blame me. The situation on that day was that when the nest was overturned, no egg would remain intact. If even the core formation masters fall, then the foundation establishment and aura refining disciples will definitely not be able to survive. As soon as he saw Xiao Hua raise his eyebrows, Li Zongbao understood Xiao Hua's vigilance and immediately explained via voice transmission, actually, junior brother, with your cultivation and battle achievements, you are the #1 person in the Sword Dao Great War. Even if you have some difficulties in the entire Dawn Rain continent, who dares to touch you? Not to mention that I and the others won't agree, even your Thunder Control sect? Can all the sects that are participating in the Sword Dao Great War agree? Also don't have to hide anything. Xiao Hua knew that this was Li Zongbao's good intentions, but he understood in his heart that how could he know about his own secrets and his enemies? Therefore, he also transmitted his voice. These are all my secrets. I know what I'm doing. But Li Zongbao shook his head again. There is no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. The current you can't hide anymore. I don't dare to say that there are people who know about it now, but I dare to say that in less than 5 years after the Dao Sword Great War, your actions, your heroic deeds, your fame will definitely spread throughout the entire Dawn Rain continent. Xiao Hua sighed. It was indeed so. Although he disguised himself as nameless and temporarily hid from the Dao sect and the sword cultivators, this trip to Huan country had already completely exposed his strength. Even if he didn't follow Fairy Hongxia to Huan country from Xuemingcha's tone, there were already people among the sword cultivators who knew that he was nameless. One must know that nameless reputation was now 100 times more resounding than the terrifying phoenix. If the name of the terrifying phoenix was known, then so be it. But if the identity of John Doe was known, his strength was comparable to that of a Yuanying realm cultivator. He already had a certain status on the Dawn Rain continent. How could the powerful person who sealed her not have heard of her name? Furthermore, he didn't even know that it was the 3 nascent soul cultivators from Xuanyan School and Qiqiao sect who killed Shang Huaming. How could they not know? Which one of these cultivators hadn't lived for thousands of years? Which one of them was scheming and astute? How could they not investigate his background and origin? When that time came, how could he still hide? Not to mention taking revenge for Xiao Yuehong and Gong Mingwei, even he would find it difficult to protect himself. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have participated in that Sword Dao Great War. Xiao Hua was somewhat regretful, but then he smiled bitterly. If he hadn't participated in the Sword Dao Great War, the cultivators of the Dao sect, would the number of people who died be limited to the current number? Not to mention the others, Cui Hongshan and the others would have died long ago. Junior brother, if you still have any hesitation, you might as well. Li Zongbao pondered for a moment, and still transmitted his voice. I have the special pardon order of the sect leader of the Utopia sect. I can plead with Reverend He Ping of the Utopia sect for you. Thank you, senior brother. Xiao Hua patted his chest and said, don't I also have the special pardon order of the Imperial Thunder sect? If you need anything, I can ask the sect leader of the Imperial Thunder sect for help. All right, Li Zongbao knew that Xiao Hua wasn't willing to explain clearly to him, and he couldn't force him. He nodded slightly, looked up at the millions of Meng Mountains, and said in a low voice, actually, sometimes, I still miss the past. Unfortunately, this expression only stayed on his face for a moment, and then slowly disappeared. You'd better take the heavenly pill quickly. Jiao Xia said coldly from afar. If you delay any longer, you'll miss the past even more in the future. Li Zongbao glanced at Jiao Xia indifferently, sat down cross-legged, looked at the heavenly pill, opened it and swallowed it, and began to regulate his breathing. Xiao Hua, come here for a moment, Jiao Xia said. All right, Xiao Hua agreed, and released his divine sense. He looked around and then walked towards Jiuxia. However, when he passed by Xiao Mao, he didn't forget to say, "Xiao Mao, when you're done regulating your breathing, put away the 6 illusory swords just now." Then, without waiting for Xiao Mao's agreement, he walked quickly to Jiuxia's side, squatted down, looked at Hongxia Fairy, and asked in a low voice, "What plan do you have?" "Well, I've roughly looked at it, and I've also made some calculations," Jiuxia said bluntly, as if she was an old acquaintance of Xiao Hua. "Sister's primordial qi has been greatly damaged, and her bloodline has been destroyed, which is indeed very serious. Originally, I thought that if I could repair her bloodline, her primordial qi would be slowly nourished, and her dharma body would also be able to recover. However, this method should be inferior, and it's not good for her Tao foundation, and it would be difficult for her dharma body to achieve great success in the future." Xiaohua knew that Jiuxia's thoughts were meticulous, and this was just a prelude, so he didn't reply, and quietly listened to her explanation. "Compared to this inferior method, I have 2 other plans, the middle plan and the superior plan," Jiuxia said again. "However, this all depends on your alchemy skills. Let's see what kind of pills you can refine." Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "What do you mean?" "To tell you the truth, I have a pill formula and a secret technique here. This secret technique is used in conjunction with the pill. This pill is extremely difficult to refine, and it's already not bad for an ordinary alchemist to refine a first-grade pill. Of course, the spiritual herbs and other things in this pill formula can also be reduced, and the pill after the reduction is easy to refine. However, the difference in their effects was like heaven and earth. Moreover, it can't be used in conjunction with the secret technique. Previously, I thought that if you can refine the pill after the reduction, it can be regarded as a middle plan. It should be more beneficial for sister's cultivation. However, looking at the appearance of your fellow apprentices, the pills you refine are actually not bad, so sister has another superior plan," Jiuxia said with a smile. "If you can refine a first-grade pill, sister's dharma body will be able to be reconstructed, and it will be able to achieve great success in the future." After Jiuxia finished speaking, Xiaohua frowned and asked, "How many grades of pills are there?" "Pills are divided into 9 grades, and each grade has different effects. Then, do you have the spiritual herbs and other things to refine the pill?" This pill, to be honest, I have always wanted to refine it." Jiuxia didn't hide it from Xiaohua and said, "I have collected these spiritual herbs for many years, and most of them are complete, but a small part has never been found." Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart turned cold, and he said with a bitter smile, "You don't even have the spiritual herbs, how can I refine a first-grade pill?" "You fool." Jiuxia said with a smile, "I am talking about the spiritual herbs to refine a 9th-grade pill. How can that be refined by you? You only need to refine a first-grade pill, and sister will be saved." Xiaohua's heart shook, and he hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to look at Jiuxia's smiling face. Although this girl only has a budding face, under her smiling face, there is a hidden beauty hidden in her eyes, and even a little bit of it is unbearable for ordinary people. Jiuxia looked at Xiaohua's embarrassed state, and then looked at Fairy Hongxia who was lying in her arms, and said with a smile, "Unfortunately, the situation is urgent, and I don't have any spiritual pills on me, so I can only make this plan in a hurry. Otherwise, based on sister's ability to control the innate primordial water, I can find a better secret technique." "Spiritual pills to cultivate the innate primordial water?" Xiaohua asked curiously, "What I am going to refine, isn't this the spiritual pill?" Chapter 2795. More or less. Jiuxia was very patient with Xiaohua. However, that spirit pill is a bit overbearing. It would be better if you could use a milder pill to nourish your body and replenish your blood and qi. Replenish your blood and qi? Xiaohua's eyes turned slightly as he probed. Then is the parasol pill completed? Parasol pill? What kind of spirit pill is that? Jiuxia was stunned. Xiaohua blinked and smiled. It's the blood and qi replenishing medicine commonly used by the Taoist sect. Oh! Jiuxia nodded. That kind of low-level spirit pill naturally won't work. Alright. Xiaohua nodded. If Jiuxia wasn't beside him, he would definitely take out the parasol pill for Fairy Hongxia to consume. However, since he didn't know how to repair his Dharma body and Jiuxia knew, he naturally couldn't blindly command her. Did you also refine it? At this moment, Jiuxia smiled and said, take it out and let me see. It's also good to know your alchemy skills. Xiaohua touched his hand and took out the earliest parasol pill he refined. This pill was refined under Xiao Hongyue's supervision. If it wasn't a critical moment, he definitely wouldn't be willing to take it out. Looking at the parasol pill in Xiaohua's hand, shock appeared on Jiuxia's face. She whispered, the medicinal fragrance is restrained, and the pill veins are faintly discernible. You can actually refine a first-grade spirit pill? Is this a first-grade spirit pill? Xiaohua was a little puzzled. He had never heard of a 9th-grade spirit pill before. Jiuxia obviously didn't pay attention to the conversation between Xiaohua and Li Zongbao, so she naturally didn't look at the skymending pill in Li Zongbao's hand. At this moment, she stretched out her hand and said, let me see this parasol pill. Xiaohua handed the parasol pill to Jiuxia. She held it in her hand and looked at it over and over again. Then a 5-colored light flashed in her eyes. This light disappeared in a flash, and then Jiuxia's face was really filled with shock. Let me see the spirit pill you gave your senior brother just now. Jiuxia stretched out her hand and said again. What's wrong? Xiaohua didn't understand, but he still took out a spirit pill. Similarly, Jiuxia's eyes shone with an illusory light. However, after that, Jiuxia's face was filled with confusion. That small face frowned slightly, causing Xiaohua's heart to ache slightly. Only after a long time did Jiuxia ask again, do you still have this parasol pill? Can you give me one? Xiaohua took one without hesitation. What a joke! Not to mention one, even if it was 10, Xiaohua would still give it to him. Many thanks. Jiuxia looked at the parasol spring pill. It was exactly the same as the previous one. She then carefully kept it in her bosom and sent the parasol spring pill into Fairy Hongxia's mouth. She smiled and said, your parasol spring pill is even better than I expected. With this pill, things will be much easier in the future. Let sister rest for a few more days and let me think about it. Alright. Xiaohua nodded, his heart at ease. He then looked at the other medicinal pill in Jiuxia's hand and asked curiously, just now, did you see anything different about this medicinal pill? Don't you know the medicinal pills that you refined yourself? Jiuxia said with a chuckle. Indeed, I don't know. Please explain. Xiaohua answered honestly. This medicinal pill is a top-notch item. Jiuxia held the medicinal pill in her hand and said with a smile, treat it as a first-grade spirit pill. It perfectly combines the spirit herbs and other ingredients used to refine spirit pills. Its effect is 30% greater than that of ordinary medicinal pills. And perhaps yours is even more. However, the parasol spring pill that I gave sister just now, although it was also a first-grade spirit pill, there was actually a strand of star power condensed inside for some reason. This star power is an extraterrestrial object, different from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in Xiaoyu continent. This star power can not only increase the medicinal effect of spirit pills, it can also cause them to mutate. Mutate? Xiaohua suddenly realized. He immediately thought of the parasol spring pill that the Zhu mother and daughter had taken in Jianghu city. It can break the cursed talisman? Kill the taboo? That's the general idea. Jiuxia's eyes glowed with a strange light. However, there are really too many mutations. I only know a little. But Xiaohua was puzzled again. These two types of medicinal pills were refined by me personally. It seems that there isn't any special difference. Jiuxia covered her mouth and laughed. I didn't ask you what the difference was when you refined them. I really don't know. Even if you asked me, I wouldn't be able to answer. Xiaohua scratched his head. Then you'd better think carefully. Jiuxia said, if you can refine another spirit pill that is similar to the parasol spring pill, the benefits to sister. I won't say more. You know it clearly in your heart. I know. Xiaohua nodded. This matter involved Fairy Wuxia, so he naturally had to think carefully. In the following days, they spent their time on the airship, unable to find a suitable place to stay. Fortunately, there were no swordsmen here, nor were there any battles between soul cultivators and swordsmen. Xiao Mao's injuries were the lightest, and he would be able to move freely after 3 days. He collected the storage pouches of the 6 swordsmen, and dealt with the corpses as usual. Then, he found a suitable place 100 miles away. After another 3 days, Li Zongbao was finally able to move. Only then did he activate the flowing cloud-flying ship and fly to this place. As for Fairy Wuxia, who was the most seriously injured, she still hadn't woken up. However, Xiaohua believed in his parasol's spring pill. Moreover, through taking her pulse, he knew that Fairy Wuxia was steadily recovering. Xiao Mao was looking for a valley at the bottom of 2 mountains. This was rarely seen in Huan country. Xiaohua and Xiao Mao steered the flying boat to land at the foot of the mountain. Xiaohua very naturally clapped his hands and took out the capital star array spirit talisman again. Jiuxia was dumbfounded when he saw Xiaohua casting out the talismans with great familiarity and the capital star formation slowly taking shape. He exclaimed in disbelief, "Xiaohua, this is the capital star formation? You really know everything." Xiaohua was a little embarrassed. It was as if everything was no longer a secret in Jiuxia's eyes. He had used talismans countless times to arrange them, but no one had ever discovered them. Before this star array was even arranged, it was seen through by Jiuxia. "It's the capital star array," Xiaohua replied. "You really have a lot of knowledge. You even know this. This array, where did you get it?" Jiuxia asked anxiously. "I made it myself." Xiaohua also planned to keep it a secret from Jiuxia, so he blinked. You also know how to make talismans and array talismans?" Jiuxia was stunned. This answer was clearly out of her expectations. Yes, except for giving birth." After Xiaohua said it, he felt that it was inappropriate. He lowered his voice and said, "I know everything else." Jiuxia didn't care at all. She said anxiously, "Then, can you help me make a set?" After saying that, Jiuxia was a little regretful. She said anxiously, "Forget it, pretend I didn't say anything. This item is so precious." "Oh? You want to ask me for help?" Xiaohua asked. "Alas, I don't even know what I want to ask you for help." Jiuxia sighed. "From this, maybe it's this array? Or maybe it's not. It's okay, this array is yours." Xiaohua waved his hand. "You saved Wuxia, this is my thanks." Xiaohua, you are so nice." Jiuxia happily jumped on the foothill. Her braids swayed behind her head, looking very cute. This moment of happiness really came from the bottom of her heart. It seemed that she hadn't felt like this for a long time. Her smile was as brilliant as a mountain flower and as graceful as the bright moonlight. The slyness and intelligence on her face had long been covered by this joy. This is how a little sister should be." Xiaohua was also happy to see this. That Xiao Mao was unhappy. He twisted his fingers and said, "Big brother, you don't have to be so obvious. You have so many good things, why didn't you take them out earlier?" Why didn't I take them out earlier?" Xiaohua rolled his eyes at him and said, "You have eyes but can't see." "Fine, I won't argue with you." Xiao Mao said with a smile, "You gave them to this one, you might as well give one to me." Cough cough, Li Zongbao, who was originally cultivating with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. Although he was only coughing, his eyes were very obvious. From the looks of it, Li Zongbao had already learned a lesson from his experience with medicinal pills. As long as there was something good, then it was better to open his mouth first. "This is a spiritual talisman," Xiaohua said with a little exasperation. "Without spiritual beast fur and blood, where do you want me to refine it for you?" "Spiritual talisman," Xiao Mao said with surprise. "So Big Brother also knows how to refine spiritual talismans. This is the first time I've heard of it. And not bad." Li Zongbao's meridians were damaged, and his mental cultivation methods seemed to have some flaws. Seeing that the two of them were only praising him and not refining the materials, Xiaohua could only bitterly smile. I have some spiritual beast fur here, I don't know what you need. Jiuxia was very obedient. She stretched out her hand and took out a storage bag. You don't need it. Xiaohua said with a smile, you should quickly take a look at what Hongxia needs. And I have already prepared this. Jiuxia was not polite. She took out a jade slip and handed it to Xiaohua, saying, according to what I discussed with you before, this is the pill formula of the flying shadow pill. Moreover, I also listed the spiritual herbs, spiritual blood and other things needed to refine the flying shadow pill from the 1st grade to the 6th grade. As long as I have it, I will mark it. You do as you see fit. Presumably, you are an alchemist, so you should have some things in your storage bag. Hearing this, Xiaohua was overjoyed. He didn't expect Jiuxia to be so well prepared and so considerate. She was really meticulous. After taking the jade slip and probing it with his divine sense, Xiaohua was even more surprised. Inside was the pill formula of the flying shadow pill, but Xiaohua had never seen such a detailed pill formula in his life. Chapter 2796. This pill formula was divided into 6 grades. The main ingredients of each grade were similar, but the age of the main ingredients and the amount of each main ingredient were different. However, when it came to the supplementary ingredients, the differences were huge. The most important thing was that Jiuxia had written down the reasons for these differences very clearly. Rather than saying that this was a flying shadow pill formula, it was better to say that this was a simple pill formula analysis technique. Many thanks, Xiaohua raised his head and said in a low voice. Jiuxia pursed her lips and said, don't thank me, this is all ready-made. I just showed it to you. Moreover, this pill formula doesn't have a refining method, so it's useless for others to have it. Of course, you can use this pill formula, but you can't leak it out. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. And I know what I'm doing. Xiaohua naturally knew the importance of this pill formula. It was probably a secret technique of Jiuxia's sect. It was already good that he could refine this flying shadow pill, so how could he dare to leak it out? I believe you. Jiuxia nodded and took out a storage bag. This is the material I collected in my early years. Take it. Don't. Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand and said, I'd better take a look first. There are many things in this pill formula that I've never seen before. I still need to ask you for advice. All right. Jiuxia tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said, what you know is what you know, what you don't know is what you don't know. Xiaohua, with your cultivation method, you'll definitely go very far. After that, Xiaohua activated the capital star array and casually wrote down the method of setting up the capital star array on 3 jade slips. He threw 2 of them to Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao to shut their mouths, and handed the last one to Jiuxia. Thus, the 4 of them each stayed in one place and started to comprehend the jade slips. The flying shadow pill's pill formula was extremely detailed, but it was also strange because there was spirit blood inside the pill formula. Jiuxia had already said that it contains spiritual blood before he got the pill formula. However, Xiaohua didn't care. He even thought that he had misheard. When he had first obtained the jade slip, he had used his divine will to look at the spirit plants, as well as their names and shapes. Some of the spirit plants had different names, but based on their shapes, he could tell that they existed in the space. As for the spirit blood, he had ignored it. When he started looking at the 1st grade flying shadow pill, he realized that there was a type of spirit blood in each grade after the main ingredient, and each spirit blood had a different name. Damn it, Xiaohua suddenly realized something. This flying shadow pill. I'm afraid it uses spiritual blood as a catalyst to stimulate the cultivator's bloodline and create a dharma body. This is the secret technique that the cultivation aristocratic families really want. Jiuxia, Xiaohua opened his eyes and asked in a low voice, the spirit blood inside this flying shadow pill can only be used after it has been refined. Of course. Jiuxia nodded matter-of-factly. How can spirit blood be used if it isn't refined? You're an alchemist yourself, there's no reason you don't know, right? But then, Jiuxia suddenly froze and said with some realization, Could it be, you don't know how to refine spirit blood? Xiaohua bitterly smiled. He knew how to refine spirit blood, but he didn't know that there was also refining spirit blood in alchemy. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua said, I know how to refine spirit blood, but I don't know if it's the same as what you're talking about. Jiuxia shook his head. I only know how to refine spirit blood, I don't know the specifics. Alright. Xiaohua was helpless and could only try his best. Since it was refining spirit blood, the demon realm's blood refining technique should be useful. Half a day later, Xiaohua and Jiuxia didn't stay idle and finally thoroughly understood the Flying Shadow Pill's pill formula. Normally, Xiaohua's alchemy skills were already very good, and he knew all the spirit plants like the back of his hand. However, the spirit plants in this pill formula were different from the ones he knew, so he had to ask them one by one. There were even some spirit plants that Xiaohua didn't have and Jiuxia didn't collect. According to the pill formula, Xiaohua found similar spirit plants in his space and discussed the effects of these spirit plants with Jiuxia. Jiuxia didn't know much about spirit blood, but he had some knowledge about spirit plants. After discussing with Xiaohua, they complemented each other. After half a day, not only did Xiaohua have a thorough understanding of the pill formula, he also had a new understanding of the planting and refining of some spirit plants. You're really old and learn. Xiaohua sighed, as if Jiuxia's words had opened a new door to alchemy for him. The cultivation foundation of this dawn rain continent is really unfathomable. Another half a day later, Xiaohua brought back the spirit herbs and spirit blood that Jiuxia had collected. He compared them with the pill recipe and the spirit herbs in his space. He sorted out the materials needed to refine the Flying Shadow Pill and returned the bag of holding to Jiuxia. Jiuxia looked at the spiritual herbs that had barely been touched and the spiritual blood that had been taken away. Her heart was filled with astonishment. However, her face remained calm and she did not say anything. It was as if everything was within her calculations. After putting away the storage pouch, Jiuxia asked, Are you ready? Are you going to refine pills on the flying boat? Have you found the reason for the difference in the pills? Xiaohua smiled bitterly. In these past few days, when he was looking at the pill formula, he was also thinking about the difference between the earliest parasol pill and the later pills. He was even thinking about the difference between the rejuvenation pill and the ageless pill. The rejuvenation pill and the ageless pill could be understood. After all, one was refined with the power of heavenly thunder and the other was refined with ordinary methods. The power of heavenly thunder was the reason why the rejuvenation pill could bring back the spring. However, Xiaohua couldn't understand the reason why the parasol pill was unique. It seemed there wasn't any difference. It wasn't until the end that Xiaohua recalled the details of his alchemy that he finally had an idea. When he was refining the parasol pill, he was guarding the side of the pill furnace. But when he was refining other pills, he wasn't completely guarding the side of the pill furnace. He even left the cave to go to other places. Maybe it's because my character is good and I can refine pills by guarding beside the pill furnace? Xiaohua could only wipe his face like this. Now that Jiuxia asked, he naturally couldn't say the reason. He only looked around and said, Naturally, I can't refine pills on the flying boat. It's too noisy and will delay your cultivation. I'd better find a cave. As for the difference, I have some ideas. I can only give it a try. You take a drop of spirit blood for every pill. Are you planning to refine one pill for every pill? Jiuxia asked tentatively. Can you only refine one pill at a time? Xiaohua asked back. You can refine 2 pills? Jiuxia was slightly puzzled. Oh, I understand. Your pill formula has the weight of 1 flying shadow pill. Xiaohua suddenly understood. That's right. Jiuxia nodded. If you can refine 2 flying shadow pills at a time, the sun will rise from the west. Haha, if you use 2 drops of spirit blood, you can naturally do it. Xiaohua laughed. I can only use 1 drop of spirit blood. Jiuxia nodded seriously. Can you refine 2 drops of spirit blood at a time? This. Xiaohua was astonished. He had refined 9 drops of spirit blood at a time, but he didn't know if his refining method was the same as what Jiuxia said. Try refining the first grade flying shadow pill first. Jiuxia laughed. If you fail, it doesn't matter. Sister can also use the ungraded flying shadow pill. Xiaohua knew that the ungraded flying shadow pill was a pill that didn't require spirit blood. It could only help Fairy Hongxia recover and repair her Dharma body. It couldn't achieve the effect of breaking and rebuilding. For Hongxia, I will also refine the first-grade flying shadow pill. Xiaohua looked at the still unconscious Fairy Hongxia and said firmly. In fact, when Xiaohua took the Wuxian pill, he wanted to wake Fairy Hongxia up. However, Jiuxia insisted that he couldn't wake her up after using the pill. The longer she was unconscious, the better it was for the Dharma body's recovery. Xiaohua didn't quite understand the meaning of this, but he still listened to Jiuxia's arrangement. I believe you. Jiuxia nodded with a smile, as if she had returned to being the girl who had everything under control. In the valley, there were still small caves. Xiaohua found one a little further away. When he entered, he clapped his hands and took out several puppets. Looking at the puppets gradually enlarging the cave, Xiaohua casually waved his hands and prepared to take out the three-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace, but at this moment, Xiaohua suddenly froze. Cold sweat seeped out of his back. He looked at the puppets in front of him and shuddered. What's wrong with me? Xiaohua couldn't help but ask himself, this Jiuxia, with such a remarkable ability and a mysterious origin, I should be extremely wary of her. We've only been friends for 10 days and I actually revealed so many of my secrets to her. Even eldest senior brother and master don't know these things. How can I trust her so much? How can I tell her everything I know without holding anything back? That's right, ever since he met Jiuxia, Xiaohua had been somewhat wary at the beginning. But gradually, this wariness disappeared. Not to mention Jiuxia's beauty, even Jiuxia's cuteness was deeply imprinted in Xiaohua's heart. He only treated Jiuxia as someone he trusted. Not to mention Xiaohua's lightning escape technique, even dream execution, mountain splitting, spirit execution origin light, and soaring dragon scissors were all revealed to Jiuxia. There was also the art of alchemy, the art of talisman creation. Jiuxia saw through it all. Even the talisman of the heavenly star array, Xiaohua agreed without hesitation the moment Jiuxia asked for it. This was even more inconceivable for the stingy Xiaohua. Now, Xiaohua actually wanted to refine the flying shadow pill in front of Jiuxia and took out the puppets. Everything seemed to be out of Xiaohua's control, as if Jiuxia had unknowingly taken control of it. What if Jiuxia wanted to observe Xiaohua's alchemy later? Would Xiaohua agree or disagree? Chapter 2797. What scared Xiaohua the most was that Jiuxia had let nature take its course. Everything was untraceable, and Xiaohua could not help but do it. It was true that Xiaohua had intended to reveal some of his cultivation, but he had never thought of revealing everything about himself. How could Xiaohua explain the several tens of thousands of years of medicinal age of the spiritual herbs used in alchemy? However, when Xiaohua left Jiuxia's side, he came to a realization. However, when Xiaohua thought about it, it seemed that everything did not allow him to have any doubts. When Xiaohua first met Jiuxia, Jiuxia only asked for his help. She did not mention any rewards or conditions. Then, Jiuxia said that he had to come to Sword Peak. Otherwise, Fairy Hongxia would lose her life. Although he was a little doubtful, he still came. When he met Fairy Hongxia and the rest in danger, although he did not show it, he already trusted Jiuxia in his heart. After that, Jiuxia's words saved Fairy Hongxia's life and death. However, Jiuxia didn't even say a word of thanks. He even told Xiaohua very clearly that this had nothing to do with asking for his help. This was truly a righteous man. It made Xiaohua trust Jiuxia again. After that, Jiuxia took out the flying shadow pill formula that she had collected and came up with the best, middle, and worst plans to save Fairy Hongxia. This made Xiaohua shed tears of gratitude, and he had already let his guard down. However, when he thought about it again while saving Fairy Hongxia, Jiuxia was also making use of Xiaohua to refine pills? In this world, there has never been a lack of smart people. But to be so smart, to let someone be sold and help her count the spiritual stones, and even bargain for her, How many are there? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. This does not seem to be smart. If it is the power of charm or the art of seduction, that is the real deal. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua secretly released his Buddhist awareness. Sure enough, Jiao Xia sat beside Fairy Hong Xia, guarding her. It was fine to say that she cared about Fairy Hong Xia, or that she wanted to kidnap Fairy Hong Xia, but she did not notice that Xiao Hua was opening up a cave. She always did the most appropriate thing at the most appropriate time, and would not let others have too much suspicion. A cultivator who can kill 5 third-grade illusory sword cultivators with one sentence actually called a late-stage foundation establishment female cultivator sister. Isn't this a bit too much? Xiao Hua thought of how Jiao Xia called Fairy Hong Xia sister. Previously it was extremely intimate, but now he felt that it was too strange. I am just Xiao Hua. Even if I am nameless. What is worthy of Jiao Xia's desire? Xiao Hua really couldn't figure it out. With some inexplicable apprehension and caution, Xiao Hua activated the puppets a little more. Soon he hastily opened up a cave. Taking advantage of the fact that Jiao Xia wasn't paying attention, he hurriedly put away the puppets. However, just as Xiao Hua took out the pill furnace and was about to preheat it, Jiao Xia came. Xiao Hua, can I see how you refine pills? Jiao Xia's smile was very beautiful, like a little sister talking to her brother calmly. Xiao Hua hesitated, not daring to look at Jiao Xia's face. He lowered his head and said, "This Xiao has already thought about it. One of the differences between refining pills is that when Xiao Mao first refined the parasol pill, this Xiao refined it alone, and there was no one watching." "Oh? So that's the case, then I can only not watch." Jiao Xia did not have the slightest bit of awkwardness or displeasure. Her voice was still very pleasant to hear. "I still want to see how this first-grade pill is refined." Wait until this Xiao refines it, then you can see," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Okay, you refine it yourself." Jiao Xia skipped out again. When she reached the entrance of the cave, she laughed and said, "Leave big sister to me. I will also tidy up that secret technique and give it to you in a while. That secret technique also targets 6th-grade pills, so it is a bit different. You and sister are the closest, so you have to help her." This Jiao Xia. Should I trust her? Or should I not? Xiao Hua only dared to raise his head at this time, looking at Jiao Xia's graceful back, and thought with some worry. At this time, although Xiao Hua was a little confused and even worried about Fairy Hong Xia, his alchemy skills had reached the point of perfection, so refining the flying shadow pill was not difficult at all. He threw in the spiritual herbs one by one, and when the spiritual herbs turned into juice in the furnace, he waved a spell to quench the impurities inside. As the green smoke was produced in the furnace, wisps of medicinal fragrance rushed to his face, and Xiao Hua's heart gradually calmed down again. After all, Jiao Xia looked like a budding girl, but her magical powers were unfathomable. Xiao Hua was definitely not her opponent. Why would someone like her, who could easily kill him, want to scheme against him? Instead of being on tenterhooks, it was better to face her calmly. Perhaps everything was just Xiao Hua's own guess? Of course, even if she coveted the flying shadow pill, he would help her refine it and get the pill formula. Why not? In addition to being extra careful, Xiao Hua was really at his wit's end. Spells were cast one after another, and the Samadhi True Fire was like a dragon surging outside the 3-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace. This kind of fire control method was simply beyond the reach of ordinary alchemists. Even seeing that the pill furnace was fine for the time being, Xiao Hua even diverted a bit of attention to refine the jade talisman. In fact, as early as when Xiao Hua was refining the fire talisman, he wanted to refine the talisman of the capital star array into a jade talisman. Unfortunately, this guy never had time to do what he wanted to do, so he had been delaying it. Until now, when refining the flying shadow pill, he had leisure. After all of the medicinal liquids had been refined, Xiao Hua began to fuse the pills according to his previous understanding of the flying shadow pill's pill formula. Generally speaking, fusing pills was the key to refining pills. The amount, order, and timing of each medicinal liquid were all related to whether or not the pill could be formed. The true pill formula contained the essence of the pill refining method. Without these specific methods, the possibility of refining a pill was next to none. Fortunately, Xiaohua's alchemy skills had always been self-taught. After the spiritual herbs of the flying shadow pill were replaced by him, he was even more confident. After a few days, he managed to fuse dozens of medicinal liquids into a fist-sized pill liquid. At this time, Xiaohua understood that the part he was familiar with had been completed. The next step was to refine the spiritual blood. Xiaohua secretly released a strand of Buddhist consciousness and looked at Jiuxia. Jiuxia was still sitting next to Red Dawn Fairy, and there was no change. On the contrary, Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao looked at the cave impatiently, as if they were worried about him not coming out. Especially Xiao Mao, who was sniffing from time to time, as if he was inhaling the medicinal fragrance. Red Dawn, why hasn't she woken up yet? After so long, Xiaohua was puzzled again. Even if she was seriously injured, she should have woken up by now after taking the parasol pill. Could it be that this was done by Jiuxia? If I don't refine the flying shadow pill, Red Dawn won't be able to wake up? Withdrawing his Buddhist consciousness, Xiaohua helplessly released the spiritual fire to refine the drop of spiritual blood known as the Swift Sparrow. Xiaohua had already helped Li Zongbao refine his essence blood, so controlling the refining of this spiritual blood was not a difficult task. However, what shocked Xiaohua the most was that as the spirit fire tempered the spirit blood, a 3-foot-tall shadow gradually appeared within the rain-like spirit blood. The formation of this shadow was 10 times more difficult than the formation of the shadow within Li Zongbao's spirit blood. Xiaohua actually refined it for a total of 9 days, and after taking dozens of spiritual power replenishing pills, he finally refined the complete shadow. Lucky! Xiaohua secretly wiped away his cold sweat. Just the spiritual blood of a first-grade spirit pill is so difficult to refine. No wonder this flying shadow pill. Even Jiuxia couldn't refine it. Moreover, it's a good thing that I have already refined my essence blood, otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have been able to complete it in 9 days. Furthermore, with my current pill refining skills, I can barely extend the time needed to refine the pill. I'm afraid that this pill will condense before I finish refining the spiritual blood, right? Go, Xiaohua urged the spiritual blood, and the shadow of the swift sparrow was about to enter the pill furnace. Quick, an indescribable cry came out from the shadow. The blood shadow of the swift sparrow that had been completely refined seemed to have gained some intelligence. It knew that the alchemy furnace was its only way out, so it started to struggle and wanted to escape from Xiaohua's control. The sound of the swift sparrow was extremely loud, and Jiuxia, Li Zongbao, and Xiao Mao all heard it. Xiao Mao couldn't help but rush to the entrance of the cave, as if he wanted to help. As for Jiuxia, he didn't even frown, and his body naturally didn't move. He only slightly opened his eyes, and then closed them again. Li Zongbao turned around, looked at Jiuxia and Fairy Hongxia, and walked over to Xiao Mao's side, and whispered to him. The two of them knew that Xiaohua was refining pills inside the cave. Although they were worried, they didn't rush in. Seeing that the blood shadow of the swift sparrow was so unruly, Xiaohua wasn't alarmed, and was instead happy. This level of spiritual blood was the real spiritual blood. To deal with this kind of blood shadow, Xiaohua already had a method. Hundreds of soul strands were released from his law eyes, and tightly bound the blood shadow. Swift. The swift sparrow's shadow struggled a few times, but how could it be a match for Xiaohua's soul strands? Go, Xiaohua sneered, and urged the soul strands to pull the 3-qi-long shadow, and threw it into the pill furnace. Immediately after, several pill refining techniques were sent in, and a formless imprisonment was born from the pill furnace, enveloping the swift sparrow's blood shadow and forcefully dragging it into the pill liquid. Good, seeing that the pill refining techniques were also effective against the blood shadow, Xiaohua was overjoyed. Immediately after, he sent the pill refining techniques into the pill furnace, and the magic power formed ripples that converged into the pill liquid, firmly imprisoning the swift sparrow's blood shadow inside. Chapter 2798. Not only that, the blood shadow of the swift sparrow struggled a few times in the pill elixir and gradually merged with the pill elixir. So that's how it is. Xiao Hua's divine sense never left the pill furnace and even stayed near the pill elixir. He could clearly see that among the dozens of spirit herbs of the flying shadow pill, other than the sovereign, minister, and 5 elements, there was also the ability to melt and confine the spirit blood shadow. The different pill elixirs formed thin threads that tightly wrapped around the blood shadow and slowly seeped in. The art of alchemy is also limitless. Xiao Hua sighed inwardly. Big brother. Xiao Mao's voice came several times. No matter. Xiao Hua finally had the time to say, I'm very normal here. In a few days I'll be able to form the pill. Good. Xiao Mao and the others heard and then nodded. On the contrary, Jiao Xia's indifferent face revealed some astonishment. The fusion of the flying shadow pill didn't need to be said. Because of the addition of the spirit blood, the time needed was also extended. In the end, it took a total of 49 days for the pill to be formed. When Xiao Hua finally sent the pill-forming technique into the phoenix-patterned 3-legged vermilion bird furnace, a clear sound rang out. The top of the phoenix-pattern cauldron opened by itself. A fist-sized bird flew out of the cauldron and flew out of the cauldron. Good. As expected of the flying shadow pill. Xiao Hua's divine sense clearly saw that the swift sparrow was a shadow. A successful flying shadow pill could actually have a shadow. This was the first time Xiao Hua had seen it, so he definitely didn't expect it before. Fall. Xiao Hua waved his sleeve and covered it with the heaven and earth sleeve. Without any suspense, the swift sparrow fell into Xiao Hua's hand. A pill the size of a thumb was spinning in the air. This pill was different from the ones Xiao Hua had refined before. On the outside of the pill, there were fine pill veins that were faintly discernible. These pill veins formed the figure of a swift sparrow, as if it would fly out at any moment. The pill was blood red, and there was a faint layer of blood-red mist inside, protecting the pill. Even Xiao Hua's divine sense couldn't penetrate it. The pill image of this first-grade flying shadow pill was actually so beautiful, completely different from the ugly pill that Xiao Hua had refined earlier. Congratulations, Xiao Hua. Jiao Xia stood at the entrance of the cave with a smile. He didn't step into the cave as he spoke loudly. I still have to thank fellow Taoist for the pill formula. Xiao Hua glanced at the pill furnace that was still surrounded by the true Samadhi fire and walked to the entrance of the cave. He placed the flying shadow pill in front of Jiao Xia and said, I wonder if fellow Taoist is interested in this pill? Jiao Xia did not stand on ceremony. He took the flying shadow pill and examined it. Then he smiled and said, Your alchemy skills are indeed extraordinary. It far exceeds my expectations. This pill should be a first-grade high-grade pill. Then, 5 colors once again appeared in Jiao Xia's eyes. After the brilliance passed, Jiao Xia slightly frowned and said curiously, Xiao Hua, although this flying shadow pill is very high quality, but it conforms to the norm. It is far from the star energy in the Wu Tsong pill from before. Is that so? Xiao Hua stared blankly. He couldn't help but scratch his head as his brows wrinkled. This is already not bad. Jiao Xia hurriedly smiled and said, This pill can already be consumed. Do you want to continue refining the second-grade flying shadow pill? Or do you want me to wake sister up and consume it? As expected, Xiao Hua thought to himself, Red Cloud's body, it was indeed Jiao Xia's doing. But she just admitted it. This makes me unable to... Do you think it's better to wake her up now? Or wake her up later? Xiao Hua pushed the question to Jiao Xia. Naturally it's better to wake her up later. Jiao Xia smiled and said, In this way, not only will sister have a better harvest, I will also be able to obtain a first-grade flying shadow pill. Is she really fine? Xiao Hua asked worriedly. Of course. Jiao Xia nodded. Right now, sister is in hibernation. Although she is unconscious, her body is repairing itself. This kind of repair is far more effective than when a person is awake. Moreover, the effect on the body is far-reaching. Or rather, it is more in line with the heavenly Tao. That's right. Xiao Hua secretly nodded. This Jiao Xia is right. Big brother, Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao spoke again after Jiao Xia. It was very obvious that Wuxia grasped the timing extremely well. When she should appear, she would definitely appear first. When she shouldn't appear, she would definitely not appear. And it's fine. Little brother's spirit pill has already been formed. Xiaohua looked at the two people's concern and said to Li Zongbao, Red Cloud's injury has the most basic guarantee. Little brother will discuss with Miss Wuxia and see if we can take another step. Stop before going too far. Li Zongbao said indifferently and turned his head. After taking 2 steps, another indifferent sentence floated over. Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. If it was someone else, they would naturally think more and perhaps stop here. Unfortunately, Xiaohua had always pursued perfection. That day when he was condensing his core in the sword tomb, facing the baptism of the 3 gold lightning tribulation, he did not hesitate to take out his primordial spirit that could benefit from the light. Whatever flying sword, whatever small dipper, he gave it all out. To put it bluntly, he was a person who wanted to take advantage of the netherworld even after death. How could he stop? After resting for half a day, Xiaohua threw the second batch of spirit herbs into the 3-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace one by one. This time, Wuxia did not rush him at all. Even the first-grade flying shadow pill, Wuxia only appreciated it for a moment before returning it to Xiaohua. She clearly said that she would definitely not accept the flying shadow pill if she did not have any extra flying shadow pills. Seeing Wuxia so upright, Xiaohua almost doubted his own thoughts. Looking at the gradually forming liquid pill, Xiaohua then took out some jade essence and was about to continue refining jade talismans. However, just as the jade essence melted into liquid, Xiaohua suddenly froze. How could he know how to refine talismans when he was refining the Wu Tsong pill? Other than guarding the pill furnace and meditating, there was nothing else he could do. Furthermore, he had even dozed off in the pill room of Yellow Flower Ridge. Could it be related to meditating? Xiaohua thought for a moment, then stretched out his hand and put the liquid jade into his space. He looked around himself and really closed his eyes to meditate. Outside the cave, Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao were comprehending the capital star array. Even Wuxia wanted this array, so Li Zongbao and the others naturally knew that this array was good stuff. Even though Wuxia was sitting beside Fairy Hongxia with her eyes closed, looking calm on the surface, her heart was filled with an avalanche of emotions. Although Xiaohua knew how to refine pills, he did not know the difficulty of refining the first-grade flying shadow pill, let alone Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao. But Wuxia knew. She had collected so many materials for the flying shadow pill in her storage bag, so why was she still unable to refine the flying shadow pill? The fundamental reason was that she did not trust the alchemists she knew. In other words, as far as she knew, there were not many alchemists who could refine the flying shadow pill. But this Xiaohua, this cultivator from the Imperial Thunder sect whom she met for the first time actually refined it so easily. Moreover, it was a first-grade spirit pill. In fact, when she told Xiaohua about the flying shadow pill, Wuxia's original intention was to take out the pill formula for the non-grade flying shadow pill. She did not plan to tell him about the remaining 6th-grade pills. But it was also at that moment, in a flash, she felt that Xiaohua was the person she was looking for, the person who could help her, who might be able to fulfill her wish. Or perhaps she was also testing Xiaohua. If she could not fulfill her wish, how could Xiaohua help her complete such a difficult task? Although it seemed that Wuxia trusted Xiaohua very much and told him everything, she did not hold back the pill formula for the flying shadow pill and even took out the spirit blood she had painstakingly collected. But in her heart, she really did not have any confidence. She did not have any confidence at all. And it wasn't that she didn't want to see how Xiaohua refined pills, and it wasn't that she didn't want to peek at Xiaohua's progress in refining pills, but she knew that at this time, she could only wait. She could only obtain Xiaohua's trust without arousing his suspicion and complete her important task. That task, she felt that it was almost impossible for her to complete. Just as Wuxia's thoughts were running wild, an inexplicable palpitation suddenly appeared in her heart. At the same time, a familiar aura appeared. Star power. Wuxia almost did not need to open her eyes. That wild, tyrannical and incomparably pure star power aura seeped into her body through this not far distance. Xiaohua can really draw the power of the outer realm's origin stars. Jiuxia's heart was beating wildly. Who exactly is he? Even at this moment, Jiuxia still didn't dare to pry into Xiaohua's actions in the cave. Xiaohua had given her too many surprises, and these surprises didn't seem like they should be counted as surprises. Perhaps, other than this extremely difficult matter in front of me, I should also be able to land on him. Jiuxia slightly opened her eyes and looked at Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao in the distance, who did not know what was going on at all, and thought to herself. At the same time, the five-colored brilliance in Jiuxia's eyes appeared again. Outside the cave where Xiaohua was, a faintly discernible brilliance was like a pillar of light that pierced the sky. It was the endless star power that fell into Xiaohua's body. Jiuxia only took a glance and hurriedly closed her eyes. Her eyes returned to their original state. It's a pity, although Xiaohua has such a remarkable ability, his cultivation is really too weak. The difficult task in front of me, he might not be able to complete it, let alone my matter. Jiuxia sighed slightly. I still have to wait. Then, Jiuxia restrained her thoughts as if she did not see the starlight at all. She did not dare to spy on what kind of remarkable ability Xiaohua was using in the cave. But if Jiuxia really did spy on him, she was afraid her jaw would drop to the ground. Chapter 2799. This was because Xiaohua wasn't doing anything. He was even taking a nap with his eyes closed. The spirit blood of a second-grade flying shadow pill was a snow swallow, a spiritual bird that was 6 feet long. Although this spiritual bird was twice the size of a swift sparrow, its rebellious and struggling power was twice as strong. Xiaohua used his soul thread to drag the blood shadow of the snow swallow into the pill furnace. Seeing the blood shadow of the snow swallow fuse with the pill liquid, Xiaohua was a little confused. Jiuxia, where did this spirit blood come from? Why is every drop of spirit blood so powerful? When Little White Dragon's soul was sent into the mysterious dark cloud, it didn't seem to be so strenuous. I've already cultivated to the clear spirit sky. If I were still in the surrounding chi sky, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to refine a first-grade spirit pill. The time to condense the pill was similar to the first time. It also took a total of 47 days to complete. The second-grade flying shadow pill was smaller than the first-grade flying shadow pill, but the shadow of the snow swallow was twice as big. Of course, the pattern on the flying shadow pill was also a snow swallow, and its color was a little thicker than blood. Congratulations, Xiaohua. Just after Xiaohua took the pill, Jiuxia's smiling voice appeared outside the cave. Xiaohua proudly handed over the second-grade flying shadow pill and said with a smile, "Take a look. Does this spirit pill have star power?" But Jiuxia took it, and her eyes flashed with 5 colors. She said happily, "This time there is star power. Xiaohua, how did you do it?" This is my private matter. Miss Jiuxia, please don't blame me." Xiaohua smiled but didn't answer. Then, he clapped his hands and said, "This is a first-grade flying shadow pill. Please accept it." Alright. Jiuxia stretched out his hand and received it. At the same time, he returned the flying shadow pill to Xiaohua. "Let's go." Xiaohua took the second-grade flying shadow pill and waved his hand. "Please wake Hongxia up and let her take this spirit pill." "Oh." Jiuxia was slightly surprised. You're not going to refine the third-grade flying shadow pill?" "No," Xiaohua shook his head and said, "This second-grade flying shadow pill is already troublesome to refine. I'm afraid that the third-grade flying shadow pill will fail. This Zhao's spirit grass is simple, but Mrs. Spirit Blood is very precious." Don't be scared. Jiuxia waved her hand and said, "Although this third-grade cold goose spirit blood is precious, it can be refined into a flying shadow pill. It is perfectly compatible with Big Sister's Ice Phoenix bloodline. The effect was several times better than the snow swallow. Besides, I still want the second-grade spirit pill with star power that you just refined. Don't disappoint me in Big Sister." Xiaohua bitterly smiled and said, This Xiao really feels that it won't be easy to refine a third-grade spirit pill. There's a 70% chance that this cold goose spirit blood will be wasted. Hee, since you have 30% confidence, why not give it a try? Jiuxia smiled. I think you can do it. I have 99% confidence in you. Seeing that Xiaohua was hesitating, Jiuxia thought for a moment and said, how about this? I'll wake her up now and teach her the secret technique. If you're able to refine a third-grade spirit pill, give it to Big Sister on the day it's completed. Otherwise, let Big Sister take this second-grade spirit pill. It won't delay Big Sister's recovery. What do you think? Xiaohua was most afraid of persuasion. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, all right, since you're not afraid that I'll spoil the flying shadow pill, what do I have to be afraid of? Good. Thank you for your trouble. Jiuxia smiled and nodded. She looked deeply at Xiaohua and turned around to wake Fairy Hongxia without hesitation. Jiuxia walked to the side of Fairy Hongxia with her back facing Xiaohua. Her eyes once again shone with the five-colored brilliance. Her right hand tapped on her forehead and pointed at Fairy Hongxia. Quick! A ray of five-colored brilliance landed on Fairy Hongxia's forehead. Ah! Fairy Hongxia moved slightly and a moan could be heard. Hongxia! Xiaohua was too embarrassed to call Fairy Hongxia his wife in front of everyone. He called out in a low voice and walked over. Xiaohua! Fairy Hongxia straightened her body. Her entire body was aching, and she felt an indescribable discomfort. There was an indescribable feeling between her bones. However, just as she called out to Xiaohua, her gaze landed on Jiuxia's face. Big Sister, Jiuxia smiled and didn't bow. She said, my name is Jiuxia. I've long heard of the rinsing flower sex, Fairy Hongxia's beautiful name. Today, I finally have the chance to meet you. You truly live up to your name. Little sister is impressed. Jiuxia. Before Fairy Hongxia fainted, she only saw Xiaohua walking over on lightning. At that time, she only had Xiaohua in her eyes. Even if Jiuxia did appear, she might not even be worthy of her attention. But now, when she woke up, she saw such a beautiful woman in front of her. She even called her Big Sister. How could she not be vigilant? Hee Hongxia, this is a fellow cultivator I met when I was lost in the Huan country. When Xiaohua heard Fairy Hongxia's unfriendly tone, how could he not know what she was thinking? He hurriedly explained, Jiuxia has the ability to predict the future. I came to the Sword Edge Mountain under her suggestion. Otherwise, I would still be on my way to Drifting Cloud Lake. Oh, Fairy Hongxia frowned. Jiuxia looked very young, but her youthful vigor couldn't be concealed. When Fairy Hongxia first saw Jiuxia, her heart skipped a beat. It was an indescribable feeling. This feeling made her reject Jiuxia, but at the same time, she was slightly attracted to her. When she heard Xiaohua say that Jiuxia had an inconceivable ability, how could she not think about it? Furthermore, those 6 illusory swordsmen were killed by Miss Jiuxia. Xiaohua continued, if not for her, I wouldn't have been able to kill those 6 grade 3 illusory swordsmen. Also, Xiaohua continued, your Dharma body collapsed and your elemental energy was greatly damaged. Miss Jiuxia took out her pill formula and secret technique to treat your injuries. I am preparing to refine the flying shadow pill. At this point, Xiaohua was stunned. It seemed that he didn't need to explain so much. Wouldn't the more he explained, the more suspicious Fairy Hongxia would be? Why would he feel guilty for no reason? Oh, so it's like this. Many thanks, fellow Taoist Jiuxia. Fairy Hongxia's face was expressionless as she struggled to get up to thank Jiuxia. Elder sister, look at you, your body hasn't recovered yet. There's no need to be so polite. Jiuxia hurriedly supported Fairy Hongxia and said with a smile, little sister originally wanted to ask Xiaohua for help. Naturally, I had to do something for him first. Furthermore, elder sister is a peerless talent and a natural beauty. You are the leader of all the girls. Even if little sister isn't a man, I wouldn't be willing to let anything happen to elder sister. Little sister is doing something for elder sister. How could those stinky men understand? Fairy Hongxia was a little embarrassed by Jiuxia's words. She said in a low voice, "Little sister's looks are 10 times better than elder sister's, and your temperament is 100 times better than elder sister's. Although you haven't grown up yet, you are already so dazzling. If you become an adult in the future, won't you be a charming beauty? Elder sister can't compare to you, Hee, the person elder sister is talking about, could it be elder sister?" Jiuxia smiled as she glanced at Xiaohua and said, "Only someone with elder sister's looks would have such a reputation." Huanhua Sec's Fairy Hongxia is extremely famous in the Cultivation 3 kingdoms. Little sister has never heard of anyone who can compare to elder sister. I'm afraid that only an intelligent woman like elder sister can match up to a cultivator like Xiaohua. I'm afraid that Xiaohua wouldn't even look at others. Elder sister, you don't know how anxious Xiaohua has been these few days. Jiuxia's voice grew softer, but Fairy Hongxia's laughter grew louder. The two of them were even whispering to each other. You don't know this, but the Imperial Thunder Sect has a person who enjoys the benefits of being in a favorable position. Fairy Hongxia's words were also transmitted over. Xiaohua stood by the side in a daze, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. What are you talking about? Obviously, just a moment ago they were still on guard. How come in the blink of an eye? It's like they have known each other for a long time. Furthermore, is this the time to whisper? Shouldn't we be discussing the matter of healing her injuries first? While Xiaohua was feeling helpless, his heart became alert again. This Jiuxia, her methods are really impressive. Although Fairy Hongxia's injuries have not healed and her state of mind is somewhat lacking, but ordinary people would not be able to gain her trust so easily. This Jiuxia's bewitching technique is really powerful. Not only was Xiaohua stunned, even Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao were watching from the side, speechless. They were the same as Xiaohua. Although they were bewitched by Jiuxia's beauty, they were still alert in their hearts. They had never spoken to someone so sincerely the moment they met. Who would have thought that after Fairy Hongxia woke up, she would be so intimate with Jiuxia with just a few words, far surpassing their expectations. Darling Xiaohua looked at Li Zongbao, not knowing how to remind him or find the time to transmit a message. Fairy Hongxia turned her head and smiled. You should go and refine the pills. Little sister Jiuxia has already told me just now, my future cultivation will depend on darling Zhao's hard work. Also, little sister Jiuxia is about to teach me the secret technique of Dharmakaya cultivation. You don't have to worry. Once I fully understand the secret technique, your pills will also be refined. Isn't that the best of both worlds? Fairy Hongxia emphasized the best of both worlds very much, and even winked at Xiaohua. Yes. Xiaohua's face was a little red, thinking that Fairy Hongxia mentioned the best of both worlds to imply that he already knew Jiuxia. After hesitating for a while, he wanted to transmit a message to explain something. But just as he was about to speak, he was suddenly stunned, and then suddenly understood. Of course, who is Fairy Hongxia? She is a person who is said to be on par with Li Zongbao. Even if she is seriously injured, how can she not be alert? But when Fairy Hongxia heard that Jiuxia helped Xiaohua when he killed the 6 illusory swords, she naturally had the thought of befriending her. Both sides are Dao sect cultivators, and they met in Huan country. No matter what her motive was, as long as they could support each other, she would be a strong ally. To Fairy Hongxia and the rest, to Jiuxia, it was a good thing. This is what Fairy Hongxia meant by the best of both worlds. How is this the best of both worlds in Xiaohua's little abacus? Female cultivators, not to mention who they are, which one of them is not beautiful on the outside and intelligent on the inside? Chapter 2800. I'll have to trouble Miss Jiuxia to take care of Hongxia. The trace of doubt on Xiaohua's face was also swept away. He laughed loudly and turned around to enter the cave. Li Zongbao was naturally stunned, but after a little calculation he roughly understood. He frowned and found a place to sit down and meditate alone. On the other hand, Xiao Mao was looking at this and that. He was really puzzled. Fairy Hongxia and Jiuxia were whispering to each other. He wanted to ask Li Zongbao about it, but Li Zongbao ignored him. Thus, he could only helplessly sit cross-legged at the entrance of the cave, protecting Xiaohua. A few days later, a medicinal fragrance wafted from the entrance of the cave. This medicinal fragrance wafted for dozens of days. On this day, everyone closed their eyes to comprehend their own cultivation methods. Suddenly, a loud and clear cry of a wild goose sounded from within the cave. That sound was very arrogant, but at the same time, it was also very desolate. Jiuxia heard the sound and opened her eyes. She looked at the cave and frowned slightly. This cry of a wild goose was obviously different from the previous 2 times. Others may not have heard it, but she heard it clearly. Sister, Fairy Hongxia naturally opened her eyes and was very sensitive to Jiuxia's expression. She whispered, "Is Xiaohua all right?" "I'm afraid there is something wrong." Jiuxia didn't hide anything and said in a low voice, "Just now, Xiaohua already said that when he was refining the 2nd grade spirit pill, he was already somewhat unable to do it. However, in order to give Big Sister a higher grade 3rd grade spirit pill, he still insisted on refining a 3rd spirit pill. I couldn't stop him even if I wanted to. Sister is really lucky to meet such a deeply affectionate Dao companion like Xiaohua. However, Sister doesn't have to worry. The worst case scenario is that he will waste a spirit pill. Nothing will happen to Xiaohua. Sai, that's just how he is." Fairy Hongxia's eyes were filled with tenderness. If he can give others 10 points, he will definitely not give 9 points. Not just me, it's the same for others. After a long time, Sister will know. Hee, how can I stay with Sister and Xiaohua for long? After Xiaohua helps Mimi once, Mimi will leave this place. When will Mimi be able to see Jiejie in the future? Mimi doesn't even know. Jiuxia giggled. However, after chatting with elder sister for so many days, younger sister is really envious of elder sister and Xiaohua's feelings. And I like being together with elder sister even more. Then, Jiuxia's eyes became blurry as if she was looking into the distance. She muttered, "If only my younger sister had such an elder sister. How great would that be?" Seeing Jiuxia's pitiful expression, Fairy Hongxia's heart could not help but ache. She even blurted out, "If you don't mind, it would be good for us to become sworn sisters." "Ah? Really?" Jiuxia's face immediately revealed a look of surprise. That kind of surprise was like the birth of a bright moon in the night sky, making Fairy Hongxia's heart clear up again. "Of course," Fairy Hongxia said proudly, "if those stinky men can become sworn brothers, why can't we women do the same?" Good. Jiuxia did not allow Fairy Hongxia to continue speaking. She bowed and said, "Little sister Jiuxia greets big sister Hongxia. Little sister, please rise." Fairy Hongxia smiled as she helped Jiuxia up. Becoming sworn sisters is not only that, we also have to report it to the heavens and earth, and let the heavens and earth bear witness for us. I will listen to elder sister's instructions. Jiuxia's face turned red. Little sister does not know much about this. Li Zongbao naturally heard the cries of the winter geese in the cave. However, when he opened his eyes, he saw that it was Fairy Hongxia and Jiuxia who were becoming sworn sisters. He did not know what to say. The development of this matter was far beyond his imagination. It was even a little inconceivable. If only Jiuxia was here, how great would that be? Li Zongbao thought to himself for no reason. Xiaohua was not as unaffected as Jiuxia had said. The shadow of the winter geese was at least 20 feet tall, and it covered the cave that was opened temporarily. Just as Xiaohua had expected, the moment the shadow of the winter geese was formed, a cold aura mixed with a faint savage aura seeped out from the shadow, enveloping the entire cave. Furthermore, the shadow of the winter geese flapped its wings, and a surge of energy carried the drop of blood, as if it was about to fly out of the cave above the geese's head. Xiaohua's magic power surged, and he tried his best to control the spiritual fire, but he was unable to control the shadow. Xiaohua had already released over 1,000 strands of spirit thread, firmly entangling the shadow. However, he was still unable to stop the shadow from struggling. Sigh, if the 3rd grade flying shadow pill is so difficult to refine, then what about the 6th grade? What about the 9th grade? Xiao Hua laughed bitterly. Looks like this third batch of flying shadow pill is going to be wasted. It's really a pity for the third drop of spirit blood. After all, Xiao Hua was controlling the spiritual fire to use the demon realm's blood fusion technique, and his control was not too skillful. Although the shadow of the winter geese could not really escape from the capital star's formation, the fusion of the pill was at this moment. After this moment, the flying shadow pill would be wasted, and the spirit blood of the winter geese would also be wasted. Little yellow? Little white? Xiao Hua thought for a moment, and felt that it was inappropriate. Little white was still weak and could not come out, and little yellow could only eat. He had never seen it spit out before. Moreover, there was Wuxia outside the cave, so how could Xiao Hua expose these secrets in front of her? Just as Xiao Hua was about to give up, his gaze fell on the drop of blood that was about to turn into green smoke under the shadow of the winter geese. Oh, can I give it a try? Xiao Hua was a little hesitant, but soon after, he opened his mouth and a drop of essence blood flew out and landed right beside the remnant blood. In almost an instant, the other spiritual flame also flew out from Xiao Hua's hand and charged into the essence blood. Within the cave, the cry of the winter geese had been heard for the umpteenth time. Not only did the cry not have a trace of weakness, it was even louder than before, as if the shadow of the winter geese had not been consumed much in the past few days. Little sister, what is Xiao Hua doing? Fairy Wuxia held Wuxia's small, boneless hand and asked in a low voice. Hee, big sister, why don't you use your spiritual sense to see for yourself? Wuxia said with a smile. There are no restrictions in his cave. That won't do. Fairy Wuxia shook her head. This is Xiao Hua's secret, and if I use my spiritual sense to check, it might affect his pill refining. Big sister is right. Wuxia nodded with a smile. Little sister has not checked before, and I don't know how to refine pills, so I don't know what he is doing. But thinking about it, Xiao Hua is trying to subdue the spiritual bird's blood and send it into the flying shadow pill. The previous 2 times, it didn't take this long, right? Fairy Wuxia was a little worried. And the previous 2 times, it was done in one go. Wuxia nodded. I'm afraid there is a problem this time. Now that the winter geese have been crying for a few days, the medicinal liquid in the cauldron must have reached its limit. If the cry of the geese is still there, this cauldron of pills will be wasted. Xiao Hua is going to feel heartache now. Fairy Wuxia laughed when she heard that Xiao Hua was not in any danger. Big sister, this is the spiritual blood that little sister has been collecting for a long time. Little sister's heart is aching. Wuxia rebuked. Big sister only has Xiao Hua in your heart, you don't care about little sister. Good. Fairy Wuxia laughed. When there is a chance in the future, I will ask Xiao Hua to make more for you. Good. This is what big sister said. I will tell Xiao Hua later. Wuxia laughed and almost jumped up. Where was the awe-inspiring aura that she had when she killed 5 illusory swords with a single sentence? Seeing how happy Wuxia was, Fairy Wuxia was also happy in her heart and a smile appeared on her face. Who wouldn't like such a cute little sister like Wuxia? At this moment, the winter geese cried out in grief. It was incomparably mournful. Following that, there was a series of flustered cries. Following that, there was a buzzing sound from the cauldron. Everything returned to silence. Although Fairy Wuxia did not know how to refine pills, when she heard the commotion, her heart was at ease. A strange expression appeared on Wuxia's face. This was a rarely seen expression on her face. Furthermore, ever since she met Xiao Hua, this expression had appeared many times. However, this strange expression disappeared in a flash and a smile appeared on her face again. Nonsense, if this grade 3 flying shadow pill was refined, then wouldn't the grade 2 flying shadow pill be hers? No matter what angle she looked at it from, there was no way she would not want to refine this grade 3 pill. After another 9 days, a golden light shot up into the sky from within the cave and pierced through the mountain peak. After that, it shot up into the sky from the peak and did not stop for a long time. Within the cave, a few clear sounds could be heard, as though a water buffalo was sneezing. Suddenly, Xiao Hua chanted a mantra and all the golden light disappeared. A strong medicinal fragrance rushed out and Xiao Hua appeared at the entrance of the cave with a smile on his face. Darling Xiao, Fairy Hong Xia walked over quickly. Her steps were light and light. Although she might not be able to use her flying technique, her recovery over the past few days could already be estimated. This is for you. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand. It was not the same as before where it was just a spiritual pill. Instead, it was a jade box with a yellow talisman pasted on it. I heard from little sister Jiuxia that this spiritual pill was something that you insisted on refining. Fairy Hong Xia said with heartache. Actually, the previous one was enough. Why did you have to waste your spiritual energy? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. Following which, he saw Jiuxia sticking out her tongue from behind Fairy Hong Xia. Her scarlet tongue was very eye-catching. This Jiuxia is really good at reading people's expressions. Xiao Hua praised. Naturally, he could not deny it. He looked at Fairy Hong Xia and said, I did not take good care of you and caused you to be injured. Naturally, I have to do my best to help you recover. This grade 3 flying shadow pill is very beneficial to your future cultivation. How can I let it go? Darling Xiao, you are the best. Fairy Hong Xia said while biting her cherry lips. Brother-in-law. Jiuxia did not miss the opportunity to shout. Quickly let me see the pill image of this grade 3 flying shadow pill. Brother-in-law? Xiao Hua was stunned. Chapter 2801. Hee hee. Fairy Hong Xia pursed her lips and smiled. I have already become sisters with Jiuxia. Naturally, she has to call you brother-in-law. Are you a little disappointed? Naturally, the last sentence was already similar to a voice transmission. How could I? Xiao Hua did not pay attention and almost let it slip. Halfway through, he immediately changed his words and said, Great, great. This is the best thing that has happened to me since I entered Huan country. Congratulations, Red Cloud. Xiao Hua had an indescribable feeling in his heart. The mysterious Jiuxia actually called him brother-in-law. Quickly give me the pill, brother-in-law. Jiuxia was like a lively child as she jumped in front of Xiao Hua and stretched out her hand to ask for it. Here, Xiao Hua could only pass the jade box to Jiuxia first. He then turned his head and asked, Red Cloud, the secret technique that Jiuxia gave you, have you comprehended it? And previously I comprehended the second grade flying shadow technique. Fairy Hong Xia's face had a worried expression, but Xiao Hua actually refined the third grade flying shadow pill. I have no choice but to comprehend the third grade flying shadow technique again. Xiao Hua is making things difficult for me. Seeing that Fairy Hong Xia was actually so cute, Xiao Hua's heart was about to melt. He stretched out his hand, wanting to hold her hand. However, thinking that Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao were still at the side, he was afraid that Fairy Hong Xia would be shy. Who knew that when Fairy Hong Xia raised her hand, she would hold Xiao Hua's hand. Her warm and soft hand was really Fairy Hong Xia's sweetheart. Xiao Hua's hand tightened as if he had grabbed onto happiness. The hard work of the past 100 days had already disappeared along with the golden light and the medicinal fragrance from earlier. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao did not pay attention to Fairy Hong Xia and Xiao Hua at all. Their gazes were the same as Jiuxia's, landing on the jade box. Inside the jade box was a golden pill with a pigeon egg inside. There was a layer of faint golden brilliance on it. That brilliance was so dazzling that it was like the yellow sun on the horizon. And this golden brilliance was emitted from the faint golden threads within the pill. In addition to the golden threads, the surface of the golden core was covered in fine runes, just like the previous 2 flying shadow pills. These runes formed the image of a cold goose. As the 5-colored brilliance flashed in Jiuxia's eyes, an indescribable expression appeared on his face. There was even a hint of greed in his expression, or perhaps it was a longing that accompanied it. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao were purely amateurs. They stared at it for a long time, but other than the golden light in their eyes, they didn't know what was so special about it. Brother-in-law. Jiuxia only opened her mouth after a long while. She stuck out her thumb and said, I don't know how to praise you. It seems like I can only give you don't know anything other than giving birth. I really can't think of any other title in this world that I can give you. Fairy Hongxia's face was slightly red. She pinched Xiaohua with one hand and covered her mouth with the other to laugh. Cough cough Loki Loki. Xiaohua coughed twice and said, "It's best not to use this shocking title. Otherwise, many cultivators won't have the face to appear in the cultivation world." Jiuxia laughed happily. Her laughter flowed like a mountain spring into everyone's hearts. Everyone was infected and an indescribable joy was born from the bottom of their hearts. Even Li Zongbao revealed a rare smile. "Sister, brother-in-law is really interesting." Jiuxia almost wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. His third-grade flying shadow pill's quality has long surpassed the third grade. However, because it doesn't have Chao Ying's spirit blood, it can't reach the fourth grade. However, the mysterious golden thread inside has already raised this pill to the outer grade. Outer grade? Xiaohua was also happy in his heart. However, after hearing Jiuxia's evaluation of his pill, Xiaohua was a bit confused. The outer grade is beyond the evaluation of the ninth grade. Jiuxia smiled and said, "Just like the Wucang pill and the second-grade flying shadow pill that brother-in-law refined earlier, they can all be classified as outer grade. However, the grades of these pills are too low, so there isn't any special distinction." How many spirit stones are these outer grade and inner grade spirit pills worth? Xiaohua's heart calmed down and he revealed the face of a miser. Spirit stones? Jiuxia asked with a smile that wasn't a smile. If little sister is willing to pay spirit stones, would brother-in-law be willing to sell this outer grade golden pill to little sister? What? Is it impossible? Xiaohua originally wanted to say, "How is it possible?" But he immediately changed his words. Only an alchemy grandmaster like brother-in-law can have such boldness. Jiuxia praised again. This inner-grade pill or outer-grade pill is a rare treasure. Who would take it out to trade without permission? Brother-in-law, have you ever seen a first-grade pill in the auction of the 3 kingdoms of cultivation? I really haven't. Xiaohua scratched his head and said doubtfully, "Furthermore, this Xiao seems to have never heard of pills being divided into 9 grades. Jiuxia did not answer his question but nodded and said, "That's right. Can spirit stones be used to exchange for pills that don't even appear in the auction?" Then without explaining, he turned to Fairy Hongxia and said, "Sister, you're lucky. With this outer-grade flying shadow pill, you can practice the third-grade flying shadow technique. This avatar will definitely be famous in Dawn Rain Continent in the future. But, as you said, this avatar needs to be reforged. Using Xiantian True Water to forge an Ice Phoenix avatar is a bit too difficult. Fairy Hongxia looked at the golden pill and said hesitantly, "Darling Xiao, you refined this golden pill with great difficulty. Don't waste it." With brother-in-law here, what are you afraid of? Jiuxia chuckled and there was a mischievous look in that smile. Lone Yin does not give birth, Lone Yang does not grow. Brother-in-law's name of terrifying phoenix is not for nothing, right? Fairy Hongxia's face turned red. She did not expect Jiuxia to be able to see through this. Xiaohua's face also turned red. Looking at the sky and the ground, Li Zongbao pointed to a corner in the distance and said to Xiao Mao, "Junior brother Xiao, there seems to be something wrong with the Du Tian star array. You and I have been studying the array for a long time. Let's go and take a look." Alright. Xiao Mao's face was also serious as he followed Li Zongbao. "That sister." Fairy Hongxia was a bit embarrassed but she had to say it now. Darling Zhao's phoenix avatar disappeared. How can an avatar disappear? Once the avatar is activated, if it is forced to dissipate, to the cultivator's cultivation, that brother-in-law, you can still stand here? Jiuxia's smile froze. She seemed to have never heard of an avatar disappearing. Cough cough, that is indeed the case. Xiaohua could not explain in detail and said softly, "My avatar seems to have fallen into the void." Amazing! Brother-in-law, you are really amazing. Jiuxia was speechless and gave him a thumbs up helplessly. Xiaohua was able to throw an avatar into the void. This was probably the first time Jiuxia had seen someone like that. Let's see if there is any other way first. Xiao Hua smacked his lips and urged. There is indeed a way. Wuxia smiled bitterly and said, the fusion of yin and yang is the best way to create an avatar. Sister, you have the innate primordial water here, so you must have the innate primordial fire. The best way to create the innate primordial fire is the best. That is why I thought of. At this point, Wuxia shut up, because Xiao Hua was holding a golden magic bottle in which the innate primordial fire was flickering. Brother-in-law, do you have any other innate items? Wuxia was a bit speechless. The more innate items of the 5 elements in this avatar, the better. Oh, Xiao Hua raised his hand again and took out a ball of innate gold qi. He said embarrassedly, I only have these 3. Innate primordial wood and innate primordial earth. I really don't have any. Please excuse me. Wuxia sighed and shook her head. I finally understand. How could I forget about this? You should have it. After he finished speaking, he actually looked at Xiao Hua with a profound look. Xiao Hua was already used to Wuxia's ability to predict the future. He did not pay attention to her gaze. Who knew that Wuxia would raise her hand again and said, take out your innate gold mother and innate jellyfish and let sister use them. But Xiao Hua hesitated and was about to take them out. Sister is really amazing. Fairy Hong Xia saw Xiao Hua nodding. How could she not know that Xiao Hua actually had these things that she had never thought of before? She was really impressed by Wuxia's ability to predict the future. Her eyes flashed with astonishment as she said, Xiao Hua has never mentioned these things to me before. You actually said it out loud. If I did not hear you say that you have such talent, who would have thought that Xiao Hua had told you before? Xiao Hua did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said with a bitter face, these things are useless to you. Why would I tell you? It is even more impossible for me to tell Wuxia. Hee. Fairy Hong Xia laughed and said, this concubine knows. It is all because Wuxia's ability is amazing. But Wuxia waved her hand as if she did not have any intention of being complacent. She said, brother-in-law, please don't. But what do you want now? Xiao Hua hurriedly said, I do not have any innate fire, mother. Even if you beat me to death, I would not be able to take it out. Hee, brother-in-law, do not be anxious. Wuxia did not have any intention of coveting Xiao Hua's innate items. She explained, the Tao of the 5 elements are mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. This is even more so for the innate 5 elements. Innate jellyfish and innate gold mother can produce innate primordial water and innate gold qi. When these 2 things mutually reinforce each other, they can produce a bit of innate true wood. Brother-in-law also has innate true fire. When combined with innate gold mother, you can forcefully produce a bit of innate true earth. Sister's Dharma body only needs to be constructed with the innate 5 elements. It does not need innate fire, mother. Chapter 2802. Oh, I understand now. Xiao Hua nods his head, but then he is suddenly shocked and says anxiously, This kind of Dharma body, doesn't that mean it has the innate 5 elements? Is that still a true blood Dharma body? Hee, of course not. Wuxia smiles like a crescent moon. This should be an innate spiritual body. Innate spiritual body? Xiao Hua blinks his eyes and says in confusion, this name sounds very powerful, but what is so powerful about it? As for the specifics, I am not sure myself. At this moment, Wuxia does not say anything, as if she is trying to whet Xiao Hua's appetite. All I know is that this spiritual body can cultivate by itself. If there is a coincidence, and just like your Dharma body, it can enter the void and be separated from sister's body. Who knows, it might be another external incarnation. This so powerful. Xiao Hua and Fairy Hong Xia are both wild with joy. Is there still a need to say? Even if this spiritual body Dharma body cannot be separated from the body, if this spiritual body can cultivate in the future, wouldn't it be another Fairy Hong Xia? In the future, if they were to fight with others, wouldn't the 2 of them fight together? Sister, you really have a good family background, right? Fairy Hongxia is really full of admiration for Jiuxia. She had already asked about Jiuxia's background, but Jiuxia did not say anything. Fairy Hongxia thought for a long time but still could not think of Jiuxia's background. Now it seems that Jiuxia might be a direct disciple of one of the big sects in the cultivation world. It's just SOSO. Jiuxia smiles. Compared to the so-called, I know everything except giving birth, At this point, Jiuxia is stunned. It seems that only male cultivators can say such words. For a girl to say such words, it is extremely inappropriate. Xiaohua rarely sees Jiuxia's awkwardness and laughs. Sister, Jiuxia tugs on Fairy Hongxia's sleeve, unwilling to let it go. Cough cough, Fairy Hongxia glares at Xiaohua and rebukes, Sister is still underage. Look at how much she has learned from you. Sweat, Xiaohua curls his lips. If Jiuxia is underage, I am afraid that I am still a child. Let's go, sister. Sister, I will first tell sister the secret technique to refine the spiritual body Dharma body. Let those stinky men enjoy the wind outside. Jiuxia giggled as she pulled Fairy Hongxia into the cave, leaving the two beautiful figures in Xiaohua's line of sight. Junior brother Xiao. Xiaohua heard Li Zongbao's voice transmission beside his ear. This Jiuxia is full of oddities. Junior sister being so intimate with her, I'm afraid it's inappropriate. Sigh. Xiaohua walked towards the two people and said with a bitter smile, What can we do? Perhaps Hongxia has her own plans. She wasn't a simple-minded person, so she would just treat it as if nothing had happened. Furthermore, even if Hongxia falls into Jiuxia's trap, what can you and I do? This Jiuxia is unfathomable. Looks like this little girl doesn't have any bad intentions. Although Xiao Mao can't hear the two's voice transmission, seeing Li Zongbao's seriousness and Xiaohua's helplessness, he immediately understands that Li Zongbao is telling Xiaohua the same thing that he has nagged him countless times. What do you know? Xiaohua glares at Xiao Mao. Your eyeballs are about to fall to the ground. Can you tell that she has any bad intentions? Xiao Mao actually blushes. Looks like Xiaohua is right. Senior brother, can you and Xiao Mao understand the array? If there is anything you don't understand, just say it. Xiaohua looks at the cave and asks. Li Zongbao's face shows a trace of awkwardness. Xiao Mao hurriedly says, Of course there is a lot that I don't understand. This is the capital star array. How can it be compared to an ordinary array? Big brother, quickly explain it to me. Senior brother Li can also tell me what you have learned. Then the three brothers hid outside the cave and explained the capital star array in detail. Although the two of them were a little confused, it was 100 times better than trying to figure it out by themselves. Seeing that Li Zongbao, the number one person under the Golden Core stage, doesn't understand the array, Xiaohua is somewhat pensive. This capital star array in his heart is like a piece of cake, as if he has been comprehending it for a long time. Judging himself by others, Xiaohua understands that his aptitude is not inferior to Li Zongbao's, or his cultivation time is not shorter than Li Zongbao's. But, during the Imperial Thunder Sect's apprenticeship test, the Bone Age test, didn't it show that I am only 20 years old? Could it be that the Imperial Thunder Sect's spells are not good enough? Xiaohua unconsciously thought of his background. For several days, Fairy Hongxia and Jiuxia did not come out. Xiaohua knows that the secret technique to condense a spiritual body is definitely not that simple. So, Xiaohua dug 2 more caves at the side. He hid in one of them to refine jade talismans, and left the other one for Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao. He does not dare to let the two of them stand outside in the cold wind. Who would have thought that this wait would take more than 100 days? Xiaohua's technique of refining jade talismans is becoming more and more skillful. He actually managed to refine 2 sets of the hundreds of talismans of the capital star array. Moreover, he refined more than 10 talismans, patching up the flaws of the array. Xiaohua tested it a little. The power of the jade talismans is indeed much stronger than the talismans. Not only is the defensive power 40% stronger, the speed of setting up the array is also more than double. If I recall all the other jade talismans of the capital star array, I won't be afraid of anyone on the Dawn Rain continent with just this array. Xiaohua just thought of this, and he unconsciously felt a slight shock in his heart. Previously, he already had a thought, I can't be careless. The cultivator who sealed this young master must be incomparably powerful. Even with this star array, this young master was still not his opponent. Moreover, I've revealed too much in the Sword Dao battle. Just like what Li Zongbao said, even if I want to hide it, it will not be easy. I'm afraid I have to make other plans. Thinking of this, Xiaohua raised his eyes and looked in the direction of Mount Million Meng. That Ji Peng and Qing Xian must have come from Mount Million Meng and then possessed Yin Meng here. How did they come here? Could it be that the teleportation array within the universal shifting token was able to construct a teleportation array? If that's the case, I can use this teleportation array to reach the other side of Mount Million Meng. No matter how high the opponent's cultivation is, he can't do anything to me. But, second senior brother said it very clearly. This teleportation array must not be constructed successfully. Otherwise, Ji Peng will be here before I even reach there. Before this young master's enemy makes a move, this young master and second senior martial brother will be killed. Oh, Jianghu. Thinking of this, Xiaohua was shocked. This period of time was extremely dangerous. He had thrown Jianghu into the space and ignored her. Even if he occasionally took things from the space, Jianghu was thrown in an extremely remote place. He did not think of her at all. Fortunately, when Xiaohua's consciousness entered the space, everything about Jianghu was still the same. Her face was not thin or fat, and it was still the same. Fortunately, Xiaohua breathed a sigh of relief. If anything happened to Jianghu here, I would not be able to explain it to senior sister. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law. At this moment, Jiuxia's voice came from outside the cave. Alas, my cheap brother-in-law. Xiaohua smiled bitterly, responded, and flew out of the cave. Hee, brother-in-law's hands are not slow. In just a few days, you have actually created 2 cave residences. Jiuxia laughed. Of course, I can't always stay outside and drink the northwest wind. Xiaohua said unhappily. He looked at the cave and said, How is Hongxia? Can she finish comprehending it? Of course. Jiuxia smiled, stretched out her hand and said, Brother-in-law, you can give me the 2nd-grade flying shadow pill. Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out the 2nd-grade flying shadow pill and 3 drops of spiritual blood, which he wanted to give to Jiuxia. I only want the 2nd-grade flying shadow pill. Jiuxia stretched out her hand, took the pills and said, The rest of them are useless to me. Just take it as a reward. Xiaohua knew that Jiuxia was not willing to take more benefits from him. He was afraid that if she needed his help in the future, she would not be able to ask for his help. Immediately after, he sent a voice transmission. How confident are you in condensing the spiritual body? If it fails, will it have any effect on Hongxia? Jiuxia smiled faintly and asked, Now that it has come to this, do you have any leeway to retreat? Xiaohua was startled and shook his head slightly. It seems that there is no leeway. Since there is no leeway, what's the use of asking so much? Jiuxia looked at the cave that Xiaohua flew out of and said, I will go there to rest. You can do whatever you want. I've already told her everything. When Jiuxia said this, her expression was very serious, as if she did not have any intention of joking. However, when Xiaohua heard the last sentence, his face turned red again. Facing this Jiuxia who seemed to know everything, Xiaohua felt a lot of pressure in his heart. The secret of dual cultivation, especially the secret between the Phoenix celestial body and the Ice Phoenix celestial body, this Jiuxia knew. What else did she not know? There is no array in this cave. Even if I do something, it will be like a fishbone stuck in my throat. How can I do whatever I want? However, when Xiaohua walked into the cave, he realized that he was thinking too much. He saw Hongxia Fairy flying in midair, her body slanted upwards. Her hands were spread open, and her perfectly round legs were slightly raised. Her sharp chin corresponded with her legs, and her posture was very strange. It was as if she was flying, but also as if she was dancing. However, on the surface of Fairy Hongxia's body, there was an inexplicable fluctuation of mana. This fluctuation flowed along the surface of Fairy Hongxia's body, from her chin to her arms, then from her arms to her back, to the tip of her feet, then from the tip of her feet to her lower abdomen, then back to her chin. Chapter 2803. Xiaohua was in such a state, and Fairy Hongxia was even more so. Seeing the sound of the explosion fading, and the hurricane calming down, her eyes were filled with exhaustion and joy. At this moment, crack crack crack, an extremely discordant sound was heard amidst the explosion, as if something had cracked. And this sound seemed to spread, rapidly spreading to Fairy Hongxia's entire Dharma body. This is bad. Hearing such a sound, how could Xiaohua not know that something had gone wrong? With a sweep of his divine will, he understood that the 5 elements item that had been gradually fusing together was now showing signs of cracks. Obviously, the fusion was not successful. What should we do? Xiaohua frowned. Fairy Hongxia was also panicking, but that panic only lasted for a moment. She stared straight at Xiaohua's face, and her body glowed with a bloody light. Shua! It was as if all the essence blood in her body had been poured into the Ice Phoenix embodiment, and all the crystals were mixed with a trace of blood. My wife is staking it all on this one throw. Xiaohua was anxious. He knew that Fairy Hongxia had started the process of condensing the crystals in advance, but he could not do anything to stop it. He could only nod slightly as if to encourage Fairy Hongxia. Another sound rang out, and the Ice Phoenix embodiment danced, like a bloody shadow dancing in the air. The flying shadow secret technique was like this. The bloody light in the crystals trembled along with the Ice Phoenix embodiment, trying its best to condense the 5 elements item. However, the situation was not so optimistic. The power of the bloodline could not withstand it, and with the power of the 5 elements, the cracks of the 5 elements were getting bigger and bigger. Despair, deep and bottomless despair. Whether it was Fairy Hongxia or Xiaohua, they both had such a feeling in their hearts. There was a limit to human strength, and this was not a lie. Sometimes, they felt that with just a little bit more, they could succeed. However, this little bit was like a natural moat. Even if there was Jiuxia's mysterious flying shadow pill and flying shadow secret technique, even if there was Xiaohua's rare innate golden mother and innate jellyfish, even if there was Hongxia Fairy and Xiaohua's mutual love, even if the two of them were determined to die together. But all of this could not change the outcome of Fairy Hongxia's embodiment disappearing. In fact, because of this effort, Fairy Hongxia's physical body and cultivation would suffer even more serious damage. All their efforts had been for naught. Xiaohua couldn't help but think of replacing Fairy Hongxia, even though he knew that it was just wishful thinking. However, to have such thoughts was also good. Fairy Hongxia could already feel that kind of love from Xiaohua's anxiety. Fairy Hongxia opened her mouth, as though she wanted to send a voice transmission. However, not a single word came out. It was as if she knew everything Xiaohua also knew. She understood, Xiaohua also understood. All the words in the world were superfluous. Let's leave it to fate. All of a sudden, Fairy Hongxia came to a realization. Opportunities were something that could only be chanced upon and not sought after. How could an opportunity that could be created be called an opportunity? Xiaohua naturally felt the change in Fairy Hongxia's gaze. Although his heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife, he still smiled slightly. The husband follows the wife's lead. This was probably the case. But just as Fairy Hongxia was about to give up, the golden light within her avatar shone brightly. Fairy Hongxia was stunned. However, her face immediately lit up with joy. Within the blood-red light, the golden threads from the flying shadow elixir were now emerging from the blood-red light. They entwined around the 5 elemental items. The golden light from the golden threads was so strong that it condensed the 5 elemental items together. Great! Xiaohua was really ecstatic. He didn't expect that the method he used to refine the flying shadow elixir could still be used now. He looked at Fairy Hongxia again. Her eyes were tightly shut, and she ignored Xiaohua. The entire Ice Phoenix avatar began to tremble violently and slowly sank into her physical body. In just a moment, Fairy Hongxia's pure white body emitted a holy light. Within this light, the hair that had been burnt off earlier slowly grew back. Moreover, within this light, a sparkling and translucent ice phoenix celestial body slowly rose up. It slowly spread its wings and slowly covered the entire mountain cave. Caw! The ice phoenix let out a soft, gentle cry that sounded both arrogant and as if it was whispering into one's ear. Great! When Xiao Hua heard this cry, he felt as if a huge rock had fallen from his heart. He knew that the most difficult second stage had passed. Although there were still many secret techniques to refine the spirit body avatar in the future, those were secondary. Sure enough, Fairy Hongxia no longer maintained her previous posture. Instead, she began to make all sorts of weird movements in the air. At the same time, the Ice Phoenix celestial body was also constantly changing. From time to time, it would let out a phoenix cry as if it was extremely happy. Another 81 days passed, and Xiao Hua didn't leave even a single step. He was always by Fairy Hongxia's side. Not to mention cultivating, he couldn't even bear to blink his eyes. In the end, the Ice Phoenix avatar suddenly expanded in midair and entered Fairy Hongxia's body. Fairy Hongxia's face was filled with joy as she threw herself into Xiao Hua's embrace. A feeling of nirvana and rebirth arose in her heart, and it filled Xiao Hua's heart. Xiao Hua hugged Fairy Hongxia, and his heart was filled with emotions. How could cultivation be done in a day? How could it be smooth sailing? Such a choice between life and death would probably be encountered frequently in the future. When Xiao Hua accompanied Fairy Hongxia out of the cave, it was already a few days later. The entire valley was empty. Regardless of whether it was Jiuxia, Li Zongbao, or Xiao Mao, they were all hiding in their own caves to cultivate. Even if Xiao Hua didn't set up the capital star array, no one would be able to spy on them. Xiao Hua's spiritual sense swept out, and the three of them were startled and walked out of their caves. Congratulations, elder sister. Jiuxia skipped to Fairy Hongxia's side, held her hand, and said with a smile, "All right, I have to thank younger sister for your secret technique." Fairy Hongxia's face also revealed a smile as she said gratefully, "There's no need to thank me." Jiuxia hurriedly waved her hand, "I'm still waiting for brother-in-law to help me." "Don't worry. If you have any orders, this Xiao will do it." Since Jiuxia had said it so clearly, how could Xiao Hua not express it? Now that things had developed to this point, even if Xiao Hua didn't want to help, he probably wouldn't be able to decline, right? Congratulations, senior sister. Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao also came over and congratulated each other. Xiao Mao said in astonishment, "Senior sister, this seemed to be a little different from before. Not to mention that you are even more beautiful than before. This aura, this is indescribable." "Is that so?" Fairy Hongxia was the same as other female cultivators. She loved to hear others say that she was beautiful, and she couldn't help but be happy. "Of course," Jiuxia said proudly, "elder sister is now a spiritual body. This spiritual body is formed from the Xiantian 5 elements, and the spiritual body is linked to the bloodline. Elder sister's physique and aptitude will also change under the influence of the spiritual body. Right now, this is just the beginning, and it is like changing to a new physical body. In the future, it will be even more different." As she said that, Jiuxia seemed to intentionally or unintentionally glance at Xiao Hua. Indeed, the speaker didn't mean it, but the listener did. Xiao Hua suddenly felt his face heating up. A new physical body, that is indeed true. Xiao Hua almost wanted to agree. Unfortunately, brother-in-law only has 3 of the 5 elements. If you have all 5 elements, elder sister's spiritual body will be complete. Elder sister's physical body will be even more. Hearing this, Fairy Hongxia pursed her lips and said, "This is enough. There is no need to talk about complete or not. Without your blessing, elder sister can refine her spiritual body again." "Hee, elder sister's state of mind is so good." Jiuxia laughed. "This state of mind will allow you to go the furthest on the path of cultivation." Fairy Hongxia laughed. This state of mind was not obtained for free, it was exchanged with her life. "Oh, by the way, elder sister, This flying shadow technique was given to elder sister by me. Elder sister, other than not being able to spread it to others, there is no need to avoid it from your family. Jiuxia winked at Fairy Hongxia. Then, elder sister knows. Fairy Hongxia blushed. However, Xiaohua pursed his lips. He knew what Jiuxia meant, but he didn't say it out loud. He looked at the sky and said, Miss Jiuxia, we have been waiting here for more than a year. Can we go to Million Mountain Meng now? If you want to go, then go. I just want to follow elder sister. Jiuxia said with a smile. And please keep this capital star formation that belongs to you so that we can hurry on with our journey. Xiaohua emphasized the words capital star formation that belongs to you. Alright. Jiuxia laughed and jumped up. She kept the capital star formation's talismans one by one with great familiarity. It seemed like she had already comprehended it and wanted to keep it. Sister, how do we go to Million Mountain Meng next? Fairy Hongxia knew Jiuxia's ability and had to ask. Elder sister, just follow the previous arrangement. Jiuxia looked at her talismans happily and said casually. She was like a young girl who had obtained her favorite item. She only had her mind on the talismans, why would she care about others? Alright, Fairy Hongxia was also helpless. She ordered Xiao Mao to bring out the drifting cloud flying ship. Everyone boarded the flying ship. Fairy Hongxia looked at the direction and led everyone towards the drifting cloud lake. Chapter 2804. Fairy Hongxia never expected that the journey to Million Meng Mountains would be peaceful, and she was even prepared to fight. However, the journey from Sword Edge Peak to Drifting Cloud Lake was not a peaceful one. Although Fairy Hongxia had Xiaohua and the mysterious Jiuxia by her side, she still felt an indescribable fear in her heart. Yes, it was the same as what Xiaohua saw before he met Jiuxia. Millions of Meng Mountain's soul cultivators riding on soul beasts were fighting with the sword cultivators of Huan Country near Sword Edge Peak. Although the scale of the battle was not as large as the one between Dao sect cultivators and sword cultivators, there were many battlefields. Every battlefield had thousands or even tens of thousands of people. Adding them all up, Huan Country had sent a lot of swordsmen. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao controlled the drifting cloud airship and weaved between the battlefields. From time to time, they would be attacked by the flying swords of the sword cultivators and even the soul weapons of the soul cultivators. Fortunately, Xiaohua was on board the airship. The flying swords and soul weapons were easily blocked by Xiaohua and covered the group as they flew towards Drifting Cloud Lake. After passing through the battlefields of the soul cultivators and sword cultivators, there were new changes on the icy plains. When Fairy Hongxia flew over from Drifting Cloud Lake, although she was in a hurry, their impression was that there were only barren mountains and icy plains below the airship. They did not see any swordsmen of Huan Country. But now, there were many figures. There were even some simple wooden huts and sheds built on the side of the icy lake. Fairy Hongxia and the rest could tell with their divine sense that these people were no less than the sword cultivators of Huan Country. They were the kind of soul cultivators who looked dark and thin, with strange runes on their bodies and strange headwear on their heads. What is going on? Fairy Hongxia was completely stunned. When the airship stabilized, she turned to Li Zongbao and asked. Li Zongbao also frowned. He was not like Xiaohua. Xiaohua did not care about the great battle of Dao and sword and even turned a deaf ear to it. However, Li Zongbao was different. His master was a Jindan master in the conference hall, and he was on duty as a Jindan. He played a decisive role in the great battle of Dao and sword. Therefore, Li Zongbao's vision, thinking and planning were higher than Xiaohua's. Of course, it could also be said that his scruples and considerations were different from Xiaohua's. If he were to encounter Tu Hong, his methods would definitely be different. Even if he could kill Tu Hong's cultivation, he would definitely not assassinate him, because killing Tu Hong would cause irreversible damage to the war between Dao cultivators. Naturally, this was also the reason why Fairy Hongxia looked at Li Zongbao instead of Xiaohua. The sword cultivators of Huan Country seemed to be planning far ahead. Li Zongbao sighed. The change in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth will not only affect my Dao sect, but also the sword cultivators of Huan Country. Not only are they eyeing the territories of the 3 kingdoms of true cultivators, they are also eyeing millions of Meng mountains. Looks like they have suffered a setback, and were even attacked by millions of soul cultivators from Meng mountains. This is what they call trying to steal a chicken only to lose the rice used to lure it. Alas, that's right. The change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is no less than an abnormal disaster for us cultivators. All of us want to break through before the change is complete, and go as far as we can. During this period of time with Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao had heard a lot of things from Li Zongbao, so he had some insights. Looks like the sword cultivators of Huan country are even more anxious than us. Their Huan country has very few spirit stone veins to begin with, and after failing to seize the spirit veins of the 3 kingdoms of true cultivators, they are now eyeing the soul cultivators. Strange. Seeing Fairy Hongxia nod her head slightly, Xiaohua was puzzled. Why aren't millions of soul cultivators from Meng Mountains attacking Huan country? Are all of you thinking that the sword cultivators are invading Meng Mountains? Hee, junior brother. Although you see the soul cultivators invading Huan country, there is no reason for them to invade Huan country. Li Zongbao glanced at the silent Jiuxia and tried to explain to Xiaohua. Facing Jiuxia, who was known to be everywhere, Li Zongbao felt a little guilty. What do you mean? Xiaohua blinked his eyes as if he didn't understand. It's very simple. First, junior brother, take a look at the climate around here. Is it different from the climate when we were fighting the swordsmen? Li Zongbao said patiently. Yes. Xiaohua nodded. The days here are very long, and the nights are also very long. We can have a good sleep. Pfft. Fairy Hongxia didn't say anything, but Jiuxia laughed first. Her curved eyes were like an intoxicating deep pool. That's one thing. Another thing is that it's not as cold as before. There are ice lakes and vegetation on the icy plains. Li Zongbao said with a smile. This means that the closer we are to Meng Mountains, the warmer the weather. Why do you think millions of soul cultivators from Meng Mountains don't live in such a good place, but come to Huan country where not even a blade of grass grows? Indeed. Xiaohua nodded. Li Zongbao was right. This is secondary. Li Zongbao hesitated for a moment, then said, as far as I know, soul cultivators don't rely on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth or spirit stones to cultivate. The changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth have no effect on soul cultivators. Why would millions of soul cultivators from Meng Mountains attack Huan country at this time for no reason? If they could break into Huan country, they would have done so long ago. Huan country swordsmen have been confronting soul cultivators for many years, and have never been at a disadvantage. If it weren't for the war between the 2 sides, they might not have been chased to this place. Moreover, in my opinion, when the war in Huan country comes to an end, Huan country swordsmen will be able to concentrate on dealing with soul cultivators. The millions of soul cultivators from Meng Mountains will be blocked by Sword Edge Peak at most. Hee, if that's the case, the millions of soul cultivators from Meng Mountains may not be able to defeat Sword Edge Peak. Xiao Mao laughed. If Huan country is like that, those who wear such revealing clothes will definitely be frozen into popsicles. Miss Jiuxia, do you think I'm right? Li Zongbao said and looked at Jiuxia. Jiuxia narrowed her eyes and smiled. These are all the thoughts of you stinky men. I don't know. I'm just thinking about how to get brother-in-law to help me. Once brother-in-law solves my big problem, I'll be free of worries. Brother-in-law even gave me a 2nd-grade flying shadow pill. I'm still thinking about using it. Oh, Li Zongbao was a little disappointed, but he didn't ask any more questions. He turned to Fairy Hongxia and said, Junior sister, if that's the case, I'm afraid our route to Drifting Cloud Lake will have to be slightly modified. I understand. Fairy Hongxia nodded. If we follow the previous route, we'll definitely encounter many soul cultivators. Their soul techniques are unpredictable. Although we have Xiao Mao to protect us, it'll still be troublesome. Fairy Hongxia took out a jade amulet and looked at it carefully for a while. Then she pointed at it and said, "Let's go in that direction." "Understood," Xiao Mao replied. He then activated the flowing cloud flying ship and left. Chapter 2805. Xiaohua sat on the airship in a daze. He really couldn't understand what was the difference between going in one direction and going in another in this high altitude. Moreover, how could they come and go as they pleased in such an unfamiliar place? As Fairy Hongxia had said, the number of soul cultivators they had encountered along the way was much lower than it had been before. Xiaohua was speechless. He wanted to ask about it, but when he saw Jiuxia's knowing smile, he thought, fine, let's not ask about it, okay? Drifting Cloud Lake was actually not a lake, but a huge deep pit. There seemed to be something strange about this deep pit. There was a lot of light smoke seeping out from the bottom and walls of the pit, covering the entire deep pit. Moreover, the light smoke was coming out from the pit and slowly drifting in the air like a cloud. That was why it was named Drifting Cloud Lake. It was night when Xiaohua and the others arrived at Drifting Cloud Lake. The weather was a little gloomy, but it was unknown whether it was because of the dark clouds or because it was not yet time. There were no stars in the sky, and everything was quiet. Only the occasional bonfire on the ground gave out a few rays of light. Several people sat on the airship and watched the light smoke dance in the air like countless beautiful women. After admiring it for a moment, they controlled the airship to glide in the night, flying toward the mountain range in the distance of Drifting Cloud Lake. There's someone here? Xiaohua stared at the mountain range in the distance like a monster. He felt a strange feeling in his heart, but suddenly, he turned his head and looked to the right of the airship. Everyone was shocked and turned their heads as well. Several divine senses swept in that direction at the same time. Sure enough, a few dark figures suddenly appeared in midair, heading in the same direction as Li Zongbao. As Li Zongbao and the others scanned the area with their divine will, those few figures were alerted as well, and sent their divine will over as well. Seeing that there was actually a flying boat with a few Dao sect cultivators on it, the few figures were stunned. Obviously, they didn't expect to see people here, let alone Dao sect cultivators. Looking at the figures hovering in the air, Xiaohua smiled. These people were all dressed in black, not in sword attire. However, there were faint, almost invisible sword lights flashing under their feet. If they were not sword cultivators, who could they be? What was the purpose of these sword cultivators heading to Million Meng Mountains in the middle of the night? Just thinking about it, Xiaohua felt that it was interesting. It's him. At this moment, Li Zongbao gritted his teeth with hatred. Who is he? Xiaohua was a little curious. Although these people were very far away, when he scanned them with his divine perception, he found that their faces were unfamiliar. Xiaohua had never seen them before. During the Battle of the Sword Tomb, Lu Ruochang laid down the fourth sword formation of the Four Directions sword formation. Fairy Hongxia also came to a realization as she whispered, "The fourth array is a spirit array. The person in charge of the array is the one in front." That day, he came with the intention of killing all the disciples of the Dao sect who survived the spirit-devouring array. However, the sword catacomb changed, and the sword cultivator's four-square sword formation was disrupted by Junior Uncle Wu Ming's pregnant baby and that strange dragon roar. The soul formation was broken before it could be used. Who knows where the soul cultivator in charge of the formation went? Xiao Mao gritted his teeth. I didn't expect to see him here. He's a swordsman, not a soul warrior. Xiaohua nodded. But it seems like he knows soul techniques. They're coming. Xiao Mao was a little nervous, as if he still had some lingering fear of what happened in the sword catacomb. To kill or not to kill? Xiaohua didn't have any other thoughts and only asked coldly. This. Although Li Zongbao had a deep impression of Yi Yu, but after all, after Yi Yu had appeared, he had not started killing the Dao sect's disciples before being messed up by Xiaohua. Speaking of which, Yi Yu had not really contributed in the great battle of the Sword Tomb. What troubled Li Zongbao the most was that they had come to the Huan Kingdom under the slogan of gaining experience. They had even said that they had already left the Great War of Dao and Sword, and that they could not be viewed as enemies just because of the Great War of Dao and Sword. But now that they had met their old enemies on the battlefield, how could they go back on their words and draw their weapons to meet them? Fairy Hong Xia seemed to have thought of this as well, and looked at Xiao Hua with a troubled expression. To kill or not to kill? Xiao Hua frowned. It's up to you. Let's wait and see. Fairy Hong Xia sighed, and ordered Xiao Mao to stop the flying boat in midair. In the night, Yi Yu and the others almost blended into the night, and quietly flew to the front of the flying boat. Yi Yu stopped a few feet away, and cupped his hands. Everyone, I'm Yi Yu, I wonder if you… At this point, Yi Yu paused and was a little surprised. But then he asked curiously, I seem to have seen you before? Could it be that you participated in the sword catacomb battle? Your eyesight is not bad. Li Zongbao took half a step forward, and stood at the edge of the flying boat. He said coldly, We are the Dao sect disciples who survived the square sword formation. I'm Li Zongbao from the Utopia faction. Previously, in the spirit-devouring array, I saw you standing on the soul weapon heroically. I see. Yi Yu's tone had returned to its previous calmness, and he said lightly, That was then, and this is now. Back then, you and I were enemies, and any means were not excessive. It's normal for me to kill you in the soul weapon formation, or for you to kill me. And now, you all, are you here to tour the Heng country? If this Yi were to kill all of you, wouldn't that be bullying the weak? Now that you've come here, it seems that you have this idea. Xiao Mao sneered. Are you also a disciple of the Utopia faction? Yi Yu glanced at Xiao Mao and said coldly, Why would I want to kill you? It's just a piece of cake. How can a few cultivators in the late stage of the Foundation establishment stage be a match for my third-grade illusory sword? Also, there's a mysterious soul cultivation art? Xiao Mao also retorted sarcastically, You're a rare genius who cultivates both sword and soul. Not at all, I'm not as good as you. Yi Yu sneered. A kid in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment stage of the Utopia faction dares to be arrogant in front of me. If it weren't for your traveling, I would have killed you here. I'm Xiao Mao from the Xuanyan school. Xiao Mao sneered, If you want to kill me, just do it. Don't find any excuses. Xiao Mao from the Xuanyan school? Nameless people. Yi Yu glanced at Xiao Hua, Hongxia Fairy, and Jiu Xia, and asked indifferently, Who are you? We're even more nameless people. Xiao Hua said lazily, You've never heard of us even if we tell you, so it's better not to say it. Alright. I've never had the habit of forcing others. Yi was not angry. He just cupped his hands and said, Millions of Meng mountains are just ahead. Even sword cultivators like us don't dare to enter without permission. If you want to travel, you can stop here. Sword cultivators don't dare to enter without permission, but what about you? Are you going to millions of Meng mountains? Xiao Hua asked with a smile. You don't need to worry about where I'm going. Yi Yu sneered, You should worry about yourselves. I'm curious. Now that the Heng country is at war with the soul cultivators of millions of Meng mountains, what are you planning to do by entering millions of Meng mountains at night? Could there be another soul formation in millions of Meng mountains? Li Zongbao asked. Do you want to die? Yi Yu sneered, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. Although I don't bully the weak, if I'm provoked, I won't show mercy even if it's a senior, let alone a junior. Here, Yi Yu smiled bitterly, waved his hand and said, Why am I telling you so much? Whether millions of Meng mountains are auspicious or inauspicious, you know as well as I do. I'm just advising you out of kindness because I was forced to kill some creatures in the sword catacomb battle. As for where you go, it's none of my business. After saying that, he turned around and waved his hand, leading a few people who were dressed in black like him and whose faces were almost unrecognizable, flying towards millions of Meng mountains. This you seems interesting. Xiao Mao was a little stunned. It doesn't seem as fierce as I imagined. Could it be that he was really forced to do it in the sword catacomb battle? Tisk, just listen to his nonsense. Li Zongbao sneered, How can a soul cultivator who can control souls be easy to deal with? If that's the case, why would Lu Ruochang put him in the last layer of the four-direction sword formation? The original plan of the soul formation was to kill all the cultivators of my Dao sect. Li Zongbao is right. Jiu Xia, who had been silent for a while, said with a smile, "You've been in the sword domain for a few years and killed so many third-grade illusory swords, and Xiao Hua was able to escape from the hands of a transformed sword. This you didn't care about it before, but now that he met you, how could he not know where you came from? How could he not plan how to deal with you? Your fierce reputation forced him to take the initiative to come here. He was afraid that you would take the initiative to attack him, and he felt that he couldn't win against you. That's why he talked to you as a powerhouse, to make you feel that you can't fight with him." "That's true." Xiao Mao suddenly realized. If it weren't for senior brother Li's kindness." Xiao Hua sneered. "Who cares what he said? Kill them all." "It's not that easy." Jianghu smiled. Before he came, he had already planned it out. "Didn't you hear him mention your training? First, he cut off the reason for you to attack him. This person is so cunning." Fairy Hongxia was shocked. He only stopped in midair for a moment, and he actually thought of so many things? This person is really powerful. In the future, when we fight with him, we have to be careful. That's all there is to it. Xiao Hua sneered. "If it was me, I would directly kill him without a second word." "Brother-in-law," Jianghu rebuked. "Sister is right. Things in this world can't be solved completely by killing. Just like this sword battle, why don't you just take out your transformed sword and nascent soul, and you kill me and I kill you? Why do you have to separate Jindan and illusory swords, nascent soul and transformed sword? Why do you need spirit stone veins and other schemes to lure the snake out of its hole?" Chapter 2806. Jianghu spoke up for Fairy Hongxia, but Xiao Hua and the rest did not know how to reply. This was because Jianghu was always able to convince people with her words, leaving them speechless. Xiao Hua was helpless and said half-heartedly, "However, all schemes and tricks are useless in front of cultivation and strength. Brother-in-law is right. But in this world, who dares to say that their strength is unrivaled?" Jianghu seemed to be hurt by Xiao Hua's words as she said faintly, "Even those who can step into the tribulation stage and Mahayana stage would not dare to be as arrogant as brother-in-law. After all, there is always someone better than you. If you are careless..." Jianghu's voice was so sad that everyone felt sorry for her. Fairy Hongxia quickly reached out her hand and said, "Sister, sigh. It's all my fault." Jianghu quickly plastered a smile on her face as she looked at Yu, who was disappearing into the night, and said, "Of course, if brother-in-law was facing this weak soul cultivator, he would be able to say the same thing." Jianghu's forced smile made everyone's heart soften. No one had the heart to say anything. Jianghu blinked her eyes and said, "However, this is the time when sword cultivators and soul cultivators are fighting. Yi Yu is heading to Million Meng Mountains in the middle of the night. Brother-in-law, aren't you going to follow him?" Xiao Hua and the rest came back to their senses. After thinking for a while, he smiled bitterly and said, "This Yi Yu is so mysterious. Although I am not afraid of him, there is no reason for me to go looking for trouble. Besides, he is a swordsman. His dealings with soul cultivators have nothing to do with me. We still have important matters to attend to." Little sister was a little curious at first. "However, since elder sister and brother-in-law are not going, I will not go either," Jianghu said with a smile. Her smile made everyone happy. "Let's wait for a while." Fairy Hongxia waved her hand and said, "We will enter Million Meng Mountains after Yi Yu leaves. Can't we go somewhere else?" Xiao Hua casually pointed at other places. "Aren't they all mountains? There is no difference. Million Meng Mountains is a taboo for sword cultivators and soul cultivators. There must be something powerful about it. That is what is recorded in the jade of my Kai family. It is better to follow orders." Fairy Hongxia shook her head slightly, denying Xiao Hua's risk. "Big brother, after thinking about it, I feel that this night rain is a little strange." While they were waiting, Xiao Mao whispered to Xiao Hua, "He is a sword cultivator, a great enemy of ours. Although he has some misgivings and doesn't dare to attack us, Millions of Meng Mountains is a dangerous place. How could he kindly warn us? He's probably looking forward to us dying here, isn't he?" "I reckon he's just a hypocrite," Fairy Hongxia whispered back. "This night rain. He wants us to follow him into Million Meng Mountains. Jianghu said calmly. How is that possible? Xiao Mao was dumbfounded. No matter how stupid we are, we can't possibly follow him. That's right, this is where Night Rain's trick lies. Jianghu said, since we are standing in front of Drifting Cloud Lake, there are two possibilities. One is that we are just passing by, and the other is that we are going to enter Millions of Meng Mountains. However, there are two possibilities for entering Millions of Meng Mountains. One is that we already know the route, and the other is that we are here by chance. Then, if it is an ordinary enemy who wants to take our lives, but is afraid of dying, he will naturally have to borrow Millions of Meng Mountains. But everyone knows how dangerous Millions of Meng Mountains are. Even if he wants to bewitch us, we won't enter Millions of Meng Mountains. Therefore, the enemy didn't even mention Millions of Meng Mountains, and was even vague about his purpose. And just now, Night Rain didn't even hesitate to tell us that Millions of Meng Mountains is in front of us, and that it is extremely dangerous. He doesn't want us to take the risk. Firstly, it gives us the demeanor of an elder, and secondly, it's a way to show off. He can go to such a dangerous place, but we can't. If there are people with extreme personalities, they will definitely rush into Millions of Meng Mountains on impulse. Of course, we are going to enter Millions of Meng Mountains, but we don't necessarily have a safe route. Now that he has warned us in advance, the hint in his words is that if he can enter Millions of Meng Mountains, he has a safe route. Even if we don't want to go the same way as him, we might already agree with his route in our hearts, and most likely follow him in. Outside of Millions of Meng Mountains, he might not be able to deal with brother-in-law's divine ability, but once we enter, he might have a way to deal with us. We are going to enter Millions of Meng Mountains, so of course we have a route. Why would we follow him? Xiao Mao said disdainfully. It wasn't easy for him to have a chance to refute Jianghu. He can't read our minds. Of course, he won't know what we are thinking. Jianghu said with a smile. Why doesn't he try? Besides, if we don't follow him, he will know that we are really going to Millions of Meng Mountains, and have other matters to attend to. We are not just passing by, and we are not going to train in Huan Kingdom like you said before, right? So, that's the reason. Fairy Hongxia was suddenly enlightened. Night Rain's words were full of schemes. Even people like Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao didn't seem to think so much. But everyone was confused again. Li Zongbao asked, are we that important? But even if we don't have a route in advance, we won't go with him. Xiao Mao said, still unconvinced. Maybe. Jianghu shrugged. His manner was similar to Xiaohua's, but he looked much more carefree than Xiaohua. He is just taking a gamble. Whether you can go or not, he might not even care. Xiao Mao was speechless. Jianghu was not easy to convince. Besides, this is just some idle chatter while we are waiting. I hope you don't mind it. After Jianghu concluded, Xiao Mao almost fell to the ground. Let's go. Fairy Hongxia urged at an inappropriate time. Night Rain has nothing to do with us. No matter what he is thinking, we have nothing to do with him. Don't bother with him. Alright. Xiao Mao was a little unwilling, but until now, he still couldn't pierce through Jianghu's mask of omniscience. He had no choice but to follow Jianghu's instructions and fly towards Millions of Meng Mountains. Just as Jianghu said, after Night Rain flew into Millions of Meng Mountains, he didn't go far. Instead, he used his divine ability and hid somewhere, as if he was waiting for Xiaohua and the others. After a long time, one of the subordinates became impatient. He asked, tactfully, Master, why are we waiting here? If Master is willing, you could have just killed these Dao sect cultivators at Drifting Cloud Lake. Why do you have to go through so much trouble? What do you know? Yiyu laughed icily, but there was no trace of impatience on his face. These Dao sect cultivators are clearly the terrifying Phoenix and the rest who have recently become famous in the Sword region. I don't have any confidence in being able to kill them. Can you do it? Even with Master's ability, you don't have the confidence. How can we do it? That person smiled charmingly and whispered, however, Master's eyesight is really sharp. You only saw these people once in the Sword Catacomb battle, but you have such a deep impression of them. You really make us admire you. What do you know? Night Rain sneered. During the Sword Catacomb battle, there were hundreds of thousands of Dao sect cultivators. How can I recognize each and every one of them? I'm just trying to deceive them. If I don't take the initiative to go over, they will really attack. The situation is worrying. How is that possible? Another swordsman was unwilling to fall behind. He hurriedly came over and whispered, I heard from the side that Master has been enduring silently. I've made preparations to kill them all. Night Rain sneered, I'm afraid even 10 of you are no match for them. But they saw our whereabouts. How can we let them go? The swordsman from before was somewhat puzzled. Perhaps we don't have to kill them. They will die on their own? At this point, Night Rain's expression was somewhat absent-minded as he looked into the distance. Master, do you think they will follow us? Another person asked with some apprehension. I'd rather they follow us. Night Rain hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice. Then he said in an even lower voice, if they don't follow us, then it will be troublesome. However, after waiting for a long time, Xiaohua's airship still hadn't appeared in their field of vision. Yiyu didn't dare to release her divine sense, so after thinking for a moment, she ordered another person, go back and check their whereabouts. Quickly report back. That person did not dare to delay. He hurriedly stepped on his flying sword and flew into the distance. Not long after, that person turned back. Night Rain obviously attached great importance to this matter. He hurriedly asked, how is it? Master, there are no traces of those cultivators near Drifting Cloud Lake. If they did not leave Drifting Cloud Lake and go to the other side of Sword Domain, then they must have entered Million Mountain Meng. How could they have gone to Drifting Cloud Lake for the so-called travel? Night Rain sneered, it seems that he has discovered the secret. He has already come to Million Mountain Meng to find the clues of that year. Master, the few people were somewhat puzzled. Forget it. Since he dares to chase after us, how can I let him go? Night Rain sneered, how many years has it been? Finally. At this point, Night Rain stopped abruptly. He looked at the sky and said coldly, let's go, we are going to Shibai Inner Stockade. Master. Without waiting for Night Rain to fly up, the two swordsmen hurriedly said, Shibai Inner Stockade. Is it a place where Master can go now? Right now, Million Mountain Meng is at war with Sword Domain. It is already not easy for Master to come to Million Mountain Meng. If you come in contact with the people of Shibai Inner Stockade, you will be easily used by the other swordsmen of Sword Domain. That's right, Master. It was not easy for our Flying Dragon Sword sect to revive in Sword Domain. It was not easy for us to get the dragon platform in our hands again. This great situation did not come easily. You must think more about it. When Night Rain heard this, he also hesitated. Besides, Master does not see G-Man for the new year. G-Man did not seem to have summoned Master. If Master does not summon G-Man, I am afraid it will be disadvantageous to Master. Chapter 2807. She's just a G-Man. Does she really think she's a princess? Yiyu sneered. I've only taken a fancy to. Hee, my lord, you're thinking too much. Before Yiyu could finish, another swordsman hurriedly interrupted him. We have an important matter to attend to today. My lord, please think about it carefully. Yiyu frowned slightly and whispered, 6. You have some connections in the Meng Mountains. I'll entrust this matter to you. Find out where these cultivators are going and follow them closely. Remember, don't let them discover you and... Then he whispered a lot more. Hearing this, the other swordsman avoided him, not daring to listen carefully. The swordsman named 6 listened for a long time and nodded a few times. Then he stepped on his sword and left. Yiyu and the others continued to move forward, but obviously Yiyu was not as calm as before. Occasionally he would look back, as if he was thinking about something. Little did Xiaohua and his men know that their trip to Meng Mountains had actually caused Yiyu a great confusion. The 5 of them had been flying on the flying ship for nearly half a day, but they still didn't see any ambush from Yiyu and his men. When they saw a mountain range filled with withered branches in front of them, they stopped the flying ship. Fairy Hongxia looked ahead and pursed her lips. It seems we shouldn't enter the Meng Mountains like this, right? Of course. Xiaohua looked at himself, then at the others, and laughed. We are obviously cultivators of the Dao sect. Won't we be targeted if we enter the Meng Mountains? But what if we change? Xiao Mao was a little distressed. I've never seen the appearance of the soul cultivators in the Meng Mountains. But at this point, a strange expression appeared on Xiao Mao's face. Who said they had never seen them before? Along the way, they had seen many soul cultivators and swordsmen fighting each other. How could they not know what a soul cultivator looked like? However, if they had to dress up in such a strange manner, how could they do it? Can we? Li Zongbao was still a little hopeful. If we sneak in like this, they might not know. Let's change our appearance. Wuxia smiled. The divine abilities of soul cultivators are not something we can guess. Flying in the air is far safer than hiding in the Meng Mountains. Modification? Xiaohua was slightly stunned. However, when he saw Wuxia smiling as she took out some clothes that didn't look strange, he came to a realization. According to what I know, within these millions of Meng Mountains, there are not only those weird-looking savages. There are still some people who look normal to us. Wuxia said with a smile, I collected these clothes in my early years. They're similar to those worn by soul cultivators, right? Not to mention Xiaohua, even Xiao Mao, after looking at the clothes in Wuxia's hands, couldn't believe what Wuxia said. After all, Wuxia's ability to predict the future was too powerful. Xiao Mao almost thought that Wuxia had predicted that they would definitely enter Million Men Meng Mountains. Let's just wear it. Fairy Hongxia was not suspicious at all. She took the clothes from Wuxia and said, Didn't you see that night's rain? His clothes are also different from ordinary sword cultivators. What he's wearing should be what soul cultivators usually wear. When everyone changed into their clothes, they were all elated. Li Zongbao and the others were wearing jackets on their upper bodies and ordinary trousers on their lower bodies. However, the trousers were shorter than the ordinary ones, exposing their feet and calves. Furthermore, he was wearing something that looked like a sack on his head, which made him look very strange. Fairy Hongxia's clothes were different. She was wearing a beautiful red robe with many folds. On the folds, there were patterns of nymphs and eggs. Although the patterns were strange, the colors were colorful. Coupled with the green skirt and the exposed snow-white calves, it was exceptionally beautiful. Good. Seeing Fairy Hongxia finish changing, Wuxia clapped her hands and laughed. Big sister, after changing into these clothes, you look very similar to G-Man in Hun's Decade. You're incomparably beautiful. After saying that, she slapped her forehead and took out a red flower crown from her storage pouch. She called out, Big sister, don't forget this. As she said that, she put it on Fairy Hongxia's head. The flowers on the flower crown were extraordinarily beautiful. Together with Fairy Hongxia's snow-white skin, a strange kind of beauty arose spontaneously. Good, Xiao Mao praised. Senior sister, after dressing up, you look even more beautiful than before. If the soul cultivators in Million Meng Mountains were even 10% as beautiful as you, the cultivators of Dao sect would not see them as barbarians. What's G-Man? Li Zongbao glanced at Fairy Hongxia and asked Wuxia. Also, is Hun's Decade a place where soul cultivators gather? These, you don't know? Wuxia was slightly surprised. Fairy Hongxia's face was flushed with shyness. She said in a low voice, We came to Million Meng Mountains based on the records of our clan's Yuzong. We thought it would be like the 10 perilous lands in the 3 kingdoms of cultivators. We could either use our cultivation to force our way in, or secretly follow the route recorded by our ancestors. But we didn't expect that soul cultivators would fight with sword cultivators. We also didn't expect. I understand now. Actually, you didn't prepare well. I'm afraid you used the opportunity of the Dao Sword War to come to Million Meng Mountains, right? Wuxia said with a smile before Fairy Hongxia could finish. That's true. Fairy Hongxia pursed her lips and smiled. Besides, the soul cultivators in Million Meng Mountains are really far away from our Shi kingdom. We can't meet them normally. The records of our clan are missing. Fairy Hong Xia stopped talking. Xiaohua knew that even if the Kai clan of Qingyang had a complete record, Fairy Hong Xia might not be able to see it. Actually, I don't know much about Million Meng Mountains, Jiao Xia said with a smile. It's just that I've always liked to hunt for novelties. I've read a lot of ancient books, so I know a little about it. As she said that, Jiao Xia stretched out her little finger and made a small fingernail. The crescent moon on the fingernail was unusually beautiful. Then tell me, Fairy Hong Xia said with a smile, save us the trouble of not knowing what Million Meng Mountains looks like after coming here. Million Meng Mountains is huge. As for how big it is, no one seems to know. The corners of Jiao Xia's mouth curled up slightly, and he seemed very pleased with himself. He said, but on the side adjacent to the sword domain, there are many natives gathered. Everyone has seen how these natives look like before. They are the kind that fight with swordsmen. These natives are different from sword cultivators and cultivators. They're born with the power of soul cultivators. Almost every one of them is a soul warrior. It's just that the distance they can go on the path of soul cultivation is different. All of the natives live in a village. This village is called the Soul Village. Actually, according to the records, soul cultivators are not called soul villages, but shaman villages. Among the natives living in shaman villages, not all of them are uncivilized. After so many years, many of them have learned etiquette, shame, and how to cultivate. Those who walk in front of the ordinary natives are called shamans or soul warriors. In the battle we saw earlier, the commander should be the so-called shamans. These shamans are the real soul cultivators. Every shaman village naturally has a leader, just like the clan leader of a Taoist family or the head of a sect. They're called shaman elders. Shaman elders have supreme authority in the shaman village and can do whatever they want. No one can control them. Jiao Xia said again, besides shaman elders, the most respected person in the entire shaman village is G-Man. This G-Man is usually the daughter of shaman elders. If shaman elders don't have a daughter, they have to appoint a woman to be G-Man. Xiaohua was stunned and asked curiously, since G-Man is the most respected person besides shaman elders, then what happens after shaman elders die? Or, the next generation shaman elders? Who told you that shaman elders have to be a man? Jiao Xia laughed. Shaman elders can also be a woman. So, G-Man became shaman elders when she grew old. Xiaohua suddenly understood, but then he asked again, shaman elders are women, G-Man is also a woman, then, where did they come from? What about G-Man's father? I didn't say that shaman elders have to be a woman? Jiao Xia said slyly again. Shaman elders have both males and females. The male baby that G-Man gives birth to will be shaman elders in the future. The female baby that G-Man gives birth to will be G-Man in the future. When G-Man grows up, she naturally has to find Fu-Man. The child of Fu-Man and G-Man is shaman elder or G-Man. When shaman elder grows up, he naturally has to find Fu-Ji. The daughter of shaman elder and Fu-Ji is shaman elder or G-Man. Jiao Xia's words were like the tinkling of a clear spring. What G-Man, Fu-Ji, shaman elder. Although Xiaohua heard it very pleasing to the ear, his mind was already in a mess. He was already vague about the seniority, and now he was even more confused. But Jiao Xia still didn't let them go and continued. Also, I heard that in some inner village, that G-Man is even more important than shaman elders. G-Man's daughter. Stop. Xiaohua didn't wait for Jiao Xia to finish, and hurriedly waved his hand and said, please, whatever they do in the shaman village has nothing to do with us. They can do whatever they want. Jiao Xia covered her mouth and laughed, almost rocking back and forth. What else? Fairy Hong Xia also covered her mouth and laughed, then asked. Unexpectedly, looking at everyone's questions, Jiao Xia said in a serious tone, there are other things, I don't know. That's all? Xiao Mao couldn't believe it and blurted out. Jiao Xia shook her head and said, when I saw this, my head felt like it was going to explode, so I didn't continue reading. You You didn't make a copy of the jade slip? Xiao Mao asked with a look of disappointment on his face. The millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountain are really far away from Shi. Normally, we can't even meet. Why would I make a copy of this jade slip? Jiao Xia imitated Fairy Hong Xia's words and said word by word. Chapter 2808. Looking at Jiao Xia's adorable face and her slightly strange eyes, how could Xiao Mao blame her? Forget it, let's go. Li Zongbao waved his hand and said, this shaman village has nothing to do with us anyway. We just need to follow the previous route and slowly find, it's all there is to it. Jiao Xia held Fairy Hong Xia's arm and both of them landed on the mountain range. Li Zongbao and the other two landed in front of them. The place where the five of them landed was a vague mountain path with some soil and sand. However, the place where they landed was soft and seemed to be unusually damp. This million Meng Mountains is indeed a little strange. Xiaohua looked down and squatted down. He raised his hand and grabbed a handful of soil to examine. This soil was extremely loose, it seemed to be in the form of granules. Every slightly larger granule had some faint green color, it seemed to be moss, but also like green plants. As for the sand mixed in the soil, it also flickered with a faint green color, it seemed that there were some crystal grains within. However, when Xiaohua's divine sense swept over it, there were no fluctuations, it was just ordinary sand. Big brother, what are you doing? Xiao Mao did not land on the ground, but stood in the void and asked in confusion. Nothing. I just saw the withered branches all over the mountain and saw that the soil was very damp. I felt strange. Xiaohua threw away the soil and sand in his hand and stood in the air. He clapped his hands and said calmly, the trees should be lush in a damp place. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Xiao Mao did not ask any more questions. After all, cultivators already knew a lot about spiritual herbs. How could they know about agriculture? However, Jiao Xia, who was flying behind the group, trembled violently and a strange look flashed across her eyes. Fairy Hong Xia naturally felt Jiao Xia's strange movement and turned to look at her strangely. However, Jiao Xia only smiled sweetly and did not explain anything. The group flew slowly for 2 hours and did not meet any soul cultivators, nor did they encounter any danger. The faint path under their feet became more obvious, and beside the path, there were more withered plants. Unlike the mountain ranges in the kingdom of Shi, these millions of Meng Mountains did not have a lot of green grass. Instead, they were filled with thorns that stuck to the ground and stuck close to the ground. These thorns had some thorns, but at the same time, there were also some green leaves. Among the green leaves, there were even some fruits that were smaller than grains of sand. There weren't many large trees in the mountain range. Occasionally, there would be some trees that were slightly taller, but they were not taller than a foot. The tree trunks were extremely thick, and there were many branches on the tree trunks. However, these branches were somewhat dry, and were faintly dyed with a withered yellow color. At this moment, the sky was already bright. Behind them, a wisp of white appeared on the horizon. The sun was about to rise from the horizon. The rotation of day and night in this place has returned to normal? Xiaohua turned his head and gazed towards the east, suddenly coming to a realization. Aya, brother-in-law. Jiao Xia rebuked. We've already flown very far from here from the sword edge peak of the sword domain. In terms of direction, we're leaning towards the southwest, so we're naturally far away from the extreme north of the sword domain. Where is the polar night and polar day? Oh, so it's called polar night and polar day. Xiaohua nodded his head. It sounds quite similar. Of course, Jiao Xia curled her lips, no longer paying any attention to Xiaohua, this directionally challenged idiot. Everyone continued to fly forward. When the sun rose, the road beneath their feet and what they could see with their naked eyes didn't change much. These millions of Meng Mountains were really big. Although they didn't fly with all their strength, after flying for nearly 2 hours, they could only see continuous hills rising and falling one after another. There were also endless peaks in front of them, as if there was no end to it. Chirp chirp, a few sharp cries came from the valley to their right. With a sweep of his divine sense, Xiaohua saw a few wild beasts that were slightly bigger than hamsters burrowing out from the ground of the valley. They were extremely fast as they skimmed through the sand and rushed to the front of those withered plants. They stuck their heads out to look around, then opened their mouths and bit onto those tiny fruits. Chirp chirp, a few more cries rang out. Not far from these wild beasts, a few more similar beasts appeared. They were also burrowing out at an extremely fast speed, but their target was a few short plants. These few plants were only as tall as a palm, and there were 2 strands of something that looked like wheat growing on them. Those things were also withered, but these wild beasts didn't mind biting them in half, then opened their mouths and carefully ate them. With these wild beasts, I'm afraid there will be natives or soul warriors appearing soon. While thinking, Xiaohua slowly released his Buddhist sense. However, after releasing it for a few miles, he found something strange. He immediately retracted his Buddhist sense, then looked at Li Zongbao, who had been silent all this time, and said, "Senior brother, there are a few millions of natives in Meng Mountains ahead. How should we deal with them?" Since entering the millions of Meng Mountains, Li Zongbao didn't speak anymore, as if he had something on his mind. Now that Xiaohua asked him about it, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Wuxia, who was flying behind him. "You should ask the ubiquitous Miss Wuxia about this. We are ignorant and inexperienced, how can we know?" Actually, Wuxia looked ahead and said in a low voice, "We should go and meet them. After all, there will be more natives in the future. However, at the very beginning, it's better for us to hide ourselves." After saying that, Wuxia pulled Fairy Hongxia and flew to the side of the mountain path. With a wave of her hand, a strange light flashed, and the 2 of them disappeared. "All right, I heard that the millions of natives in Meng Mountains, no matter if they are soul warriors or not, can sense the aura of living people. If you want to avoid them early, you should also stay far away from the mountain path." Wuxia's giggling voice was far away from where they disappeared. "Let's hide first." Xiaohua looked at Li Zongbao and said in a low voice, "Actually, we don't need to prepare for this." Li Zongbao hesitated for a moment, then said, "We should speed up and fly low. Doesn't Junior's sister have the route in the jade amulet? We won't meet these natives." Wuxia might have her reasons for doing this. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "The situation in Meng Mountains is different from before. It's better to be cautious." The millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountains have pushed the front line into Huan Kingdom. Now that we're already within the millions of Meng Mountains, we're right behind those soul cultivators. There's no need to be so cautious," Xiao Mao said in an unconvinced tone. "Let's wait and see." Xiaohua was still very impressed with Wuxia's ability, so he could only wave his hand and say. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao naturally had invisibility talismans. After flying far away from the mountain path, they casually activated them and their figures slowly disappeared. Xiaohua was beside them, also using invisibility talismans. After half a meal's time, several natives similar to the ones they saw before appeared in their field of vision. These aborigines held wooden poles in their hands. Their stature varied, but they were all dark and skinny. Their dark skin didn't have any patterns like the aborigines who were fighting. However, their exposed waists and abdomens were clearly protruding ribs. Their thin and skinny legs didn't seem to have any flesh, only a layer of skin. Furthermore, there was a skull wrapped in a layer of skin. It looked very frightening. As these natives got closer and closer, a burst of unintelligible whimpering sounds came from the distance. Moreover, these natives were constantly gesturing, as if they were arguing about something. When these natives were about to pass by the place where Xiaohua and the others were flying, they all stopped at the same time and looked around inexplicably. Their noses were even twitching as they pointed in all directions. Suddenly, these natives' skeleton-like faces showed joy at the same time. They turned towards the direction of Xiaohua and the others and threw out the wooden poles in their hands almost at the same time. 4 to 5 wooden poles drew beautiful arcs in the air and landed between the vines of the mountain path about 100 zhang away. The wooden poles' heads pierced deeply into the mountain path, and the entire wooden pole was still shaking in the air. Woo! The natives let out strange cries and quickly rushed over from the mountain path. Each of them bared their fangs and brandished their claws, looking extremely terrifying. When these natives arrived at the place where the wooden poles were, They each reached out and pulled out their own wooden poles from the ground. Among the 5 wooden poles, 3 of the sharp points were poked into the mouse-like wild animals that Xiaohua and the others had seen before. At this moment, these wild animals were still struggling, powerlessly twisting on the sharp points of the wooden poles. Black and red blood dripped down the wooden poles. The 3 natives who picked up the wooden poles reached out and grabbed the wild animals in their hands. They held them tightly and then greedily stuck out their tongues, licking the blood that was still flowing from the sharp points of the wooden poles. After licking the wooden poles clean, the natives raised their hands again. Their mouths were at the places where the wild animals were poked by the wooden poles, and they sucked with all their strength. Traces of blood seeped out from the natives' mouths, looking extremely terrifying and disgusting. The wooden poles of the other 2 natives were empty. Clearly, they didn't catch any wild animals. The 2 natives looked at the 3 natives sucking the blood of the wild animals with envy. Then, they squatted down and carefully looked at the thorny vines. Then, they carefully picked the small fruits from the vines. They took out a few fruits and put them in their mouths to chew, and kept the others in their bosoms. Gee gee goo goo goo. The 2 natives chewed and said a few strange words to each other. Then, they said a few words to the other 3 natives. It seemed like they were saying goodbye. Then, the 2 natives left and walked on the mountain path, heading into the distance. After drinking the blood, the 3 of them looked very satisfied. One of them even opened his mouth, revealing his white teeth, and bit off the wild animal's head. Crunching sounds could be heard as he chewed it in his mouth. The native also drank the blood that flowed out from the decapitated head. The 3 natives held the wild animals in their hands and looked around for a moment before returning to the mountain path. However, they didn't chase after the 2 natives. Instead, they turned back and went back to where they came from. Chapter 2809. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the figures of Xiaohua and the other 4 appeared not far away. The 5 of them had different expressions. Xiaohua and the others had a look of disbelief on their faces. Even Xiao Mao's face was a little pale, and there was an unconcealable strangeness in his eyes. Fairy Hongxia bit her lips tightly and frowned. She had an extremely disgusted look on her face. Jiuxia's eyes were bright as he looked at the dried-up blood on the ground. No one knew what he was thinking about. "Let's go." Li Zongbao's face was calm as he said, "These millions of people of Meng Mountain are indeed uncivilized. This is obviously a common wild rat. Even the people of the secular world might not eat it raw. They actually ate it so directly. Sigh, I wonder if they will eat people." Xiaohua's heart was also disgusted. If it was any other wild animal, it would be fine. But this rat's appearance was really unbearable. He really could not imagine that someone would eat a rat raw. Looking at Xiao Mao's somewhat panicked expression and his pale face, Xiaohua did not ask anything. He knew that he had never seen such a disgusting scene. The 5 of them did not say anything after that. They quietly hurried on. Obviously, their flying speed had increased. They all wanted to leave the place where the natives gathered. However, on the mountain path, there were more and more natives. Xiaohua and the others had to avoid them from time to time. Although they did not see any wild rats being eaten raw, Xiaohua and the others were still somewhat impatient. But when they looked at Jiuxia, he still seemed to know what was going on and was not in a hurry. Seeing this scene, Xiaohua was really puzzled. He could not understand what Jiuxia was planning. The sun was getting higher and higher. It was already close to noon. The 5 of them had only flown for about 200 miles at the speed of a turtle. And within their divine sense, Xiaohua and the others saw about 20 people rushing towards them. They had no choice but to avoid them. At this moment, the sun was about to reach the top of their heads. Under the direct sunlight, an indescribable heat was born from the bottom of their hearts. Although Xiaohua had an invisibility talisman on his body, there was an indescribable feeling of irritation in his heart. Those 20 or so people were the same as before. They all held wooden poles in their hands, and the wooden poles had a very sharp point. These people spoke very loudly. Although Xiaohua and the others were separated by several tens of feet, they could still hear them clearly. They were also arguing about something. Although Xiaohua couldn't understand what they were arguing about, Xiaohua could tell from the expressions of these people. However, as they walked, one of them suddenly fell to the ground, and the wooden pole in his hand was thrown far away. Immediately after, the remaining natives were stunned. The noisy noises came to a halt as they stood there like nails, glaring at the person who had fallen to the ground. That person was lying on the ground, motionless. The sunlight shone on his dark skin, reflecting a bright color. Quack, 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 quack. One of the Aborigines suddenly spoke, causing a commotion among the Aborigines. Then, the Aborigines who spoke just now reached out and pulled up the Aborigines who were lying on the ground. The Aborigines who were lying on the ground weren't tall and were also very thin. Being carried by the Aborigines, they were actually very light. Ao. Seeing that the Aborigines dragged the Aborigines across the mountain path and went to the mountain rocks far away from the mountain path, the remaining 10 or so Aborigines also cried out. Each of them waved their wooden poles and chased after the Aborigines. When everyone arrived at a depression, the Aborigines threw the Aborigines they were dragging onto a large boulder. The boulder was somewhat white from the sun's rays. When the Aborigines landed on it, their bodies trembled slightly, and they curled up as if they were awake. Even their eyes were slightly opened. However, they only opened for a moment, and then closed again. Woo 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 woo. The Aborigines who were standing at the side threw the Aborigines aside and waved their wooden poles around the boulder. As they waved, they mumbled something. Among the 10 or so Aborigines who were following closely behind, except for a few who were hesitant, the rest of them surrounded the wooden poles and began to dance. This strange situation only lasted for the time it took to brew a cup of tea before everyone's voices became softer. All the natives raised the wooden poles in their hands at almost the same time. The sharp ends of the wooden poles were pointed at the natives lying on the crouching ox rock. Just as Li Zongbao had guessed, they were really going to eat the Aborigines. However, at this moment, wung, a series of chaotic noises came from the entire mountain range. The thorn-like withered branches on the slopes and ravines broke inch by inch into countless small segments. These small segments made strange noises under the bright afternoon sun, and the noises could be heard all over the mountain. Then, countless small segments floated in midair, and the withered segments actually grew to an inch long. They were all strange insects with pitch-black carapaces. As the strange insects flew up, countless inexplicable waves rippled throughout the entire millions of Meng Mountains. Xiaohua and the others appeared in midair. Moreover, their bodies involuntarily fell towards the slope. Obviously, these waves had a very serious effect on their transcendence energy. Moreover, as Xiaohua and the others appeared, countless strange insects began to fly towards the 5 of them, as if they were attracted by something. When the strange insects flew up, the Aborigines who wanted to eat the Aborigines didn't pay any attention to them, as if they were used to it. Moreover, the strange insects didn't pay any attention to these Aborigines. However, when Xiaohua and the others appeared, these Aborigines were stunned. When the strange insects began to gather, these Aborigines' faces were filled with panic. "Sister, quickly use your innate true water." Although Wuxia had landed on the ground, she didn't panic at all. Instead, she whispered to Fairy Hongxia, "These are beetles that are unique to millions of Meng Mountains. They can produce strange waves that can break through cultivators' transcendence energy and swordsman's sword energy. They can only detect innate objects." Alright. Fairy Hongxia agreed, but she didn't activate her innate true water. She looked at Xiaohua with a smile. Xiaohua didn't dare to hesitate. Looking at the beetles that covered the entire mountain range, he also felt his scalp tingle. A pool of clear water emerged and enveloped the 5 of them. The strange ripples disappeared as soon as they entered the innate primordial water. The beetles that were charging over seemed to have not seen the innate primordial water. They began to circle around the area, and many beetles actually pounced on the natives. The Aborigines turned pale with fright. While making strange sounds from their mouths, they didn't have time to regenerate their cannibal meat. Instead, they waved their wooden poles and fled towards the mountain path. The Aborigines' pronunciation was very strange. It was really powerful. The beetles approached the Aborigines, but they didn't dare to get close to them. The Aborigines' soul cultivation didn't seem to be very strong, so they couldn't drive the beetles away. Therefore, while they were in a stalemate, they ran far away. On the contrary, the Aborigines who were lying quietly on the rock weren't attacked by the beetles. They were like sacrificial offerings placed on the rock. When the beetles were far away, Xiaohua pretended to keep the innate true water. Looking at the bare ground, he smiled bitterly and said, "I thought these plants had something to do with the soil. Who knew? They were just some strange insects. What a joke." Hee, brother-in-law wasn't wrong. Wuxia laughed and said, "These beetles are insects in the afternoon and vines in the morning. There's such a strange thing." Xiaohua looked at the invisible beetles in the distance. He didn't dare to look at them with his divine sense, for fear of attracting them. Meanwhile, Li Zongbao looked at the man on the rock and said indifferently, "Aborigines, they are aborigines. They are really eating humans." "Wuxia, are we still going to move forward like this?" Xiaohua frowned and looked at the man, then raised his head and asked. "Hee, brother-in-law, you have great magical powers. Of course, you can hide from the beetles' prying eyes, but we can't." Wuxia smiled and said, "Even the innate true water is only useful against the beetles. If we fly deeper into the Meng Mountains, there will be more strange soul beasts. Even the innate true water can't hide the ripples of magic power. Can we just walk on the mountain path?" Xiaohua didn't understand. "Don't we also have ripples of magic power? It's not the same." Wuxia laughed and said, "If you fly in the sky, you will be targeted by all. If you walk on the mountain path and don't use magic power or fly slowly, the chances of being discovered will be much smaller." "Is that so?" Xiaohua looked at Fairy Hongxia. Fairy Hongxia shrugged her shoulders, indicating that she did not know either. Her shoulders that were exposed outside of her robe were very fair. "All right, that's the only way." Only now did Xiaohua feel the ferocious teeth of the Meng Mountains. No wonder it was a forbidden land for cultivators and swordsmen. Even Xiaohua was regretting that he had recklessly come to millions of Meng Mountains this time, and did not make any thorough preparations. If they hadn't met Wuxia on the way, they would have been discovered by the Aborigines and even surrounded by the beetles. But soon Xiaohua shook his head. There were very few cultivators who came to the Meng Mountains. Even swordsmen wouldn't come to the Meng Mountains for no reason. Even if he wanted to make any preparations, it wouldn't be easy. "Let's go." Xiaohua waved his hand. Just as he was about to speak, he realized that Xiao Mao, who had a bad expression, had walked to the side of the rock and lowered his head to look at the Aborigine curled up on it. "Big brother." Just as Xiaohua was about to speak, Xiao Mao whispered, "This person isn't dead yet." "Yes, I know." Xiaohua nodded. "He just fainted." "But..." Xiao Mao's voice was lowered again. "How can we wake him up?" "I just gave him a strand of magic power." Xiaohua was a little puzzled by Xiao Mao's actions. However, he still walked over and carefully observed for a while. He reached out his hand and placed it on the Aborigine's wrist. After a while, Xiaohua said calmly, "He fainted from hunger. It's better to give food than magic power." Chapter 28:10. As he spoke, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out some grains, intending to put them into the Aborigine's mouth. "Brother-in-law, wait a moment." Wuxia had been watching attentively. When Xiaohua took out something, her eyes lit up. When she saw the thing in Xiaohua's hand, she seemed to have thought of something and quickly shouted, "This thing, the Aborigine can't eat it." Xiaohua held a small handful of grains in his hand and was a little stunned. "This is the rice that the mortals often eat. These Aborigines should be able to eat it too, right?" "Brother-in-law, you don't know." Wuxia's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile as she explained, "The food that these Aborigines eat is from the millions of Meng Mountains. That's why their physique and cultivation are different from ours. This rice is a food in the cultivation world, but in the millions of Meng Mountains, it might be a poison. I think it's better if brother-in-law doesn't give it to him." "Then, what do these Aborigines eat?" Xiaohua helplessly put away the fine seeds and asked while releasing his divine sense. It seems like the millions of Meng Mountains aborigines eat millet. Wuxia, who always knew everything, was a little hesitant. If it's blood food, then it's wild animals. Oh, the fruits of those beetles before they turned into worms can also be eaten by the aborigines. The beetles have already turned into worms, how can they? Xiao Mao was a little helpless and also released his divine sense. Sigh, wait a moment. Xiao Hua sighed and flew down the hill, burrowing into the ground. Not long after, he came out with a wild animal that looked like a mouse. When he returned to the side of the big rock, he threw the wild animal to Xiao Mao and said, "You can do it yourself." All right. Xiao Mao took the wild animal without hesitation and poked it with his hand. A stream of blood flowed out from the wild animal's neck. When Xiao Mao put the wild animal near the aborigine's mouth, the blood flowed into the aborigine's mouth. Just as Xiao Hua said, when the blood entered the aborigine's mouth, the aborigine's throat moved and swallowed mouthful by mouthful. Brother-in-law is really amazing. It is said that this item is hidden several hundred feet deep in the mountains. It is very difficult for ordinary people to find it. Brother-in-law, you were able to catch it on your first trip. This little sister admires you. Although Jiuxia said that she admired Xiao Hua, when she looked at Xiao Mao, she was not surprised that Xiao Hua had this ability. Instead, she was curious why Xiao Mao was so meddlesome. Actually, Jiuxia was not the only one who was surprised. Even Xiao Hua, Li Zongbao, and Fairy Hongxia were surprised. This was because along the way, Xiao Mao had always followed suit. Whatever the others did, he would do. Whatever the others asked him to do, he would do it. He had never been so proactive before. Moreover, it was the life of an uncivilized native. After drinking the wild rat's blood, the native seemed to have regained his strength. He rolled his eyes a few times and tried to open them, but the strong sunlight made it impossible for him to open his eyes. Just as the native tilted his neck slightly, Xiao Mao placed the wild rat into his mouth again. The aborigine bit down on the wild rat. He stretched out his powerless hand and grabbed the wild rat. He greedily and eagerly chewed on it without opening his eyes again. "Let's go. He should have come back to life," Li Zongbao said indifferently. "Before he wakes up, we should leave as soon as possible." Li Zongbao was worried that this native would wake up and summon other natives, so he urged, "Senior brother, please wait a moment." Xiao Mao raised his head and responded with a strange look. He did not have any intention of leaving. Since he did not want to leave, the others could only wait patiently. After a while, the native finished eating the wild rat. He licked his lips and opened his eyes. When he saw Xiao Mao and the others clearly, his face revealed an extremely respectful expression. His legs were slightly bent, his hands were placed in front of his chest, and his mouth was mumbling some strange words. Needless to say, this native had obviously treated Xiao Mao and the others as spirit warriors. He was saying some words of thanks. When Xiao Hua heard this, he was surprised. The native's words were similar to the Green Seal script, but there was a huge difference. Naturally, he would not say it. Therefore, Xiao Hua turned his gaze to Jiuxia. He did not know if this little girl who claimed to know everything knew the language of millions of Meng Mountains. However, Jiuxia did not pay any attention to Xiao Hua. Instead, she looked at Xiao Mao. What shocked Xiao Hua the most was that Xiao Mao was actually speaking to the native. Xiao Hua blinked his eyes and looked at Xiao Mao in disbelief. He could not believe that Xiao Mao could speak the language of millions of Meng Mountains. Not to mention Xiao Hua, Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia were also stunned. Their gazes were somewhat dazed. On the other hand, Jiuxia's expression was still calm. She seemed to be a little surprised, but it quickly disappeared. However, when she heard Xiao Mao's words, he was stuttering at the beginning. His face was even flushed red and he could not say anything. However, gradually, his words became more fluent. Although it was not as fluent as the native, it was obvious that the native understood him. Furthermore, his face became more and more respectful. In the end, the native actually raised his head to the sky and raised his hands above his head. Wuxia, he said a lot more. Then he respectfully bowed to Xiao Mao again and pressed his forehead tightly against Xiao Mao's toes. Xiao Mao, what's going on? Xiao Hua was stuttering at this moment. He really did not understand. This strange situation was even more strange than when he saw Jiuxia come to Hung country to look for him. Sigh. When Xiao Mao heard Xiao Hua's question, an awkward expression appeared on his face. He looked at the native who was kneeling in front of him and seemed to be ashamed. He sighed and said, "Big brother, didn't I tell you before? When little brother was young, mother had taught little brother a local language, but little brother never paid much attention to it. But today, after listening to the language spoken by these millions of natives of Meng Mountain, it is very similar to the local language taught by mother. Although they are not exactly the same, but they can understand what little brother is saying, and little brother can also understand what they are saying." Ah? So that's why. Xiao Hua was enlightened. He turned to look at Li Zongbao. What Xiao Mao said was the truth. Before entering Hing country, Xiao Mao had confessed this matter. However, everyone had noticed Xiao Mao's encounter and his mother's matter. No one cared about the local language that Xiao Mao's mother taught him. However, this local language was the most important thing. Then, Xiao Hua came to a realization. Since Xiao Mao's mother was a native of Meng Mountain, it was normal for his soul to have a green seal script talisman. Looks like Xiao Mao, his background is not ordinary. Xiao Hua saw that the native was kneeling on the ground and did not get up. His hands were even grabbing Xiao Mao's leg and not letting go. Xiao Hua was puzzled and asked, "What are you talking about? What is he doing?" "That, big brother," Xiao Mao answered unwillingly. "He is inviting me to their Wu stockade. Why would he invite you?" Xiao Hua was even more puzzled. "He doesn't know you?" "That," Xiao Mao said awkwardly. He said that I am the descendant of great god Shi Bai and their master." "Damn it, you are so honorable?" Xiao Hua laughed. "How did he know? Could it be that Jiuxia gave you clothes? Why didn't he come find me?" As he spoke, Xiao Hua tugged at his collar and looked down curiously. "Big brother, don't mock me." Xiao Mao's face was red. "I really didn't expect that I am a native of Meng Mountain. This man is called Chechi. His words are similar to what I said, but they are definitely different. He knew that I am the descendant of some great god Shi Bai from what I said. Oh, no wonder." Xiao Hua immediately understood why Xiao Mao's mother didn't teach him anything but this language when he was young. It turned out that this language was a symbol of status, a representation of honorable status. When he thought of the painstaking efforts of Xiao Mao's mother, Xiao Hua's heart was filled with melancholy. Although Xiao Mao's parents had passed away, he knew his own origin and had come to his homeland. But what about himself? Where was his origin? What was the situation of his parents? Cough cough Xiao Mao. When he thought of this, Xiao Hua coughed twice and said, "A person's origin is not something he can choose. But he can choose his own life. He doesn't need to feel ashamed of his origin, and he doesn't need to feel proud of his origin. His origin is given by his parents. No matter if it is lowly or honorable, it is all his own, and it exists. The most important thing is still himself. This is the path he has to walk in the future. Only when you understand your own origin and understand your own path, will you be able to walk further in the future. That way, you won't have any more knots in your heart." Yes, big brother is right. Xiao Mao looked at Xiao Hua. When he heard Xiao Hua's words that struck his heart, he had mixed feelings. Before this, he had thought about the origin of his parents more than once, and also hypothesized about his own origin more than once. But he had never thought that he would be the same as these uncivilized soul cultivators of Meng Mountains. Not only did these natives of Meng Mountains have no etiquette, not only did they have no face, they even ate wild rats alive. What made him most ashamed was that these natives ate other natives. When he thought about how these natives were actually of the same origin as him, Xiao Mao wanted to drill into the ground of Meng Mountains and never meet Xiao Hua and the others again. This was too shameful. He couldn't make up for it. In fact, when the first group of Aborigines walked past them, he had already heard the meaning of their conversation. He already knew that he had something to do with them. He had been holding it in all this time, trying to hide this matter. But in the end, when the unconscious Jie Qi was about to be eaten by the natives, He didn't plan to do anything. He was deeply ashamed of it. He closed his eyes and prayed that these things would pass quickly, but when Xiaohua told him to leave, he hesitated again. After all, Qi was a human life, and he was lying in front of him. This was someone who said the same thing as him. Especially when Xiao Mao thought about his journey. It was as if an invisible hand had sent him to Mount Million Meng. He could even feel his mother's aura. It was as if it was his mother who had pushed him to Mount Million Meng. If he ignored Qi, who might be a clansman, could he face his dead mother? Chapter 28:11. This was also the reason why Xiao Mao saved Qie. However, what he thought and what he did were completely different from what he faced in reality. Facing Xiaohua, Li Zongbao, and Fairy Hongxia, who came from a Taoist clan and sect, Xiao Mao felt inferior and less shameless for no reason. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Xiao Mao took a deep breath and nodded. Million Mountain Meng is mother and father's home, so it's naturally my home as well. Little brother might be able to find the footsteps of father and mother here. That's right. Xiaohua smiled. If you want to find the roots of your parents, you naturally have to follow Qi. Otherwise, how would you know who great god Shibai is? Where your parents originally? Little brother naturally knows that this is the best way. Xiao Mao smiled bitterly. But little brother is now a Taoist cultivator. Big brother and the others don't understand Million Mountain Meng. Once we meet the soul warriors of Wu village, we'll be exposed. This is extremely risky. That's true. Xiaohua hesitated. It's fine. Seeing Xiaohua hesitate, Jiuxia smiled. Now that you're their master, how can they make decisions for their master's actions? Didn't you see how that night rain could enter Million Mountain Meng? Maybe it's related to some descendant. Now that there are cultivators who secretly learn from soul warriors, there are naturally cultivators who practice soul arts. Perhaps your parents went to the state of Shi specifically to cultivate the Tao sect's magic arts. In my opinion, nothing will happen. Even Jiuxia, who claimed to be omniscient, gave her assurance. Xiao Mao also nodded. However, when Xiaohua heard Jiuxia call him master, he felt inexplicably uncomfortable, as if he didn't like this title. Moreover, Xiaohua was also somewhat puzzled. Looking at Jiuxia's actions, it was obvious that she wanted Xiao Mao to go to Wu village to find out his origins. Could it be Jiuxia's goal, or she has something to do with Million Mountain Meng? Xiaohua was suddenly startled and looked meaningfully at the smiling Jiuxia. That smile that was even more brilliant than spring flowers was truly reflected in his eyes and heart. The person she's looking for in Huan country, is Xiao Mao. It's not me? Or did Jiuxia find Xiao Mao through me? Although Xiaohua's karmic hand had not made any progress, he had gained some understanding of the Tao of karma. Seeing that Fairy Hongxia was supposed to come to millions of Meng mountains, and Xiao Mao, who was supposed to be a training ground, had appeared, he naturally knew that Xiao Mao had become the main character of this trip to millions of Meng mountains. With Jiuxia's ability, he must have figured out that the person he was looking for was Xiao Mao, and not Xiaohua. Doesn't she feel disappointed? She had always wanted my help and ignored Xiao Mao. Now that she realized that Xiao Mao was the person she should be looking for, shouldn't she be looking for Xiao Mao instead? Why hasn't her expression changed? Xiaohua thought to himself. Sure enough, when he saw Xiaohua looking at him, Jiuxia slightly turned his eyes, and his left eyelid actually blinked a few times at Xiaohua. Xiaohua hurriedly turned his head. Every blink was like a bolt of lightning striking his heart. His delicate little heart, he should leave it for Fairy Hongxia. Damn, I forgot. Xiaohua was stunned. Xiao Mao calls me big brother. Doesn't Xiao Mao have to listen to whatever I say? If she finds me, isn't that the same as finding Xiao Mao? However, when Xiaohua turned his head, he saw Xiao Mao's gaze. Obviously, Xiao Mao had the same thought as him. He still wanted to listen to his opinion. Go. Xiaohua could still stop him if he took it. This was the best opportunity for Xiao Mao to find his origin, and he had no reason to stop him. As for the dangers inside, Xiaohua believed that with his cultivation base and the little white dragon in the mysterious dark clouds, there shouldn't be any big problems. Moreover, There was also Jiuxia who needed Xiao Mao's help. When Xiao Mao saw that Xiao Hua had agreed, his face was immediately filled with joy. He nodded and muttered a few words to the one called Jiuxia. When the strange words came out from Xiao Mao's mouth, they were different from what the millions of natives of Meng Mountain said. There were even some pleasant syllables, like the chirping of birds. Unfortunately, other than the vague syllables of Jiuxia, Xiao Hua couldn't understand anything else. The native called Jiuxia suddenly jumped up from the ground, giving Xiao Hua a fright. Then he saw that the native's face was filled with tears. Some were crying, some were laughing, and some were dancing around Xiao Mao in a strange way. Where was the miserable state that he had just fainted? Xiao Mao smiled bitterly, looking at Xiao Hua and the others helplessly. However, there was a sense of pride in his eyes. Xiao Hua naturally knew that this was a ceremony of the natives to express their respect and joy. Only after the native finished the ceremony, with sweat dripping from his forehead, did he respectfully use the thumb and index finger of his right hand to pinch Xiao Mao's lapel. On the sleeves of Xiao Hua and the others, there was something similar to a tassel, and it fell into the hands of Jiuxia. Jiuxia raised the tassel to his forehead, then carefully bent his waist and walked in front of Xiao Mao, as if he was leading the way. However, when Xiao Hua saw that Jiuxia was having a hard time walking, as if he was walking sideways, and didn't even dare to raise his head, Xiao Hua was really worried for him. However, when the native looked at Xiao Mao, his eyes were filled with pride and respect, as if it was his life's honor to lead the way for Xiao Mao. All of a sudden, Xiao Hua felt a little absent-minded. Wasn't it the same when Fei Yunshu, Zhong Zhan, and the others saw him in the past? Although Jiuxia was leading the way, Xiao Hua and the others' journey was much slower. This wasn't the worst. After walking for about 10 miles, they heard the roar of beasts from afar. Even the slightly soft ground under their feet started to shake. Oh! Xiao Hua stared blankly for a moment before carefully releasing his Buddhist sense. But after a few kilometers, he could see that on the mountain path ahead of him, there were a dozen or so large soul beasts. Under the control of a dozen or so soul warriors, they were madly charging towards him. Behind the soul warriors, there were several hundred natives that looked just like Chiwe. In their hands, they held all kinds of strange-looking wooden staves as they rushed forward in a frenzy. Xiao Mao saw them as well. Lowering his head, he said a few words to Jiuxia. Jiuxia respectfully replied with a few words. Xiao Mao turned his head and smiled. "Big brother, it's fine." Jiuxia said that the soul warriors from the stronghold are coming. "It's probably those natives that saw us suddenly appear and rushed back to report it." "It's fine." Xiao Hua nodded. The soul beasts ran very fast. In a short moment, they appeared in everyone's field of vision. At this time, Xiao Mao and Jiuxia were walking on top of a mountain. The soul warriors controlled their soul beasts to see Xiao Mao's clothes, then to see the revived Jiuxia, and Jiuxia's incomparably respectful appearance. They couldn't help but be stunned. One by one, the soul beasts stopped at the bottom of the mountain. They were stunned. "Ji Wu Wu." Jiuxia raised his head and shouted. His voice traveled very far and every word was said in a loud voice. It was very different from what the cultivators of the Taoist sect usually said. Damn it, it seems like the words of millions of Meng Mountains are used to shout. Xiao Hua smiled and looked at Li Zongbao. The two of them stopped and quietly watched. Hearing Jiuxia's shout, the dozen or so soul warriors were extremely shocked. In an instant, the shock disappeared and was replaced by ecstasy. The dozen or so soul warriors exchanged a few words with each other. Two of them jumped down from their soul beasts. Just like Jiuxia, they bowed to Xiao Mao and then jumped back onto their soul beasts. They urged their soul beasts to turn around and fly away. Clearly, they were going back to the shaman stronghold to inform the other soul warriors. The remaining dozen or so soul warriors also jumped down from their soul beasts and drove their soul beasts to the side of the mountain path. They bent their bodies, bent their legs, and raised their hands high. They were extremely careful as they welcomed Xiao Mao. When they arrived in front of Xiao Mao, they surrounded Xiao Mao as if they were sobbing. They raised their arms and legs and actually started to dance. Xiao Mao smiled. Seeing the joy in the eyes of these soul warriors and the longing expression on their faces, he felt an indescribable warmth from the bottom of his heart. He opened his mouth very naturally. Although it was a mouthful, the words he said were pleasant to the ears. When the soul warriors heard this, they became even crazier. It was as if they had eaten a spirit herb that boosted their sex drive. They danced even more vigorously. Damn it, senior brother, Xiao Mao came to the right place this time. Xiaohua looked at Xiao Mao and turned to Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao nodded indifferently. His expression was somewhat cold. Compared to the excitement in front, everyone felt that he was an outsider. Xiaohua slightly raised his eyes and looked at Li Zongbao with a strange expression. It seemed that after the Battle of the Sword Tomb, Li Zongbao's expression became slightly richer. From time to time, he could also smile. But now, Li Zongbao began to return to his previous indifference. He didn't care about anything anymore. Could it be? Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He thought of the Immortal Killing Whip. When the Immortal Killing Whip was still the Immortal Piercing Whip, Li Zongbao was cultivating the Emotion Parting Treasure Mirror. He used the Immortal Piercing Whip to kill the 7 emotions and 6 desires of a cultivator. Later, it seemed that when the Immortal Piercing Whip was destroyed, his cultivation method was also affected? But now, could it be because the Immortal Slaying Whip had been repaired? Sometimes, good intentions may not be able to do good things. When Xiaohua thought of this, he couldn't help but feel some regret. If he hadn't repaired the Immortal Killing Whip, perhaps Li Zongbao would be better right now? Just as he was thinking, the hundreds of natives also appeared in the distance. Weren't the ones in front the ones who were preparing to eat Wuxia? However, at this time, there wasn't the slightest bit of shame on their faces. It seemed that they had already received the message from the 2 soul warriors. Each and every one of them had disbelief and ecstasy on their faces. However, when they saw the living Wuxia with their own eyes, as well as the respect of the dozen or so soul warriors, each and every one of them was overjoyed. Chapter 28:12. However, contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, these natives didn't rush over as he imagined. Instead, they directly fell to the ground as if they were kowtowing. Then they stood up, walked a few steps, and fell down again. Just like that, they slowly walked toward Xiao Mao. The hundreds of natives were divided into groups and were extremely orderly. Faith. This is faith. Behind Xiaohua, Jiuxia sighed and said, "The power of faith. Sometimes, it is the greatest and most direct power in this world." Faith? Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He turned his head to look at Jiuxia, but he saw that the always calm Jiuxia had a confused look on her face. However, she was also looking at Xiao Mao, who was slowly walking in the distance with some envy. "Xiaohua, don't you think? Even if you have the strength of a nascent soul, compared to thousands of natives, you are still somewhat insignificant? Oh, even if these tens of thousands of natives are considered small, what about 100,000, 1,000,000, or 10 million? Jiuxia saw Xiaohua looking at her and said, "This Xiao Mao doesn't need to be too strong. He only needs to point his finger and those 10 million natives will go against you. Do you think you are their opponent? What you said doesn't seem to be faith." Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat and he refuted. Jiuxia's eyes turned and looked at Xiaohua. She nodded and said, "Brother-in-law is right. This can't be considered faith. It is only a kind of obedience, a kind of reliance. However, according to what I know, the ancient Almighty could borrow the faith of these 10 million natives to form a great divine ability. That is faith, that is, the true power of faith." Speaking up to here, Jiuxia regained her smile and said, "He, brother-in-law, you've also heard of faith?" Xiaohua shook his head slightly. "However, I just feel that what you said might be a bit wrong." "Is that so?" Jiuxia raised her eyebrows and her eyes flashed with a trace of brilliance. At this moment, Xiao Mao had already gone down the mountain under the protection of 10 soul warriors and arrived at the place where the soul beasts were scattered. Although the hundreds of natives walked slowly, they still reached Xiao Mao's side. Wuxia, it was another kind of exhilaration. All the natives cheered and surrounded Xiao Mao in layers on the mountain path that wasn't too narrow. They kept jumping and jumping around. Sigh, such a torment. I wonder how long it will take for us to reach the nearest shaman stockade. Fairy Wuxia said softly, feeling a little bored. Elder sister, you don't know. The grander it is, the more guaranteed our safety is. Jianghu said with a smile. At this moment, even if Yu comes again, he definitely won't dare to touch Xiaomao. These millions of natives of Meng Mountains are not to be trifled with. The problem is, even if Xiaomao is really the descendant of some great deity, he doesn't know any spirit arts. If something were to happen, if the witch elder or G-man from the witch stockade were to see Xiaomao and expose him. Fairy Wuxia was still worried. Don't worry, sister. Jianghu smiled and said, little sister already said that you cannot be touched, Elder Wu and G-man might not be able to touch him either. Besides, didn't you see? This Xiaomao is indeed the descendant of some great deity, there's no mistake about it. You don't understand the power of faith. You said a few words to Xiaomao just now, but elder sister really didn't understand. Fairy Wuxia admitted. To put it simply, elder sister, do you believe in immortals? Jianghu smiled. Of course, if there are no immortals, why would we cultivate? Fairy Wuxia was stunned. Yes, this is faith. Jianghu hit the nail on the head and said, if you believe in the immortal realm and immortals, then you can cultivate the cultivation techniques of the Tao sect. If you don't even believe in this, will you cultivate? Fairy Wuxia suddenly realized something and said in disbelief, based on what you said, we, Xiaoyu continent, and even other places, countless cultivators are the same as these natives? Are we living in faith? Then our power of faith. Of course it's the ancient, great deity who founded the Tao sect. When this was mentioned, Jianghu did not dare to be negligent and her face turned serious. Founded? Tao sect? Fairy Wuxia was even more shocked. Don't tell me, there are other Tao sects? Or there were others before the Tao sect? Elder sister, don't think too much. There's no point in thinking too much about these things. Besides, even I don't know about these things. Jianghu smiled. This is just my own guess when I saw how respectful these natives were to Xiaomao. How would I know any ancient secrets? Oh, Fairy Wuxia nodded her head doubtfully. Look, elder sister, Xiaomao is calling us. At this point, Jianghu changed the topic and pointed her finger. Indeed, when she took it out, Xiaomao turned his head and looked over with a smile. Although he did not transmit his message, his meaning was obvious. At the same time, a few spirit warriors walked over respectfully. Let's go and have fun with Xiaomao. Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. Unfortunately, the soul warriors walked over and respectfully said a few words that Xiaohua didn't understand. Xiaohua was left speechless. Although the respect on their faces didn't decrease in the slightest, the etiquette they used to treat Xiaomao was completely gone. Xiaohua did not mind and walked towards Xiaomao. The spirit warriors did not dare to delay and hurriedly led the way in front. The group of natives hurriedly opened up a gap, and their faces were filled with respect and envy. Within the crowd, Qieshio was still bowing respectfully. He did not seem to be tired and did not leave Xiaomao's side. His face was full of arrogance and his hands were tightly gripping the tassel. Big brother, Xiaomao smiled apologetically, this formation is really out of my expectations. However, I have asked just now and this is necessary. I heard that it is compatible with my identity. Congratulations. Xiaohua gave him a thumbs up. Big brother is sincerely happy for you. There are so many natives who love and respect you, but at this point, Xiaohua did not know what to say. Yes, Xiaomao had found his identity in the millions of Meng Mountains, but he was still a foundation establishment cultivator from Xuanyan School. What was the use of these natives loving and respecting him so deeply? Thank you, big brother. Xiaomao knew what Xiaohua was thinking and said with a smile, in this world, the only person who is truly good to me is big brother. If I did not have the bloodline of some great god, if I did not have the identity of my mother and father, they would definitely not care about me. But even if I am a beggar, big brother will still be good to me. That's right. Xiaohua patted Xiaomao's shoulder and laughed. Wu Wu. Xiaohua's action of patting his shoulder first provoked Jie Sabing's dissatisfaction. He bared his teeth and roared at Xiaohua a few times. Immediately after, the dozen or so soul warriors and the several hundred natives also clamored. Ji gaga, Xiao Mao said hurriedly. His voice was extremely fluent, like frying beans. When Xiao Mao spoke, the group of natives all quieted down and listened very respectfully. There was even an expression of intoxication on their faces, as if Xiao Mao's words were like fine wine. It was unknown what Xiao Mao said, but with a boom, the group of natives all knelt down toward Xiaohua, Li Zongbao, Fairy Hongxia, and Jiuxia. Although they were not as respectful towards Xiao Mao, they were still very polite. Get up, get up. Xiaohua was so happy that he could not close his mouth. He stretched out his hand and signaled everyone to get up. Unfortunately, how could they pay attention to Xiaohua? Xiaohua's hand was stretched out very awkwardly. Cogging, cogging. Xiao Mao opened his mouth. With a swoosh, everyone stood up in unison. Let's go, big brother. Let's sit on the soul beast. Xiao Mao said to the soul beast that was taking a stroll. If we walk like this, I'm afraid we won't be able to reach there and stronghold by nightfall. But Xiaohua nodded. He also knew that they could not use the flying technique now. If they walked like before, they would be even slower than ordinary people. Xiao Mao then gave a few more orders. The dozen spirit warriors did not dare to delay and quickly led the soul beast to the front of the group. This time, Jie Xiu was not willing. His face was full of tears and he was unwilling to let go of Jie Xiu's tassel. A spirit warrior berated him a few times. Jie Xiu was very wronged and did not dare to talk back. However, he carefully withdrew his hand and pinched the tassel between his fingers. Xiao Mao said a few words with a pleasant expression. Jie Xiu immediately became happy and immediately bent down beside the soul beast. Xiao Mao was stunned. However, when the spirit warrior reminded him, Xiao Mao understood that Jie Xiu was to be a stepping stone. Xiao Mao could not help but feel moved. Seeing Xiao Mao hesitate, Jie Xiu became anxious. He stretched out his hand and wanted to pull Xiao Mao's leg to his back. However, he did not dare and cried out with a sobbing tone. Xiao Mao sighed and stepped on Jie Xiu's back. The bony Jie Xiu's leg hurt, but Jie Xiu's face was full of joy. Xiaohua and the others naturally did not receive this kind of courtesy. They placed their hands on the soul beast's back and floated down. The 5 soul warriors walked in front of the 5 soul beasts and clapped their hands together. The 5 soul beasts roared to the sky and began to gallop forward. The 5 soul warriors were actually galloping in front of the soul beasts. They weren't any slower than the soul beasts in the slightest. Looking at the native named Jie Sabing, he actually spread his legs and chased closely behind the soul beast that Xiao Mao was riding. He didn't look like he was going to give up. The other dozen or so spirit warriors did not dare to ride their soul beasts. They only dared to run behind Xiaohua and the others. As for the hundreds of natives, they were all shouting and yelling as they chased after the soul beasts like crazy. Xiaohua was riding on the soul beast. Seeing this strange scene, he could not help but smile bitterly. However, when he saw that whether it was the spirit warriors or the natives, they were all running extremely fast, he was astonished. He did not know if these natives were born this way or if they had cultivated this way. Chapter 28:13. Xiaohua and the others flew at high speed for nearly an hour. After turning around a high slope, they saw a large expanse of black tree branches that covered the entire mountain peak several li away. Wung wung, several loud beastly cries rang out in front of them. It was very deafening. Immediately after, several bird cries came from the sky. They saw over 10 ferocious beasts that were 30 meters in size. They spread their enormous wings and flew over like dark clouds covering the sky. Furthermore, there were also several tens of ferocious beasts that were 30 meters in size that rushed down from the mountain peak. These ferocious beasts had small heads like poisonous snakes. Behind their thin necks was a body that was 20 meters in size. Under their bodies were eagle talon-like claws that swayed in the air. There were soul warriors standing on the backs of these ferocious beasts. The soul warrior in front was actually an old man. His hair and beard were snow white and his face was full of wrinkles. Although he was a bit short and thin, his skin wasn't black. He looked somewhat similar to the cultivators of the Three Kingdoms. Looking at the ferocious beasts, they were several times the size of the soul beast under Xiaohua. Their forelegs were as thick as pillars. When they opened their mouths, fangs protruded out. They had a long tail that was at least 3 meters long. Furthermore, there were sword wings that were several feet long behind their tails. They looked exceptionally ferocious. There were also a few soul warriors standing on top of these ferocious beasts. These soul warriors were dressed similarly to the soul warriors on the ferocious beasts. However, their skin was slightly yellow. They were completely different from the natives running behind Xiaohua. Of course, after these soul warriors and ferocious beasts, the natives that covered the entire mountain rushed out. No one knew how they appeared. In short, after a few bird cries and beast cries, these natives appeared on the left side of the mountain peak. Needless to say, the one standing on top of the ferocious beast was the Bai and Stronghold's Elder Wu. As for the one standing on the back of the ferocious beast, it was naturally the Bai and Stronghold's Ji-Man. When the soul beast under Xiao Mao saw the ferocious beasts flying over from afar, it immediately stopped. The soul beasts of Xiaohua and the others also stopped. Furthermore, the soul beast that Elder Wu and Ji-Man were standing on couldn't help but tremble when it was only a few dozen feet away from Xiao Mao's soul beast. The soul beast's 4 hooves began to kneel down, and its entire body collapsed onto the soft mountain path. With Xiao Mao's skills, nothing out of the ordinary would happen. Xiao Mao only floated slightly and stood firmly on the ground. The 2 enormous soul beasts stopped. One flew in the air, and the other stopped in front of Xiao Mao. The rest of the soul beasts all stopped in their respective positions. Dozens of enormous soul beasts lined up together, and it was a spectacular sight. An almost tangible aura was emitted from these soul beasts as it enveloped Xiao Mao's body. The might of this soul beast seemed to be different from the usual auras in the Dao sect. It wasn't the kind of pressure that a high-tier soul beast exerted on a low-tier soul beast. Instead, it was more of a pressure on the soul. Xiao Mao stood proudly. Although the talisman within the mysterious dark clouds wasn't activated, this might actually didn't have any effect on him. Although Xiaohua, who was behind Xiao Mao, wasn't the center of the soul beast's might, he was still the closest to Xiao Mao. An indescribable sense of danger emitted from the mysterious dark clouds, causing Xiaohua to be greatly alarmed. Although he had seen the battle between the soul beasts and the sword cultivator, he wasn't the first one to bear the brunt of it. Now that he was facing it head-on, he truly realized how powerful the soul beasts were. Xiaohua was already so nervous, and the pressure on Xiao Mao was even greater. But when he looked at Xiao Mao, he really seemed to be fine. Thus, Xiaohua also gave up on the thought of helping Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao's figure was very insignificant in front of so many soul beasts, but he stood there and blocked all the soul beasts like a giant. In an instant, the fervent gazes of all the soul warriors and natives were ignited. The entire mountain slope was silent. Everyone forgot to make a sound, and even the dozens of enormous soul beasts were silent. Qiu was the first to come to his senses. Wah wah. It was unknown what he was saying, but with a putong sound he once again knelt in front of Xiao Mao's feet, offering his incomparably respectful gift. Wah wah, all the natives spoke at the same time, and all of them knelt on the ground. As the natives knelt, an indescribable solemnity filled the entire place. Elder Wu and Ji-Man, who were on top of the soul beasts, couldn't stand still anymore. They were clearly more suspicious than the natives, and they knew more than the natives. They were very suspicious of Xiao Mao, the descendant of the so-called great god Shi Bai who suddenly appeared. However, before they could ask a single question, and before they could hear Xiao Mao say a single word, the entire atmosphere was broken by Qiu. Of course, although they hadn't determined Xiao Mao's identity yet, to be able to stand in front of dozens of soul beasts, this Xiao Mao was definitely not an ordinary person. Following which, Elder Wu and Ji-Man jumped down from the soul beasts and bowed slightly towards Xiao Mao. Their etiquette was very different from the natives, and it was similar to the etiquette of the Dao sect's cultivators. Following which, Elder Wu and Ji-Man exchanged a few words, and it seemed like they were greeting each other. Xiao Mao had a smile on his face, but he didn't return the greeting. His expression was as if Elder Wu and Ji-Man were his juniors, and he also spoke. However, after hearing Xiao Mao's words, Elder Wu and Ji-Man's eyes were filled with shock. They looked at each other, and their shock was replaced by realization. Naturally, there wasn't a trace of dissatisfaction on their faces. Following which, Elder Wu looked at Ji-Man, and he was a little hesitant. However, Ji-Man nodded slightly, and Elder Wu reached into his robes again. When his skinny claw-like hand came out, it was a fist-sized pearl. This pearl was very ordinary, and it was also transparent. From the front of the pearl, one could see Elder Wu's fingerprints when he held the pearl. Elder Wu muttered a few words to Ji-Man, then walked in front of Xiao Mao, and said a bunch of incomprehensible words. Following which, he passed the pearl to Xiao Mao. Xiao Hua was depressed when he heard this. He didn't understand it all, but from the looks of it, it seemed like Elder Wu wanted to use the pearl to check Xiao Mao's identity. When he looked at Xiao Mao again, he didn't hesitate at all, and he reached out his hand to take the pearl. However, when the pearl landed in Xiao Mao's hand, there was no reaction at all. Not only did Xiao Hua's heart skip a beat, even Wuxia, who was behind Xiao Hua, who was known to know everything, had a disappointed expression on his face. Ji Wu, Elder Wu's expression changed slightly, but Ji-Man beside him took a step forward and whispered a few words in Xiao Mao's ear. Xiao Mao nodded slightly. Following which, Xiao Mao placed the pearl flat on his palm, and the index finger of his other hand similarly stretched out and placed on the pearl. Slowly, a drop of blood was forced out by Xiao Mao, and it landed on the pearl extremely slowly. Once that drop of blood landed on the pearl, it seeped into it, and in an instant, the entire pearl was covered in blood veins. Both Elder Wu and Ji-Man's eyes were fixed on the pearl, and their eyes were filled with fervor. With a prng sound, the bead immediately reacted. The entire bead rushed into the air, and the blood threads in the bead began to rotate strangely, forming a thumb-sized hurricane inside the bead. As the hurricane grew larger, a dark green color appeared from the bottom of the hurricane, and along with the hurricane, it filled the entire pearl. When the entire pearl turned dark green, the dark green color overflowed from the pearl, and slowly, like a fountain, the dark green color filled the air, forming a dense cloud. Woo! It was unknown where a strange cry came from within the dark green cloud, but the entire dark green cloud started to rapidly swell. Soon after, a strange shape appeared from within the dark green cloud. This shape was a monster that was half human and half beast. This monster's head was a human's head, and its facial features were very clear, and it was incomparably ferocious. This monster's body was that of a wild beast, and this wild beast was like a bull, incomparably strong. Moreover, on that human's head, there was a pair of large ears, and on those ears, there were two large snakes that looked exactly like each other. It was unknown what the others were thinking, but when Xiao Hua saw this, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although this monster wasn't real, with its huge body and ferocious expression, one could tell that it wasn't easy to deal with. I'm afraid it's that great god Shibai, Xiao Hua thought to himself. Moreover, Xiao Mao's blood essence actually revealed great god Shibai's appearance so clearly. This bloodline must be extremely pure. Looking to the side, Wuxia's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment, and then he seemed to have thought of something. With the appearance of this enormous monster, Elder Wu and Ji-Man didn't dare to stand anymore. With two pudong sounds, they both knelt on the ground. Their reverence and piety were comparable to crying. Naturally, they were kneeling on the monster's image. However, Xiao Mao was right in front of the monster's image, so what was the difference between kneeling and kneeling on the monster's image? When Elder Wu and Ji-Man knelt down, all of the soul warriors knelt down as well. What shocked everyone the most were the dozens of soul beasts. The flying beasts that were flying in the air had long since landed on the ground. Their entire wings were curled up, and their bodies were trembling as they collapsed. As for those that were previously standing on the ground, their four legs were bent as they knelt on the ground. These soul beasts could feel the power of this strange image even more than the natives. The most pious of the natives had their teeth chattering, but their eyes seemed to be burning with flames. They pressed their heads tightly against the ground, trying their best to stabilize their trembling bodies. After a moment, the enormous monster's image began to boil violently again. The entire beast's body seemed to be swaying, and the human head also raised its head to make a long howl. The two large snakes beside the large ears also spat out their tongues and rushed straight into the air. Whoosh! A huge wind sound rang out, and the monster's image rapidly shrank. Suddenly, it fell into the pearl in the air. As the pearl spun, the dark green color gradually disappeared, and it returned to its normal transparent state. Xiao Mao's expression didn't change from the beginning to the end. Only when the great god Shibai's image appeared did a trace of shock appear on his face. Now that he saw the pearl return to its original state, he stretched out his hand and caught it. Chapter 28:14. Xiao Mao turned to Venerable Wu and Ji-Man and said a few words. Only then did both of them stand up respectfully, turned around and shouted at the barbarians and soul warriors. Immediately, all the millions of Meng Mountain's people on the hillside were roaring and yelling, looking like they had gone mad. Even that extremely terrified soul beast flew up into the air, flapping its huge wings along with the crowd's crazed shouts, as if it was expressing its joy. Elder Wu and Ji-Man turned around and said a few words to Xiao Mao respectfully with smiles on their faces. They stood on both sides as if inviting Xiao Mao to go first. Xiao Mao turned around and smiled. "Big brother, let's go. This is Elder Wu and Ji-Man of Bai and Stronghold. They invited us to their stronghold." "That?" Xiao Hua nodded and said with dissatisfaction, "You chatted so much with them, what are you talking about? We don't understand a single word that you're saying. You can ask them if they can speak the language of Xiaoyu continent." "All right." Xiao Mao smiled and turned around to ask a few questions. As expected, Elder Wu and Ji-Man hesitated for a moment, then nodded slowly. They looked at Xiao Hua and said with a stuttering or jerky voice, "Welcome, honorable guests, to my Bai and stronghold. I will send a message to the surrounding shaman strongholds." Elder Wu, Ji-Man, inviting them to attend the banquet together. "Congratulations to the descendant of great god Shibai, don't." Xiao Hua heard and quickly shouted, "Don't spread the news of Xiao Mao's return." "That's right." Xiao Mao reacted and quickly ordered, "You must keep the news of Xiao Mao's return a secret. Don't leak it out." But Jiao Xia said anxiously, "Xiao Mao is the descendant of great god Shibai. Although he can't command everyone in Meng Mountain, but what?" Xiao Hua sneered, "Little sister Jiao Xia, could it be the matter you want Xiao Mao to help you with is in Meng Mountain? Tell me, what do you want Xiao Mao to help you with? Don't worry, as long as your request is reasonable, I can guarantee that Xiao Mao will definitely help you." "Sigh, it's not as simple as you think." Jiao Xia sighed. "I thought I was looking for your help, but now it seems like I'm looking for your help for something else." "What? You just how many things do you have?" Xiao Hua was stunned. "I can't explain it clearly for the time being." Jiao Xia said calmly, then regained her composure. "Anyway, it's best for Xiao Mao to reveal his identity now. With old Wu and Ji-Man from the Bai and stronghold, and so many natives." "Absolutely. Absolutely what? Can I help you?" Xiao Hua sneered. "Have you ever wondered why Xiao Mao ended up in the state of Shi? Do you think a citizen of Bailu Stockade can guarantee Xiao Mao's safety? The bloodline of god Shibai, do you understand?" Jiao Xia said in exasperation, "Look at the piety of these natives, look at the fear of these soul beasts. This is the reaction of Xiao Mao when he appeared in the Million Meng Mountains. He is going to return to the Million Meng Mountains. He is the ruler of the Million Meng Mountains. Is this great god Shibai the only great god in Meng Mountains?" Xiao Hua seemed to have thought of something as he turned and asked Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao was slightly stunned. He shook his head and said, "I don't know either. Let me ask." Then Xiao Mao whispered a few words to old Wu. A strange expression flashed across old Wu's face, but he still answered respectfully. Xiao Mao said in a low voice, "Big brother, old Wu said that other than this great god Shibai, there are 11 other great gods in Meng Mountains." So many. Xiao Hua was shocked. "Yes, not only these 12 great gods, There are also many smaller great gods. Xiao Mao smiled bitterly. Look, Xiao Hua turned to look at Jiuxia and sneered. He is just a descendant of great god Shi Bai, and he dares to be arrogant here? Maybe Xiao Mao's parents are. At this point, Xiao Hua stopped talking. Jiuxia gritted her teeth and didn't say anything. Fairy Hongxia asked curiously, then who are the other 11 great gods and the smaller great gods? Xiao Mao said, I didn't ask. The 11 great gods are Great God Hu, Great God Gonggong, Great God Zhurong, Great God Dijiang, Great God Shenming, Great God Qiangliang, Great God Zhulong, Great God Gomang, Great God Rushou, Great God Jihai, and Great God Tianwu. They are all as strong as the great god Shi Bai that you transformed into? Fairy Hongxia was shocked. Obviously, this was beyond her expectations. I don't know. Xiao Mao whispered. I don't dare to ask too much. I'll slowly find out about this in the future. Okay, Fairy Hongxia nodded. If that's the case, I think you shouldn't leak this information out for the time being. After all, there are so many descendants. Who knows which one is your enemy? What do you know? Although there are 12 great gods in Meng Mountains is so big. Who knows how far away they are from each other? Near Sword Domain, there are only a few descendants of great god Hutu and great god Shi Bai. Jiuxia said with disdain. What? Xiao Hua said with disdain as well. For Xiao Mao's safety, for him to stay alive and help you, I won't let him expose his whereabouts. All right. Jiuxia thought for a while and said, if that's the case, then I'll make it clear. I can follow Xiao Mao. When he has the ability to help me, he must agree to help me. Even now, you still haven't said what he wants to help you with. Who knows if he can help you? Xiao Hua asked. I can't say it now. Jiuxia shook her head. But I know that Xiao Mao can definitely help me. All right. Xiao Mao nodded. Miss Jiuxia has saved our lives, and even helped my senior sister heal her injuries. I agree to your conditions. Then, Xiao Mao turned to Elder Wu and Ji-Man and said a few words about Meng Mountains. Elder Wu and Ji-Man didn't understand, but they didn't dare to disobey. They replied to Xiao Mao respectfully. Xiao Mao nodded and raised his voice to speak to the surrounding soul warriors and natives. The soul warriors and natives all nodded respectfully and then raised their voices to speak. One by one, they passed on Xiao Mao's words to everyone. Elder Wu and Ji-Man said that although they can command these natives and soul warriors, the effect is definitely not as effective as what I said. Xiao Mao explained to Xiao Hua and the others with a smile. Then Xiao Mao stepped onto the soul beast that Elder Wu was sitting on. Xiao Hua and the others also sat on the soul beast and flew towards Bai and Stronghold. Bai and Stronghold was naturally on top of the mountain behind them. When Xiao Hua and the others flew closer, they realized that those mountain peaks covered by withered branches were actually simple wooden houses built on top of the mountain peaks. Bai and Stronghold? Xiao Hua asked Fairy Hongxia in a low voice. It seems different from what I imagined. Yes, it's also different from what I imagined. Fairy Hongxia said in a low voice, I thought that it would be similar to the mountain strongholds in the country of Shi, where a group of aborigines gathered together and surrounded by a sturdy mud wall or wooden wall to form a large stronghold. That place should be the stronghold that we were talking about. While the two were talking, the soul beast flew past the mountain peaks and arrived at the peak. This was a flat land that was dozens of miles in size. Rows of wooden houses were arranged in an orderly manner, somewhat similar to the strongholds commonly seen in the country of Shi. Of course, the wooden houses here were really simple and crude. A few huge tree trunks poked into the ground, and a few feet above the ground were piled up with thatch and other materials. There was a little space that could be used as a wooden house. Not to mention that there were many places where there were dozens of wooden strips on top of the large tree that could also be called a wooden house. In front of these wooden houses, without exception, there were some soul warriors standing there. Although these soul warriors were dressed a little strangely, their skin had an additional dark color. However, there were some places where the soul beast landed that were quite large. On the left side of a huge open space, There was a courtyard that was dozens of feet tall. Thick wooden pillars and hanging beams formed a rough and extremely spacious wooden house. In front of the wooden house, on the left side of the open space, there were hundreds of men and women of various ages waiting respectfully. When they saw the soul beast land, these men and women prostrated themselves on the ground and shouted something. Xiao Mao jumped down from the soul beast and stretched out his hand. Similarly, he spoke the language of Meng Mountain that Xiao Hua and the rest did not understand, causing these men and women to shout. "Master, distinguished guest, please." Elder Wu and Ji-Man landed after them and respectfully invited Xiao Mao, Xiao Hua, and the rest to enter the huge wooden house. Xiao Mao nodded slightly and was the first to enter the wooden house, followed by Xiao Hua and the rest. After walking up a dozen or so steps made of thick logs, what entered everyone's eyes was a wooden house that was dozens of feet tall and hundreds of feet wide. They saw that the entire wooden house was made of thick logs. The logs were neatly stacked together, and there were no gaps for wind to pass through. In the middle of the wooden house, there were dozens of thick tree trunks that supported the wooden house. On the tree trunks and the logs around the wooden house, in addition to the tree's inherent texture, there were many patterns that were drawn with dark green paint. These patterns looked like talismans, but also like green seal characters. It looked like they were right, but they were not. Furthermore, on the roof, there were many strange drawings. These drawings were very simple, and the lines were very clear. They looked like figures and human figures, and there were also simple square and triangle patterns. What made Xiao Hua feel the most different was that everywhere in the wooden house, there were skeletons, white bones, and beast skins hanging there. Of course, these white bones were not very big and were far from the white bones he was looking for. Those skeletons were also of different sizes. Some were clearly human skeletons, and some were beast skeletons. At the top of the wooden house and to the left, there were many beast skins. In front of the beast skins, there were some thin logs that were stacked in a triangular shape. Chapter 28:15. Master, please. Elder Wu respectfully invited Xiao Mao to take a seat, while Ji-Man invited Xiao Hua and the others to accompany him. Xiao Mao did not stand on ceremony. Under Elder Wu's instructions, he sat on the best beast skin. After waiting for Xiao Hua and the rest to sit on the beast skin, Old Wu and Ji-Man walked in front of Xiao Mao and started to chant. Their voices were low and long, and the two of them started to dance at the same time. As the two of them began to dance, among the hundreds of people who had welcomed Xiao Mao outside the wooden house, another 100 or so older men and women also walked in respectfully. They danced along with the two of them. Although it was very strenuous for everyone to dance, and their arms and legs were not very flexible, their faces were filled with joy. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the crowd finally stopped. As Elder Wu and Ji-Man waved their hands, a dark green light flashed past, and the wood in front of Xiao Mao was set ablaze, making crackling sounds. Then, the 100 people all began to move. Not only did the wood in front of Xiao Hua, Li Zongbao, and the others burn, the rest of the wood was also ignited. Old Wu, Ji-Man, and the 100 people all slowly walked behind the bonfire, saluted Xiao Mao, and slowly sat down on the beast skin. As the wood slowly burned, the entire wooden house began to heat up. Thin wisps of smoke also slowly filled the entire wooden house. The flames flickered, illuminating everyone's faces. "Milord," Elder Wu stood to Xiao Mao's left and spoke in Soul Cultivator's language. When he saw Xiao Mao frown, he hurriedly corrected himself. "Please wait for a moment. Some of the people in the village will come to pay their respects to you. After that, this lowly one will invite Milord to taste the banquet of our and stronghold." "It's all right." Xiao Mao smiled. "We'll wait." At this point, Xiao Mao hesitated for a moment before changing his tone. "Elder Wu, you don't have to be so courteous, Xiao Mao. I want to see what soul cultivators eat. Even if you don't eat it, I still want to eat it." Jiuxia's voice sounded in Xiao Mao's ear. Elder Wu said respectfully, "Master, how can you not eat when you come to my and stronghold? If other people knew that his lord came to my and stronghold without drinking a single drop of water or eating a single mouthful of millet, how could I retain my face? Please understand, Master." Alright. Xiao Mao took advantage of the situation and said, "You don't have to make it too complicated, just make it simple." "Yes, thank you for your understanding, my lord." Elder Wu nodded and gave Ji-Man a look. Ji-Man hurriedly stood up and excused himself from Xiao Mao. It was obvious that he was going to make arrangements personally. Just as Ji-Man walked out of the wooden house, he saw over 10 abnormally old aborigines walking in. "My lord, these are the leaders of the people of my Dark Eye stronghold. They represent their clans to come and greet my lord," Elder Wu explained softly with a smile on his face. Xiao Mao didn't know what a clan was and didn't expect there to be so many leaders under Elder Wu. However, he didn't ask much and just nodded with a smile. Those 10 aborigines had white hair and beards. Their bodies were almost all bones and no muscles could be seen. However, these aborigines' eyes were clear and were even filled with piety and tears. When they saw Xiao Mao, they immediately knelt down and almost crawled forward. How could Xiao Mao sit still? He hurriedly got up and wanted to help them up. However, these aborigines didn't seem to let him and kept mumbling. Xiao Mao also replied. When those words fell into their ears, they were even more excited. The tears in their eyes fell with a swish. When these 10 old aborigines left, Xiao Mao thought that there was no more. However, in the end, several batches of aborigines came one after another. There were almost 100 of them. In other words, in this and stronghold, other than Elder Wu and his subordinates, there were over 100 leaders and hundreds of different clans. And the number of aborigines in these hundreds of clans must be even more massive. Although Xiao Mao didn't have the time to ask Elder Wu about the situation in Million Mountain Meng, from what he heard, this and stronghold wasn't considered a big stronghold. There were even bigger strongholds further in. Furthermore, the stronghold that could detect Xiao Mao's origin was even bigger than these ordinary strongholds. Wouldn't that mean there were even more people? This was just the descendant of one great god. What if there were 12 great gods' descendants? No wonder Million Mountain Meng was a forbidden area that Taoist sects couldn't afford to offend. It was really huge. My lord. Elder Wu was constantly observing Xiao Mao's expression. When he saw that Xiao Mao was deep in thought, he immediately smiled and said, "My lord, you must be tired after returning to Meng Mountains today." "Oh no." Xiao Mao smiled and said, "I." Just as he said this, Elder Wu quickly smiled and said, "My lord, you can't call yourself I. Didn't you notice? What you called yourself, didn't this lowly one mention it?" This. Xiao Mao frowned and turned to look at Xiao Hua. Of course, he could communicate with Elder Wu using the language of Million Mountain Meng, but Xiao Hua and the others wouldn't understand. "Tell me, what should I call myself?" Naturally, Xiao Mao couldn't call himself I or I. Allow this lowly one to think about it. Elder Wu was also in a dilemma. He wasn't good at the language used in Xiaoyu continent. If Xiao Mao didn't know, how could he know? But he didn't dare to disobey Xiao Mao's words, so he could only rack his brains. Soon after, some aborigines and soul warriors whose identities Xiao Mao didn't know came to visit him. Thus, he put this matter aside. Finally, when no one else entered the wooden hut, Ji-Man walked in with 3 women who were dressed in very little. The 3 women were holding a white box in their hands. The box seemed to be made of white bones. At this moment, Elder Wu slapped his forehead. His face was filled with joy as he quickly said, "My lord, this lowly one has an idea." "Tell me." Xiao Mao was surprised. Just now, he sent a message to Xiao Hua and the others. Xiao Hua and the others couldn't think of a good title, but Elder Wu, a Million Mountain Meng soul cultivator, could think of one. "My lord, you can call yourself I or I." Elder Wu smiled apologetically. "In this lowly one's memory, you seem to be the only person in the world who can be called like this. This is exactly the right title for my lord." "But I?" Hearing this, Xiao Mao was puzzled. He asked curiously, How come I've never heard of this title?" My lord, this is an ancient legend. This lowly one has seen it in the shaman scroll or shaman canon in the village, so I can't be wrong. My lord, please call yourself." Elder Wu was very excited that he could find an answer for Xiao Mao. Alright, I'll listen to you. Xiao Mao laughed. Greetings, my lord. While they were talking, Ji-Man walked up with a smile on his face. He waved his hand, and the three girls walked to the bonfire in front of Xiao Mao. They kneeled on the ground and raised the bone box high above their heads, saying, My lord, when you first arrived in Meng Mountains, you came to my Bai and village. This lowly one and Elder Wu are overjoyed. Although my Bai and village is one of the 360 villages belonging to the descendants of the great god Shi Bai of Meng Mountains, and we don't have any rare items in our village, it's our honor to have my lord here. These 3 shaman items were obtained by my Bai and village in the early years. They should have been offered to Shi Bai and village, to my lord. But Shi Bai and village has always. Therefore, when my lord came here today, this lowly one wants to offer these items to my lord. Please accept them. This. Xiao Mao was a little hesitant. Ji-Man's words were vague, and he didn't reveal the key point. How could Xiao Mao accept it? My lord. Seeing this, Elder Wu quickly said in a low voice, It's been a long time since a descendant of the great god Shi Bai appeared. Now that my lord has returned to Meng Mountains, it's our great fortune. It's also my Meng Mountains' great fortune. By offering these items to my lord, my Bai and village is showing my lord our sincerity. My Bai and village will not submit to anyone who isn't a descendant of the great god Shi Bai and village. Please have mercy, my lord. Hiss, Elder Wu didn't say much, but he revealed a lot of information. Xiao Mao sucked in a breath of cold air and thought to himself, looking at this situation, this Elder Wu must have some inside information. He's offering these items to show his loyalty. How can I not accept them? Sure enough, Xiao Hua's voice came into his ears. Damn it, you still don't want the items that are delivered to your doorstep. Hee, I know what you're trying to do. How can I not accept them? Xiao Mao nodded. He raised his hand and took the 3 bone boxes. When Ji-Man heard Xiao Mao call himself I, he didn't understand at first. Then he was overjoyed and bowed down again. This lowly one congratulates my lord. I hope that my lord can take control of Shi Bai and village soon. When the group of soul warriors saw Ji-Man bowing down, although they didn't know what Ji-Man was talking about, they didn't dare to neglect him. They walked out from behind the bonfire and bowed down, saying something that Xiao Hua couldn't understand. When Xiao Mao heard what Ji-Man said, he felt a little unhappy, as if he was being forced to do something beyond his ability. But what could he say at this moment? He raised his hand and murmured a few words, asking everyone to stand up. Standing at the side, Xiao Hua smiled. Initially, he thought that these millions of natives of Meng Mountains were not very civilized, and even the brains of soul cultivators might not be useful. But, judging from Elder Wu and Ji-Man's actions and words, how could they be any worse than the cultivators of Daoist sect? With just a few words, they had shown their loyalty to Xiao Mao, the descendant of the great god of Shi Bai, and even praised Xiao Mao to a new height. They had even placed the responsibility of taking control of Shi Bai and village on his shoulders when Xiao Mao wasn't on guard. If Xiao Mao really took control of Shi Bai and village, what benefits would Elder Wu and Ji-Man get? Even if Xiao Mao couldn't take control of Shi Bai and village, what would they lose? What about the 3 white bone boxes? They were meant to be given to Shi Bai and village. Even Xiao Hua understood, so how could Jiuxia not understand? Jiuxia's eyes were curved from smiling. My lord, please have a seat. Ji-Man stood up. Without waiting for Xiao Mao to speak, he respectfully asked Xiao Mao to sit down. He smiled and said, My lord, this is your first time in Meng Mountains. This lowly one has prepared the delicacies of my Bai and village. I hope that my lord and my lord's old friends can enjoy them. Chapter 28:16. Good, Xiao Mao nodded and smiled. I also want to see the delicacies you've been waiting for. At this point, Xiao Mao suddenly realized something. Ji-Man seemed to know that this was his first time in the Million Meng Mountains, and Elder Wu had also vaguely mentioned it. Could it be that they knew he had always been outside the Million Meng Mountains? Could it be that they knew about his parents? Ji-Man glanced at Elder Wu, and without giving Xiao Mao a chance to speak, he clapped his hands and shouted something. Immediately, a bird's cry could be heard from outside the wooden house. Everyone's vision darkened as the spirit beast they saw earlier flew in from outside the wooden house and landed in the wooden house. On the back of the spirit beast stood an old spirit warrior. Its several zhang long wings flapped slightly, causing all the bonfires to sway. This is... Xiao Hua saw the spirit beast fly in and was rather puzzled. He looked curiously at Elder Wu and Ji-Man, not knowing what game they were playing. The spirit beast landed on the wooden plank and walked in front of the bonfire. Its fist-sized eyes looked at Xiao Mao, and an indescribable feeling came from within them. The spirit warrior on the spirit beast jumped down and bowed in front of Xiao Mao. Then he jumped back on the spirit beast's back and patted his hands. The spirit beast crawled on the ground and its head landed in front of the bonfire. The spirit warrior reached out and took out a foot-long black soul weapon from his waist. He moved it along the spirit beast's neck and towards its head. "What are you doing?" Xiao Mao couldn't help but ask. "Master." Ji-Man was just about to speak. Caw, another bird's cry could be heard. Another spirit beast that was twice as big as this one flew in, but this one didn't have a spirit warrior on its back. This spirit beast saw the spirit beast in front of it fall to the ground and cried even more mournfully. Its entire body rushed into the wooden house and its fluttering wings blew all the bonfires back. "Evil creature!" Ji-Man saw the spirit beast rush in and his face changed. He pointed his hand at his forehead and the spirit beast's body trembled violently, as if it was suffering from intense pain. However, the soul beast didn't change its direction. It continued to charge towards the soul beast in front of it and landed next to the smaller soul beast in front of it. Its head, which was larger than the soul beast in front of it, was also in front of the bonfire. The small soul beast let out a small cry and tilted its head to the side to bump against the large soul beast's head. Tears began to flow from its eyes. "No matter what's going on?" Xiao Mao said anxiously. "My lord," Old Wu said helplessly, "the brain matter of this green witch feather is the most effective for the advancement of our soul spells, especially the brain matter of these 5 years old. My bai, Lu Stuckade doesn't have anything special. I can only invite you to taste it." "What about this Qing Shi Wu?" Xiao Mao looked at the one beside him and asked without changing his expression. "This little blue witch feather is the child of that big blue witch feather." Old Wu sighed and said, "Maybe it found out about this, so it specially came to replace its child. Even soul beasts have such affection for their children and are willing to sacrifice their lives for it. Why can't we eat it raw?" Xiao Mao said coldly, "Even if I obtain a soul spell because of this, how can I be at ease? My lord is merciful. This lowly one is truly inferior." Old Wu's forehead was covered in sweat as he hurriedly knelt down. "Listen to my orders." Xiao Mao looked at the two soul beasts in such a miserable state and waved his hand. "From today onwards, we Bai's descendants are not allowed to eat the green witch feather's brain matter raw. No one dares to disobey my lord's orders." Ji-Man was overjoyed and hurriedly shouted. Following that, he began to mumble to the crowd again, and the crowd began to shout loudly. "Sigh, Xiao Mao, you're sinking deeper and deeper." Xiao Hua sighed as if he could see Xiao Mao walking step by step onto the high platform arranged by Ji-Man and Old Wu. Xiao Hua understood, so how could Xiao Mao not think more? However, Xiao Mao also did not understand whether the matter of the green witch feather just now was arranged by Ji-Man. However, looking at the gratitude and affection in the two green witch feathers' eyes, Xiao Mao's heart did not hurt. He understood that even if he knew the inside story, he would definitely stop this matter. "My lord," Ji-Man said very apologetically, "just now, the green witch feather was indeed this lowly one's thoughtlessness. Please punish me, my lord." "No need, I'm not a careful person." Xiao Mao waved his hand. "I know your intentions, but I hope that the following delicacies will not only be mine alone. Since it's a banquet, we should all eat it. Instead of enjoying it alone, it's better to enjoy it together." Ji-Man clearly did not understand what, "instead of enjoying it alone, it's better to enjoy it together," meant. However, she still smiled and said, My lord has wronged this lowly one. The meat of the green witch feather was originally given to my lord's old acquaintance and us lowly ones to use. Xiao Mao nodded. Then Ji-Man ordered the spirit warriors to deliver more delicacies. This time, as Xiao Mao said, a small cauldron about a foot long and half a foot tall was presented in front of everyone. The small cauldron had a lid on it, so no one could see what was inside. Moreover, there was some residual heat on the small cauldron, and a sweet fragrance was emitted from the small cauldron. This sweet fragrance was extremely strange. When smelling it, it seemed to enter the depths of one's soul. An extremely comfortable feeling was born from the bottom of everyone's heart. The feeling of floating, the impulse to dance and dance involuntarily arose. Others did not know, but Xiaohua raised his eyebrows. This fragrance was somewhat familiar. It was actually somewhat similar to the fragrance of the twilight moon. However, the fragrance of the twilight moon was extremely faint and very long. This fragrance was somewhat thick and fishy, and even made Xiaohua feel that it was somewhat domineering. Looks like this old witch feather really took out something good. Xiaohua smiled. However, before he could lift the lid in front of him, he heard Fairy Wuxia, who was not far away, let out a cry of surprise. Xiaohua turned his head and saw that Fairy Wuxia had already lifted the lid of the cauldron. One of her hands was holding the lid, while the other hand was covering her mouth. Her eyes were also looking at Xiaohua, and those eyes were filled with disgust and surprise. Immediately, Xiaohua became very curious about the item in the cauldron. Oh no, could it be that this cauldron? Xiaohua's hand touched the lid of the cauldron, and he felt the warmth of the cauldron lid. A bad feeling arose in his heart. These millions of natives of Meng Mountain can eat raw human flesh, and just now, that Ji-Man even offered up his soul beast, Huff. When Xiaohua lifted the lid of the cauldron, a gust of hot air rushed into the air, and a thick fragrance gathered without dissipating. It actually formed a light mist that seemed to have the shape of a human. However, when Xiaohua saw the item in the cauldron, a strange feeling arose in his heart. Suddenly, many goosebumps appeared on his body, but his heart was still at ease. Fortunately, after all, it's not a native's baby. Inside the small cauldron, there were beetles that he saw on the mountain path. There were probably hundreds or even thousands of beetles. The black shells were placed next to each other, and the tiny feelers and antennae were clearly visible. With so many beetles piled together, even if there were a few stalks of dark green grass in the middle, at first glance, it was naturally an indescribable feeling of disgust. Fortunately, Fairy Wuxia saw it first, and Xiaohua was already prepared. Moreover, his preparation was the worst, so the disgust he felt when he saw the beetles was nothing. When he looked at Xiao Mao again, his face was also showing a difficult expression. Master, Old Wu said with a smile. The grass in the cauldron is the resurrection grass, which is only found near the Bai and stronghold. This item is not very useful, but if it is paired with these beetles, it will be an excellent item. Master, please use it. As he spoke, he opened the lid of the cauldron in front of him, took a deep breath, and inhaled the human-shaped light mist. He closed his eyes slightly, obviously enjoying it very much. Xiao Mao raised his head and looked at the others. They had all inhaled the light mist, and then looked at him eagerly, obviously waiting for him to consume it first. Xiao Mao was helpless. He took a deep breath first, and as Old Wu said, the previous aroma had already made him feel happy. When he inhaled the light mist, a feeling of liveliness appeared in his mind. However, looking at the disgusting beetles, Xiao Mao still could not swallow them, and did not even want to stretch out his hand. Master, Ji-Man said with a smile. Master, even if you are not used to eating this, you have to eat it first. Otherwise, the others will not consume it. If this item is cold, it will no longer be effective. Since you have already made it, don't waste it. Old Wu also advised. Moreover, these people have not tasted it for a long time. Today, thanks to your presence, they have a chance to taste it. Master, don't disappoint them. All right. Xiao Mao knew that they were not afraid that others would understand them if they used the language of the three kingdoms. He nodded and said, I will only consume one. I will bestow the rest to you. As he spoke, Xiao Mao pointed his finger, and a beetle floated up and landed in his mouth. Immediately, a fishy and unpleasant taste came from his mouth and tongue. It was far from the aroma he had smelled before. Xiao Mao used his saliva to wrap the beetle and forced himself to swallow it. He opened his mouth and uttered a series of words. Immediately, the whole wooden house was filled with jubilation, and everyone greedily ate the beetle. Even old Wu and Ji-Man stretched out their hands, grabbed the beetle from the small cauldron, and swallowed it into their stomachs. Xiao Mao turned his head and looked at Xiao Hua. How could these Dao sect cultivators have the appetite to eat beetles? They all had bitter smiles on their faces. Xiao Mao smiled and waved his hand. The small cauldron flew up and landed in front of old Wu. However, before he could speak, old Wu stopped swallowing and hurriedly said, "Master, this is the territory of my Meng Mountains. It is best to use less of the Dao sect's tricks." Xiao Mao frowned slightly. Old Wu felt that his words were a little harsh, and hurriedly smiled apologetically. "Master is the descendant of my great god Shibai. How can you use the Dao sect's insignificant tricks? Let's not talk about the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. If you use them in Meng Mountains, not only will you lose your noble status, others will also." Chapter 28:17. Hee, so you know I know the Dao sect spells. Hearing Elder Wu's words, Xiao Mao snickered in his heart. However, before Elder Wu could finish speaking, a faint buzzing sound came from afar, and it was extremely fast. In a moment, it grew from small to loud, and in the end, it actually felt like it covered the sky and covered the earth. When Xiao Hua heard it, he had already released his Buddhist sense. When he understood what was going on, his expression changed slightly, and he smiled meaningfully. "Xiao Mao, this meal of yours is really something. It's really interesting. Just now, that soul beast hasn't even eaten yet, and its mother has already found it. Now, these beetles haven't even eaten yet, and their parents and aunts have already found it." Of course, just outside the stronghold, the beetles that filled the sky swarmed over from all directions, as if covering the sky and covering the sun. They were even more ferocious than what Xiao Hua and the others had seen before. How could Xiao Hua not be shocked? "Elder Wu, what is the meaning of this?" Xiao Mao's expression changed greatly. How could he not hear the sarcasm? He originally treated these millions of natives and even these soul warriors of Meng Mountains and stronghold as his family. But now, his bottom line was being challenged again and again. How could he not have other thoughts? "Master." Although Elder Wu didn't have the divine sense of Xiao Hua and the others, he still had other divine abilities. Just that familiar buzzing sound alone was enough to know what had happened. Elder Wu couldn't care less about swallowing the beetles and hurriedly got up. Ji-Man was even more shocked. She thought even more and hurriedly jumped out from behind the bonfire, prostrated herself in front of Xiao Mao, and cried, "Master, I definitely don't mean anything. Eating the green witch feather is the most suitable for the size of the 3-moon ridge. But in these few decades, the production of the green witch feather has decreased, and even the resurrection grass is almost extinct. And that green witch feather from before is the youngest soul beast of my and stronghold. I sincerely want to invite Master to taste it. I definitely don't have any distracting thoughts. As for that old green witch feather, it's no longer a soul beast of my and stronghold. It's only placed near the stronghold because the number of soul beasts in the stronghold has decreased. I didn't expect her to be able to break in here. I'll give the order right away to kill this Qing Shiwuyu." Xiao Mao became even angrier. "Did we say so much just to have you kill this thing? Who do you think I am?" Yes. Ji-Man panicked. "It's all my fault. I know that Master is a benevolent person and would never vent his anger on the soul beasts because of this matter. It's all my fault. This lowly one is willing to accept the punishment. Please quell your anger." Seeing the old Ji-Man crying and begging for mercy, Xiao Mao couldn't bear it and said, "Then what's with the beetles outside the village?" "My lord, the beetles that my lord consumes are all raised together with the resurrection grass. Only in this way can the two achieve the best results. The beetles outside the stronghold are definitely not here because my lord consumed them." Seeing that Xiao Mao's tone had softened, G-Man hurriedly explained. Wu, just as G-Man was explaining, a loud bird cry came from outside the wooden house. Several tall and thin spirit warriors appeared at the door. The faces of these spirit warriors were filled with anxiety and fear. They quickly walked up to Xiao Mao and respectfully saluted him. Their mouths were muttering strange words. Hearing this, Xiao Mao's expression changed slightly. He opened his mouth and asked a few questions. These spirit warriors answered honestly. Then Xiao Mao lowered his head and looked at the bonfire in front of him thoughtfully. Beside him, Elder Wu and G-Man's expression changed drastically when they heard this. They looked at Xiao Mao nervously. Big brother. Xiao Mao suddenly raised his head. Oh. Xiaohua smiled. Is it very difficult to handle? Sias. Xiao Mao smiled bitterly. I've just set foot in the Meng Mountains. The joy of knowing my background hasn't faded, and these beetles are already causing trouble. With Big Brother's innate true water, we won't have to worry about survival. Why worry? Xiaohua replied with a smile. Xiao Mao shook his head. We can escape, but what about these soul cultivators? What about those aborigines? Little brother, I suddenly feel like I can't let them go. A few days ago, when Xiao Mao saw millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountains, he didn't even frown when he killed hundreds of them with a single spell. But now, knowing that these people might be his own people, how could he bear to let them go? Even if he had to face the disgust and embarrassment of those aborigines, he wouldn't feel it anymore. Little brother wants to borrow Big Brother and senior sister's beetles. Xiao Mao suddenly said, but what he said made Xiao Hua stunned. Take it, take it? Xiao Hua waved his hand in confusion. How could he eat something that Xiao Mao didn't want to eat? While murmuring, Xiao Mao said a few more words to those few spirit warriors. Those few spirit warriors had a look of disbelief in their eyes, while Old Wu and G-Man had a wry smile on their faces. Plop, plop, plop. Several spirit warriors prostrated themselves on the ground. This time, it was different from before. Several spirit warriors crawled across the bonfire until they reached Xiao Mao's feet. Sobbing, they placed their heads in front of Xiao Mao's feet and raised their hands in front of him. They were absolutely pious. Xiao Hua was stunned. He already knew that Xiao Mao had given these few cauldrons to these few spirit warriors, but he didn't expect them to be so grateful. After Xiao Mao said a few words, those spirit warriors took the small cauldrons from Xiao Hua and others with tears of gratitude, then carefully walked out. Master! Old Wu hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice, these beetles are different from usual today. There are too many of them. My spirit warriors. I'm afraid they won't be able to resist them. Master, you should avoid them for now. Avoid them? Xiao Mao frowned and asked in confusion, why are these beetles flying here? Where can we avoid them? If we leave, what about the people of the Bai and Stronghold? Old Wu's face turned awkward, but G-Man hurriedly said, Master, you don't only have so many people in the Bai and Stronghold. In the other strongholds, there are as many as the hairs on an ox. Of course, we won't leave, but Master, you have to. This situation is very dangerous. If Master doesn't leave now, then after a while, even if Master and Master are old friends, I'm afraid it won't be good. Let's go, we'll go take a look. Xiao Mao ignored G-Man's anxiety and stepped over the bonfire. Old Wu and G-Man were helpless, but at the same time, there was a strange look in their eyes. The 100 or so spirit warriors in the wooden hut also knew the reason for this. Their faces were filled with fear, as if these little beetles were extremely powerful. Seeing Xiao Mao stand up and leave, everyone followed behind Old Wu and G-Man. As soon as they left the wooden hut, they saw the layers of beetles covering the entire sky above their heads. They were slowly pressing down on the entire Bai and Stronghold. Old Wu, G-Man, and the others all gasped, and their expressions changed again. Earlier in the wooden hut, they heard the spirit warriors report and knew the situation was urgent. But when they saw so many beetles, they knew the situation was far more serious than they thought. With the beetles covering such a large area, where could they escape to? If they escaped, what would the natives of the Bai and Stronghold do? Right now, in the sky, Other than the beetles, there were hundreds of soul beasts cruising in the sky. This should be the Bai and Stronghold's defense. However, before these beetles could even get close, the continuous waves of energy that surged like waves covered the entire Bai and Stronghold. These waves were like silk, as if they wanted to entangle all the natives and soul warriors in the Bai and Stronghold. My goodness, Xiaohua said in a low voice. Did this Bai Lu Stronghold's elder Wu eat too many beetles? These beetles are here to avenge their fellow sufferers. What is going on? Hearing Xiaohua's question, Xiaomao whispered, these beetles are commonly seen in Meng Mountains. They don't usually attack people. Why is there such a large formation today? Master, you don't know. Old Wu hesitated and whispered, Master, what you know is all in the past. These beetles usually don't attack people, but, in these dozens of years, they have changed a little. They often attack people in the stronghold. And every once in a while, they will attack the stronghold in large numbers. But they have never attacked on such a large scale. I'm asking for the reason. Xiao Mao asked directly when he saw that Old Wu was being vague again. Well, Old Wu looked at Xiao Hua and the others and smiled bitterly. Master, please grant me the reason for this. After this is over, I will report it to you alone. Alright. Xiao Mao thought for a while and said, Go and command them quickly. Don't worry about us. Yes, Old Wu looked at G-Man. Both of them waved their hands and gave a few orders. 2 birds landed. Both of them stepped on one bird and soared into the sky. Big brother. Xiao Mao looked around and saw that there was no one around and whispered, How much innate true water do you have left? How many spirit warriors can you protect? Alas, of course I have a lot of innate true water. Xiao Hua sighed, but there are more than 100,000 spirit warriors and natives in this Bai and Stronghold. Big brother can't protect them all. You should think about how to disperse these beetles. Miss Jiuxia. Xiao Mao knew that Xiao Hua's innate true water could only treat the symptoms but not the root cause, so he turned around and said, I don't know what you want, but if you can disperse these beetles, even if it's something I can't do, Old Wu and G-Man of Bai and Stronghold will agree. Jiuxia's expression didn't change. Hearing Xiao Mao's question, she said indifferently, I want to disperse them, but do you think I have the ability? If I had the ability, why would I ask for your help? Jiuxia. Xiao Mao begged again, at least, you know the weakness of these beetles better than us, right? You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.